You're tuned into the haunting station, where the rain never stops and the roads never end. Tonight's story comes through the static just for you, so sit back, listen close, and don't look in the rearview mirror. I know you use this video to help you fall asleep, so I'm here to help you with that. By the way, where are you from and what time are you watching this video? Make yourselves comfortable and relax. If possible, subscribe to the channel and give it a like. I should never have agreed to house sit for my aunt. The isolation, the creaking noises, the shadows that seemed to move on their own, everything felt wrong from the moment I walked through the door. But it wasn't until the third night that I realized the danger I was in. The day had been uneventful, filled with the mundane tasks of taking care of my aunt's country house while she vacationed in Europe. I watered her precious orchids, fed her temperamental cat, and spent hours curled up on the porch swing, losing myself in a book as the sun dipped below the tree line. When darkness fell, I locked up and went to the guest room. Echoing through the empty hallways, the house settled around me, its old bones creaking and groaning in the cool night air. I was drifting off to sleep when a sharp crack woke me. My heart raced as I sat up, straining my ears. There it was again, like a twig snapping underfoot coming from outside. With silent bare feet on the wooden floor, I crept to the window. The full moon cast an eerie glow over the expansive lawn, casting long shadows across the overgrown grass. A movement caught my eye. A dark figure was sneaking between the trees at the edge of the property. I rubbed my eyes, certain I was seeing things, but when I looked again, I saw not one, but two shadows moving purposefully along the tree line. Too deliberate. My mouth went dry. I was alone, miles from my nearest neighbor, watching strangers prowl my property. I stepped away from the window, my mind racing. If I called the police, what would I tell them? That I saw shadows moving in the moonlight? They would laugh and tell me to get some sleep. I needed more proof. With trembling hands, I grabbed my phone and went downstairs. Each step of the old staircase sounded like thunder in the silence. I made my way to the kitchen, keeping low and away from the windows. The back door led to a small patio. If I could get a better look, I opened the door, shuddering at the slight creak of its hinges. I could see more of the patio from here, the moonlight painting everything in shades of silver and black. Minutes passed as I scanned the tree line, my eyes straining in the darkness. Had I imagined it all? Was my mind playing tricks on me? Suddenly, two men dressed in dark clothes emerged from behind a large oak tree and headed toward the house. I ran inside, my heart pounding so hard I thought it would explode in my chest. I had to do something. I ran to the front door and checked that it was locked, as were all the windows on the ground floor. When I closed the last one, a floorboard creaked behind me. I turned, expecting to see an intruder, but the hallway was empty. It was just the house settling, I told myself. Just the house. In the kitchen, I grabbed the largest knife I could find. Its weight in my hand reassured me, even as my palm grew slippery with sweat. I needed to call for help. I reached for my phone and saw that the screen was black and unresponsive. I searched frantically, trying to remember where I had seen a landline. In the living room? In the office? My panic was making it hard to think straight. Another noise stopped me in my tracks, a scraping sound, like metal against metal. It was coming from the front door. They were trying to get in. My options were limited. I could try to run, but the dense forest surrounding the property would only give them more places to hide and ambush me. I could fight, but against two men, the odds were not in my favor. The scratching stopped and was replaced by muffled whispers. I couldn't understand the words, but the tone was clear. Frustration. The lock was holding firm. I needed to find a way to contact someone. Moving as quietly as possible to my aunt's office, I saw the old landline phone. I thought it was just for show, a quaint relic of a bygone era, but now it was my salvation. I picked up the receiver, almost crying with relief when I heard the dial tone. My finger trembled as I dialed 911. 911, what is your emergency? The calm voice on the other end was the most beautiful sound I had ever heard. I'm alone. Please send someone. Stay calm, ma'am, and give me your location. I gave the address, my eyes darting to the office door every few seconds. The police are on their way, the dispatcher assured me. Is there anywhere safe you can hide until they arrive? Before I could answer, a loud crash echoed through the house, the sound of breaking glass, followed by heavy footsteps inside. My God, they're inside. Ma'am, find a place to hide. Don't confront them. Help is on the way. I dropped the phone and looked around, not knowing what to do. The office had no lock, no closet, no place to hide. But behind a heavy bookcase, there was a small door, a crawl space, a secret room I didn't know about. I didn't care. It was my only option. I squeezed behind the bookcase, my hands slippery with sweat as I fumbled with the tiny door handle, which opened with a soft click, revealing a small, dusty space. When I heard footsteps approaching the office, I huddled in the darkness, trying to control my breathing. It sounded deafening to my ears. Surely they would hear me. Surely they would find me. The office door creaked open. Heavy footsteps entered the room. I've checked everywhere, a harsh voice ordered. The boss wants those documents, and he wants them tonight. Documents? What documents? My confusion momentarily overshadowed my fear. What could my aunt have that these men wanted so badly? I heard them rummaging through the desk, pulling out drawers, shuffling papers. Books fell to the floor as they searched the shelves. Nothing here, one of them grunted. Are you sure this is the right place? It has to be. Keep looking. They were getting closer to my hiding place. I could see beams of light through the cracks in the door as they moved around the room. If they found me, I would go down fighting. A beam of light crossed the door. A flashlight. They were right on the other side. Hey, what's that? My heart stopped when they found the door, but the footsteps moved away toward the desk. Looks like some kind of safe behind that picture. The relief was palpable. Whatever they were looking for, they thought they had found it. I allowed myself a tiny spark of hope that maybe they would take what they wanted and leave, but the sound of sirens in the distance dashed that hope. Cops, grab what you can. We have to go. The room exploded into frantic activity. I heard the sound of paper tearing, hurried footsteps, muffled curses, and then as quickly as they had come, they were gone. I stood frozen in my hiding place, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. The sirens grew louder and then stopped. Car doors slammed. Police! Is anyone in there? Tears of relief streamed down my face as I opened the tiny door and stepped out from behind the bookcase, my legs trembling and my whole body shaking. In here, I called, my voice hoarse. I'm in here. The next few hours passed in a blur. The police stormed the house, taking my statement, searching for fingerprints, and photographing the mess left behind. I learned that the men had fled and disappeared into the woods before the police arrived, but they left evidence behind: muddy footprints, a disposable cell phone, and the torn documents they had been so desperate to find. I sat on the porch steps, a shock blanket over my shoulders, as a gentle-faced detective sat down beside me with his notebook open. You did well, he said softly. Very well. Not everyone would have kept their cool like that. I managed a weak smile, but I didn't feel very good. You're terrified, he said. That's natural, but you were smart, you stayed hidden, and that's what matters. He paused, leafing through his notes. About those documents they were looking for, did your aunt mention anything about them? Anything that might be valuable or sensitive? I'm just taking care of the house, I said. I don't know anything about her business or anything. The detective nodded, jotting something down. We need to talk to her, of course. This could be part of something bigger. As he got up to leave, a thought occurred to me. "Detective," I asked, "do you think they'll come back?" He looked at me for a long moment, his expression unreadable. "We'll patrol the area as a precaution, but honestly, my gut tells me no. I think they got what they wanted, or at least enough of it." His words were meant to be reassuring, but as I watched him, I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the morning air. Deep down, I knew he was wrong. They would return. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but one day, when we least expected it, they would return. And next time, they might not leave any witnesses. Next story. The forest had always been my sanctuary, a place of peace and solitude. But on that crisp autumn day, as the leaves crunched under my boots, I came upon a scene that would haunt me for the rest of my life. In the blink of an eye, my solo hike turned into a desperate fight for survival. I had left early that morning, eager to tackle a new trail I had discovered in a remote corner of the national forest. The air was crisp and invigorating, with the earthy scent of decaying leaves and pine trees. I had been walking for hours, enjoying the silence and gentle exercise, when I heard voices in the distance. I didn't think anything of it, probably just other hikers, but as I got closer, the tone of the voices made me stop. They were muffled and urgent, with a tone of tension that made my nerves jump. Curiosity got the better of me. I moved forward carefully, stepping lightly to avoid making any noise. I could make out snatches of conversation. "Quick, we need to finish this before someone shows up." I crouched behind a large oak tree, looking around its trunk, and what I saw made my blood run cold. 5 men stood in a small clearing around a freshly dug hole. 4 of them were dressed in dark clothes, their faces hard and expressionless. The 5th man, older than the others, was kneeling at the edge of the hole. Even from a distance, I could see the terror in his eyes. One of the men standing up drew a gun. I pressed my hand over my mouth to stifle a gasp. This couldn't be happening. Not here, not now. But the sharp crack of the gunshot left no room for doubt. The kneeling man fell forward, collapsing into the hole. The others quickly began to cover him with dirt. Murder. These men were burying a body right in front of me. I needed to get out of there, to find help, to do something. But I was frozen in place. Terror pinned me to the spot as the men worked. One of them looked up, scanning the trees. For a breathtaking moment, his gaze seemed to fix on mine. I hid behind the tree, my heart beating so hard I was sure they could hear it. "I thought I saw something," one of them said, "but it was probably just an animal. We can't take any chances." Panic took hold of me, and I had to move now. I began to crawl away from the clearing, trying to put as much distance between myself and the killers as possible. Every rustle of leaves sounded like an explosion in the silent forest. I heard footsteps behind me, getting closer and closer. They knew someone was here. I abandoned all pretense of being stealthy and ran. I pushed through the undergrowth, my lungs burning with every desperate breath. Voices filled with rage and alarm. "There! I see someone!" A shot rang out, shattering the bark of a tree inches from my head. I changed direction, zigzagging between the trees, trying to make myself a more difficult target. My foot caught on an exposed root, causing me to sprawl out. I hit the ground hard, the impact knocking the wind out of me for a moment. I lay there, dazed and gasping for air. The sound of approaching footsteps brought me back to reality. I got up, ignoring the pain in my ankle, and limped on. I needed to find a place to hide where they couldn't find me. Ahead, I spotted a dense thicket of bushes. It wasn't much, but it was my only option, and dove into them. Thorns scratched my skin as I dug deeper into the leaves. "Whoever you are, you can't have gone far," one of them barked. I held my breath as one of the men passed a few feet from my hiding place. He stopped and looked around carefully, his gun at the ready. I could see the cold determination in his eyes. If he found me, he wouldn't hesitate to pull the trigger. The minutes turned into what seemed like hours. but I didn't dare move, as the slightest noise could give me away. Finally, their voices grew fainter. They were moving away, expanding their search area. I allowed myself a small sigh of relief, but I knew I wasn't safe yet. Slowly and painfully, I emerged from the bushes. My clothes were torn, my skin scratched and bleeding, but I was alive. That was all that mattered. I tried to get my bearings to find the direction that would take me back to the start of the trail, but in my panic, I had lost all sense of direction. The trees all looked the same. The landscape was unfamiliar and threatening. My phone, I could use it to call for help, or at least check my GPS. My hands were shaking so much that I almost dropped it. There was no signal, of course. I was too deep in the wilderness. I spun around and my heart leaped into my throat. There was nothing, just the wind in the trees, but the sound spurred me into action. I couldn't stay here. I had to keep going. I chose a direction and started walking, trying to be as quiet as possible while covering ground quickly. Every sound made me shudder. Every shadow seemed to hide a threat. The forest that had once been so welcoming now seemed oppressive and dangerous. My mind raced. What would happen if they caught me? Would they bury my body next to their other victim? Or would they try to take me alive to find out what I had seen and who I might have told? These thoughts spurred me to ignore the pain in my ankle and the burning in my lungs. I had to tell someone what I had witnessed. The sun was beginning to set below the tree line when I finally heard the sound of running water. A river. If I could find it, I could follow it. Rivers downstream usually led to roads or cities. I changed course toward the sound. The terrain became steeper and more treacherous. I had to climb fallen logs and navigate deep ravines, but the sound of water grew louder, spurring me on. Finally, I crossed the line of trees and saw the river below, which was wide and moving quickly. Relief flooded over me. I had found a way out. I was so focused on the river that I almost didn't hear the sound of voices coming from upstream. I looked around frantically, searching for a place to hide. A few yards away, there was a small ledge created by erosion under the riverbank. I ran toward it, my feet slipping on the wet earth, and ducked under the ledge. When I saw them, 2 of the men from the clearing were moving slowly along the riverbank, examining the area carefully. I pressed myself against the earthen wall, trying to make myself as small as possible. They would pass right by me. If they looked down, if they decided to take a peek under the ledge, I was finished. My whole body shook as they approached. I could hear their footsteps and smell the acrid smoke from their cigarettes. One of them stopped right above me. "See anything?" he called to his companion. There was a long pause. I didn't breathe, didn't move, didn't even blink. "Nothing. Let's go. It's getting dark, and the boss wants us back." Their footsteps receded, but I remained frozen in place. It was only after the forest had been silent for several minutes that I finally allowed myself to move. My legs were shaky and weak. The reality of how close I had come to being caught hit me like a physical blow. I knelt down, my whole body shaking with shock and fear, but I couldn't stay there. I forced myself to get up and started following the river downstream, keeping close to the tree line in case I needed to hide again. I walked through the night, jumping at every sound, terrified that at any moment I would hear footsteps behind me. But little by little, the sounds of civilization began to reach me. The distant hum of traffic, a dog barking. At dawn, I staggered out of the forest onto a road. A passing motorist saw my battered and disheveled state and stopped to help. Within hours, I was sitting in a police station, recounting my harrowing experience to a room full of grim-faced police officers. They believed me. Search parties were sent out, and eventually they found the clearing and the freshly dug grave. The men were caught, and a vast criminal operation was exposed and dismantled. But even now, months later, I can't shake the memory of that day. The crack of the gunshot, the cold eyes of the killers as they searched for me, the overwhelming terror of being hunted. I don't go hiking anymore. The forest that was once my sanctuary has become a place of nightmares. Sometimes, in my darkest moments, I wonder if a part of me is still out there, still running, still hiding, forever trapped in that terrifying chase. Next story. The night shift at Joe's Diner was usually quiet, with nothing more exciting than the occasional drunk, truck driver, or sleepless college student. But on that foggy Tuesday night, as the clock struck 2 a.m., 5 men walked in and turned my world upside down. I never imagined that serving coffee could be a matter of life and death. I worked the night shift to help pay for nursing school. The pay wasn't great, but the tips were decent, and I liked the solitude. Most nights it was just me, the cook in the back, and a handful of regular customers. Like any other night, I was cleaning the counter, half listening to the local news on the old TV mounted in the corner, when the doorbell rang and I looked up. 5 men walked in, laughing and talking loudly. Something about them made me nervous right away. They were well dressed for our small diner, all in expensive suits and shiny shoes. Their eyes scanned the place, taking in every detail, and I couldn't shake the feeling that they were sizing us up. "Evening, gentlemen," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. The one in front, a tall man with a scar on his cheek, fixed his gaze on me, and his smile didn't reach his eyes. He said, "Coffee for everyone." I knocked on the door, nodded, and turned to grab the coffee pot, grateful for the chance to compose myself. As I poured the cups, I watched them out of the corner of my eye. They were huddled together, talking in low voices, occasionally glancing at the door. There were only 2 other customers in the diner, an elderly couple in a booth near the window. They always came in late at night for a slice of pie. When I set down the last cup of coffee, the man with the scar grabbed my wrist, his grip like iron. "What's your name, sweetheart?" "Sarah," I said, trying to pull away, but he tightened his fist. "Sarah," he repeated the syllables. A pretty name for a pretty girl. Before I could answer, one of his companions let out a harsh laugh. "Leave her alone, Jack. We're not here for that." Jack let go of my wrist, but his eyes fixed on me in a way that made my skin crawl. I backed away behind the counter, my heart racing. Over the next hour, the atmosphere in the diner had changed. The men had become louder and more aggressive, making crude jokes, throwing sugar packets at each other, and demanding more coffee. The elderly couple, looking increasingly uncomfortable, got up to leave, but one of the men blocked their way. "Why don't you stay a while? We're just getting started." The elderly man tried to get around him. "Please, we'd like to go home now." Another of the men said, "What's the rush? The night is still young." I saw the fear in the elderly woman's eyes and knew I had to intervene. "Gentlemen," I said, forcing cheerfulness into my voice, "how about some more coffee on the house?" It worked, distracting them momentarily, and the couple ran off. But now all the men's attention was on me. Jack approached the counter, leaning forward. "That was very kind of you, Sarah, but now we're going to need something stronger than coffee." "I'm sorry, but we don't serve alcohol here," I said, taking an involuntary step backward. "That's not what I heard. They say old Joe keeps a special stash for his favorite customers, and we're feeling pretty special tonight." I shook my head. "There's no alcohol here, just coffee and food." Jack's hand reached out, grabbing my shirt and pulling me closer. "Don't lie to me, girl. We know all about this place. Now you're going to give us that drink, or things are going to get very unpleasant." A deep fear ran through me. I could smell the alcohol on his breath and see the dangerous gleam in his eyes. These men were trouble, and I was alone with them. "Let her go, now." I turned to see Mike, our cook, standing in the kitchen doorway, holding a large knife and looking serious. Jack let go of me, turning to face Mike with a smug grin. "Look at that, a knight in shining armor. You gonna stop us, old man?" Mike took a step forward, the knife steady in his hand. "Get out of here before I call the police." For a moment I thought they might listen to me. Then Jack lunged forward, wrenching the knife from Mike's hand, and the other men sprang into action, overturning tables and throwing chairs. I hid behind the counter, searching for my phone with trembling hands. I dialed 911. 911. What's the emergency? Please help, I whispered. Joe's Diner on Highway 5. There are men here, they're violent. They're attacking the cook. Please hurry. I finished the call just as a hand grabbed my arm. It was one of Jack's friends, his face contorted with rage. Calling for help, that wasn't very smart. He dragged me out from behind the counter, and the diner was in chaos. Broken glass was scattered across the floor. Mike was on the floor, blood trickling from a cut on his forehead. Jack was standing over him, smiling. Looks like your backup didn't work out too well, Jack said, turning his attention to me. I knew I had to stop them. The police were on their way, but who knew how long it would take them to get here? We were isolated here on the highway. Okay, I said, my voice shaking. Okay, I'll show you where it is, but don't hurt anyone else. Jack's smile widened. Smart girl. I moved slowly toward the back of the diner, my mind racing. Joe ran a clean place, but maybe if I could get them to the storage room, I could lock them in there. When we reached the storage room door, I heard sirens in the distance. Jack heard them too, and his face darkened a little. He growled, "Did you call the police?" and raised his hand to hit me, but at that moment, the front window of the diner exploded in a shower of glass. Red and blue lights flooded the restaurant. Police officers swarmed in. Everything happened so fast after that. The men tried to run, but there was nowhere to go. I saw a man being slammed against a wall. Someone wrapped a blanket around my shoulders and led me outside. The cold night air hit me, and suddenly I was shaking uncontrollably. The adrenaline that had kept me going was wearing off, leaving me weak and terrified. I gave my statement to a kind-faced police officer, watching as the men were put into police cars. Mike, who was being attended to by paramedics, caught my eye and gave me a weak thumbs up. As dawn broke, casting a pale light over the battered diner, I sat on the curb holding a cup of truly awful coffee from the police station. The officer who had taken my statement approached and crouched down beside me. "You did well in there," he said softly. "Very well. A lot of people wouldn't have kept their cool like that." I managed a weak smile. "It was smart. You kept your head and you probably saved lives tonight." He consulted his notebook. "These guys are wanted in connection to a series of robberies in 3 states. They've been striking in isolated places, terrorizing people. Thanks to you, we got them." I nodded, without really processing his words. All I could think about was how close we had come to a real tragedy. Things could have been different if I hadn't made that call, if the police hadn't arrived when they did. When I finally left the diner, Joe had appeared, his face pale with shock as he surveyed the damage. He hugged me tightly and thanked me repeatedly for thinking on my feet. As I drove home, exhausted and still shaken, I realized that my quiet nights at the diner were over. The world seemed much darker and much more dangerous than it had just a few hours earlier. But I also felt a strange sense of pride. I had faced real danger and come out the other side. I had protected myself and others. Maybe, just maybe, I was stronger than I had ever given myself credit for. I never worked the night shift at Joe's again, but every now and then I stop by for a slice of pie and a cup of coffee. And when I sit in that familiar booth, I remember the night that changed everything. The night I learned that sometimes the most ordinary places can become battlefields, and the most ordinary people can become heroes. Next story. I never thought a cheap motel room key could be a death sentence, but as I stood there staring down the barrel of a gun, I realized how quickly a simple road trip can turn into a fight for survival. I had been on the road for days, driving from California to New York for a new job. The monotony of endless highways and fast food stops had become my new normal. So when I saw the flashing neon sign for the Pinewood Motel off the highway in rural Kentucky, I didn't think twice about stopping. It was a dump, to be honest, with peeling paint, a parking lot full of potholes, and a faded sign. But after a 12-hour drive, it looked like the Ritz-Carlton to my tired eyes. The clerk barely looked up from his old TV when I walked in. He was a burly guy with a thick beard and an even thicker accent. He grunted and I nodded, stifling a yawn. He slid a key across the counter, a real metal key, not one of those modern key cards, and said, "Room 7, check out at 11. I walked to my room, feeling the heavy key in my hand. The door opened to reveal a space that had last been updated sometime during the Carter administration, but it had a bed and a shower. I was about to collapse onto the moldy comforter when a loud knock on the door made me jump. Confused, I opened the door, expecting to see the manager, but was met by 3 men I had never seen before. The one in front, a tall man with a scar on his cheek, smiled. It wasn't a friendly smile. "Good evening, friend. Do you mind if we come in?" Before I could answer, they pushed past me and into the room. The door closed behind them, and I felt my heart rate skyrocket. One of them pulled out a gun, pointing it casually in my direction. "Sit down," he said, gesturing toward the bed. "We need to talk." I sank into the bed, my legs suddenly feeling like jelly. "I don't want any trouble. If it's money you want, I don't have much." But the man with the gun interrupted me with a harsh laugh. "We don't want your money. We want information. Now, tell us who you're working for." Confused, my confusion momentarily overcame my fear. "I'm on my way to New York for a new job." The second man, shorter but built like a linebacker, stepped forward. "Don't play dumb. We know you're involved. The boss was expecting you." My mind raced. They clearly thought I was someone else, someone involved in some kind of criminal activity. "I swear you've got the wrong guy. I'm just a regular guy on a trip. Check my ID, my car, anything." "Maybe he's telling the truth, Jack," said one of them. "He doesn't look like the type." Jack, who was armed, shook his head. "I can't take that chance. The boss said someone would be coming to stay at this motel, said they had confidential information. It's you, buddy." I felt a bead of sweat trickle down my back. "It's not me, please. This is all a big misunderstanding." Jack narrowed his eyes. "We'll see about that. Get up and come with us." They led me outside to a waiting van, keeping the gun pressed against my back. As we drove away from the motel, my mind filled with possible escape scenarios, each more unlikely than the last. After what seemed like hours, but was probably only 30 minutes, we stopped at an old warehouse. They blindfolded me before taking me inside. The smell of dust and mold filled my nostrils. When they removed the blindfold, I found myself in a dimly lit room, tied to a chair. Jack loomed over me, his face covered in scars. "Last chance," he growled. "Tell us what you know, or things are going to get very ugly." I took a deep breath, trying to keep my voice steady. "I already told you everything. I'm not who you think I am. My name is David Larson. I'm 28 years old, and I'm moving to New York to start a job as an accountant. I have no idea what information you're talking about." Jack exchanged glances with his companions for a moment. I saw a flash of doubt in their eyes, but then Jack's face hardened. "If that's how you want to play it, fine. We have ways of making you talk." The next few hours were a blur of fear and pain, of questions I couldn't answer and demands for information I didn't have. I lost track of time, and my world shrank to the small, dusty room of relentless interrogation. Just when I thought I couldn't take it anymore, the door opened and a new man entered. His expensive suit contrasted with the dirty surroundings. The others immediately stood up straight, a mixture of respect and fear on their faces. Jack stepped forward. "Boss, we got the guy you told us about. He was at the motel, just like you said, but he won't talk." The boss's eyes narrowed as he examined me. "He's not the one, you idiots. This guy is nobody." A wave of relief washed over me, quickly followed by a wave of anger. "That's what I was trying to tell them," I shouted, my voice hoarse. The boss turned to Jack, his voice dangerously calm. "You got the wrong person. Do you have any idea what you've done? The real messenger is long gone by now." "But you said—" "I said to keep an eye out for someone suspicious. not to kidnap the first person who showed up. The boss ran his hand through his hair, clearly agitated. This is a mess, a big mess. He turned to me, his expression unreadable. Mr. Larson, is that it? I apologize for this misunderstanding. My associates were a little overzealous in their duties. I almost laughed at the absurdity of his polite tone. Overzealous. They kidnapped me. They tortured me. The boss nodded, looking almost ashamed. A little problematic, you see. We can't exactly let you go now that you've seen our operation. My momentary relief dissipated. But I don't know anything. I couldn't identify any of you. I don't even know where we are. Not good enough, said the boss, shaking his head and turning to Jack. You know what to do. As they untied me from the chair, my survival instinct kicked in. I knew that if they got me out of that room, I was dead. I pushed Jack with all my strength. The moment my hands were free, he staggered backward, caught off guard. I didn't wait to see if he would recover. I ran past the shocked men and into a larger warehouse. Screams echoed behind me as I ran between piles of boxes and old machines. My lungs burned. My muscles screamed in protest, but I kept running. I spotted a dirty window, big enough to fit through. Without hesitation, I grabbed a nearby piece of metal and smashed it against the glass. The sound of breaking glass was like a starting gun. I could hear my pursuers closing in. I climbed through the window, feeling the shards of glass scratch my skin. I hit the ground hard and the impact knocked the wind out of me, but I couldn't stop. I got up and ran through the night until my legs couldn't take me anymore. I fell into a dense forest and lay there panting. I strained my ears for any sign of pursuit, but all I heard were the normal sounds of the night, the rustling of leaves and the chirping of crickets. When I felt I could move again, I carefully made my way through the forest. I had no idea where I was, but I knew I had to find help. I saw lights in the distance, a gas station. The attendant looked alarmed when I walked in, covered in dirt and blood, but when I begged him to call the police, he didn't hesitate. The next few days were a whirlwind of statements to the police, visits to the hospital, and phone calls to my worried family. The police found the warehouse, but it had been cleaned out, and there was no trace of the men who had held me captive. They never caught them. Sometimes I still think I see Jack's scarred face in the crowd, but for the most part, I've tried to move on with my life. I started a new job, but I've never been able to shake the memory of that night. How quickly normality can unravel, how a simple misunderstanding can turn into a nightmare. These days I avoid motels, I don't take road trips, and I always check the door locks. I know now how thin the line is between safety and danger, and how easily you can cross over to the other side. Next story, the crackling of the fireplace should have been comforting, but it only served to mask the sound of our captor's footsteps. What had started as an idyllic family getaway had turned into a hostage situation, with my wife, my 2 children, and me at the mercy of desperate fugitives. We had been planning this vacation for months, a week in a secluded cabin in the mountains, away from the hustle and bustle of city life and the constant barrage of email notifications. No Wi-Fi, no cell service, just us, nature, and quality family time. It was supposed to be perfect. The first 2 days were everything we had hoped for. We hiked, went on nature walks, roasted marshmallows, and spent our evenings playing board games by lamplight. Our children, Tommy and Sarah, ages 10 and 8, were having a blast without the usual distractions of tablets and TV. But it was on the 3rd night that everything changed. We had just finished dinner and were settling in for a game of Monopoly when we heard the sound of a car engine getting louder as it approached the cabin. I exchanged a puzzled look with my wife, Lisa. We weren't expecting visitors, and the rental company had assured us we would have complete privacy. "I'll go check it out," I said, heading toward the window. But before I could reach it, the front door flew open with a loud bang, and 3 men rushed in, brandishing guns. My heart leaped into my throat, and I instinctively moved to protect my family. "Please, nobody make a sound." Tommy let out a frightened whimper, and Sarah clung to Lisa, burying her face in her mother's shirt. I raised my hands, trying to look as unthreatening as possible. "Please," I said, my voice surprisingly steady despite the fear coursing through me. "We don't want any trouble. Take what you want and leave." The leader, a tall man with a shaggy beard, let out a harsh laugh. "It's not that simple. We need a place to lay low, and it looks like you'll be our hosts for a while." As the reality of our situation sank in, I felt an old, cold dread settle in the pit of my stomach. These weren't simple thieves. They were on the run, desperate and dangerous. Over the next few hours, we learned a little about their story. They had robbed a bank 2 states away and had been on the run ever since. Our remote cabin was the perfect hideout. While they waited for things to cool down, they took us to the master bedroom, tied us up with zip ties, and told us to sit on the floor. I shivered as the plastic cut into my wrists, but I was more concerned about my family. Tommy was trying to be brave, his jaw set, but I could see the fear in his eyes. Sarah had grown strangely quiet, her small body trembling against Lisa's side. "It'll be okay," I whispered, trying to sound more confident than I felt. Lisa nodded, but I could see the doubt in her eyes. We both knew the disastrous outcomes of many hostage situations, but we had to stay strong for the kids. The night stretched on endlessly. The men took turns keeping watch, their low voices and occasional laughter a constant reminder of the danger we were in. I tried to keep track of time so I could come up with some kind of plan, but my thoughts kept scattering like leaves in the wind. When dawn broke, casting a pale light through the bedroom window, I heard the men arguing in the living room. Their voices were low but intense, clearly disagreeing about the next step. "We can't stay here forever," one of them whispered. "The police will find us eventually." "And what do you suggest?" the leader replied. "We're in the middle of nowhere with no transportation. If we leave now, we'll be easy targets." "What about them?" a third voice joined in. My blood ran cold as I realized they were talking about us. "We can't just let them go when we leave. They'll talk." There was a long pause, and I held my breath, trying to hear their response. The leader finally said, "For now, let's just sit tight." As the day wore on, a strange kind of routine set in. The men allowed us to use the bathroom, one at a time, always under strict supervision. They gave us water and some of the snacks we had brought for the trip, but it did little to ease the fear that gnawed at our stomachs. I tried to talk to them in the hope of humanizing us in their eyes. I talked about our jobs, our lives at home, anything to remind them that we were people and not just obstacles. Sometimes they responded, even conversed, but then they caught themselves, their expressions hardening as they remembered the roles we were all playing in this dangerous game. It was during one of these conversations that I noticed something, a glimmer of doubt in the eyes of the youngest captor. It was clear that he was uncomfortable with the situation, and it was clear that this was not the life he had imagined for himself. I filed this information away, hoping it might be useful later. When night fell again, I knew we had to do something. We couldn't just wait for whatever grim fate our captors had in store for us. I looked at Lisa, tilting my head slightly toward the children. She nodded, understanding my unspoken message. We needed a plan. When they led me to the bathroom, I stumbled, deliberately falling against the youngest captor. "I'm sorry," I murmured, taking advantage of the moment of confusion to whisper quickly, "You don't have to do this. Help us, please." He stiffened and pushed me roughly back into the room without saying a word, but I saw the conflict in his eyes. The seed had been planted. I was beginning to lose hope. But then, in the dead of night, I heard soft footsteps approaching our door. The doorknob turned slowly, and the young kidnapper entered. "Quiet," he whispered, pulling out a knife. In a breathtaking moment, I thought it was the end, but then he moved behind me, sawing through the zip ties that bound my wrists. He freed Lisa and the children. Because you're right, he said, his voice almost inaudible. This isn't me, but you have to hurry. They'll realize I'm gone soon. When we reached the front door, a floorboard creaked under Tommy's foot, and a shout came from the other room. What's going on? Run! Our unlikely allies shouted, pushing us out the door. We ran into the darkness. The cool night air was a shock after the stuffy cabin. I heard shouts and the sound of pursuit behind us, but we didn't dare look back. We just ran, cutting through the undergrowth, our lungs burning with every desperate breath. I don't know how long we ran. It could have been minutes or hours. All I knew was that we had to keep running and find help. Finally, through the trees, I saw the lights of a highway. We stumbled onto the road, waving frantically at the approaching headlights. A car stopped, and a frightened couple leaned out the window. Please, Lisa cried. We need help. Call the police. The next few hours passed in a blur of police statements and paramedic examinations. We later learned that our captors had been arrested while trying to flee the area. The young man who helped us was also arrested, but his cooperation resulted in a reduced sentence. As we sat in the police station, wrapped in rough blankets and drinking lukewarm coffee, the reality of what we had been through began to sink in. We were safe. We had survived. Tommy looked at me with wide eyes. Dad? I pulled him close to me, feeling Lisa and Sarah move closer on either side. It's okay, I said, my voice heavy with emotion. Let's go home. In the days and weeks that followed, we dealt with the aftermath of our ordeal. There were nightmares, therapy sessions, and a nervousness that took months to fade. But there was also a new appreciation for life, for safety, and for the simple joy of being together. We never finished that game of Monopoly, but somehow, I don't think any of us cared. Instead, we cherished our evenings talking, laughing, and simply being present with each other. If our experience taught us anything, it's that life can change in an instant, and sometimes the most precious moments are the quietest ones, when you're surrounded by the people you love and know you're home. Next story. The soft hum of the servers was usually a comfort, white noise that filled the quiet nights in the data center. But on that fateful night, when the lights flashed on and off, that comforting hum gave way to an eerie silence that made my skin crawl. I never imagined that my tedious night shift would turn into a fight to protect some of the most sensitive information in the world, and my life. I had been working at Secure Data Solutions for about 2 years. My job was simple: monitor the systems, perform routine maintenance, and make sure nothing went wrong with the servers that housed data from some of the largest corporations and government agencies in the world. Most nights, the hardest part of my job was staying awake. I arrived for my shift at 10 p.m., waved to the day shift supervisor as he left, and settled into my chair in the control room, surrounded by monitors displaying various system metrics. Around 2 a.m., things went wrong. I was in the middle of a system diagnosis when the lights flickered once, twice, and then went dark. The emergency generator should have kicked in immediately, but the room remained completely dark. I turned on the flashlight I kept in my desk drawer. This wasn't just a power outage. Something was very, very wrong. As the beam of light from my flashlight cut through the darkness, I heard a noise coming from the server room that wasn't footsteps. I froze. My breath caught in my throat. No one else should have been here. No one else had authorization. I should have called for help at that moment. I should have triggered the silent alarm or used the secure line to contact our security team. But curiosity and a misplaced sense of duty got the better of me. Slowly and quietly, I made my way to the server room door, which was slightly ajar. A fragment of light spilled through the crack, and my blood ran cold. 4 men dressed in black were methodically searching through the server racks, moving with determination, clearly knowing exactly what they were looking for. This was not a random break-in, but a targeted attack. I watched, frozen, as one of them inserted a device into a server. My mind raced, trying to figure out what customer information they could be looking for. The implications were staggering. "Jump Team 2, report. Did you secure the package?" one of the men said into a low-voice communicator. "Almost there. 5 more minutes." I had to do something. These guys were professionals, and I was just an IT nerd with a flashlight. But I couldn't just stand there and let them walk out with who knows what kind of confidential information. I stepped away from the door, my mind racing. The silent alarm. If I could get to the control room, I could alert the authorities without them knowing. It was our best chance. I turned to go back down the hallway, and my heart nearly stopped. At the other end stood a 5th intruder. Our eyes met, and for a split second the world seemed to freeze. Then he shouted, "We've got company!" and all hell broke loose. I'm not proud of it, but at that moment self-preservation kicked in and I ran. I could hear them behind me, their heavy footsteps echoing off the walls. I turned into a side corridor, hoping to lose them in the maze of the facility. My lungs burned as I ran, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly. I could hear them shouting and spreading out to search for me. I needed a quick plan and found myself in the backup generator room. Huge machines loomed in the darkness, silent and useless. Whatever these guys had done to knock out the power, they had been efficient. As I caught my breath and tried to think, a crazy idea began to form. These servers generated a lot of heat, which is why we had such an extensive cooling system, a system that, at the moment, wasn't working. If I could restart the generators and turn on only the cooling system without turning on the rest of the facility, the sudden change in temperature could trigger the fire suppression system. I'd buy some time, maybe even drive the intruders out. It was a shot in the dark, but it was all I had. I headed for the control panel and thanked every deity I could think of for those boring training sessions that had burned the startup procedures into my brain. I flipped switches and turned knobs, praying that I was remembering the sequence correctly. For a heart-stopping moment, nothing happened. Then, with a low groan, the generators came to life. I quickly shut down all systems except the cooling system. Cold air began to pour out of the vents. I didn't have to wait long. Within minutes, I heard the first cries of confusion, followed by the fire alarm. I allowed myself a small smile, as it had worked, but my relief was short-lived. I heard footsteps approaching quickly and knew my luck had run out. I looked around frantically for a weapon, anything to defend myself. My hand closed around a wrench just as the door opened and 2 of the intruders entered, their faces contorted in masks of rage. One of them growled, "You'll pay for this." I raised the wrench, trying to look braver than I felt, and backed away, warning them in a shaky voice, "The authorities are on their way." They laughed with a harsh sound that sent shivers down my spine. At least 10 minutes before anyone shows up, enough time to finish the job and deal with you. Like predators cornering their prey, they advanced. I backed away until I felt the cold metal of a generator against my back. I was out of options, out of smart plans. I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable, but then a new sound cut through the chaos. Sirens getting louder with every passing second. The intruders turned toward the sound, their faces suddenly uncertain. How did they get here so fast? I didn't waste the opportunity, and, with all my strength, I swung the wrench. It hit the closest guy on the side of the head, and he fell hard. As we fought, I could hear more sirens, shouts, and the sound of breaking glass. The cavalry had arrived. "Police! Hands where we can see them!" The other one pushed me away, his face a mask of desperation. For a moment I thought he might try to fight his way out, but his shoulders slumped in defeat, and he slowly raised his hands. The next few hours passed in a blur. The police stormed the premises, securing the area and rounding up the intruders. My voice grew hoarse as I recounted the events of the night over and over again. I was sitting in the back of an ambulance with a shock blanket over my shoulders. A detective approached, coffee in hand. "Mr. Chen," he said in a harsh but not unkind voice, "I have to say, You did a great job tonight. Your quick thinking probably saved millions of dollars in data, maybe more. I managed a weak smile. I was just doing my job. You helped us capture a group of cyber terrorists we've been looking for months. You should be proud. The full weight of what had happened began to sink in. I had faced professional criminals, outsmarted them, and lived to tell the tale. It didn't seem real. My boss arrived shortly after, his face a mixture of concern and relief. "James," he said, placing a hand on my shoulder, "are you okay? When we got the alert, I feared the worst." I nodded, too exhausted to speak. He smiled, shaking his head in disbelief. "I don't know how you did it, but you saved us. You're a hero." A hero. That word echoed in my mind as I was finally allowed to go home. As I drove, with the first rays of sunlight painting the sky, I thought about how different the night could have been, how close I had come to failure and something much worse. I don't know if I would consider myself a hero. I was just a guy doing his job and facing an impossible situation. I'll never look at my tedious night shift the same way again, because now I know that sometimes the difference between a normal night and a life-changing event is just a flash of lights. Next story, the bass pulsed through my body at a rhythm that once seemed exhilarating, but now only amplified my growing panic. As I scanned the sea of unfamiliar faces, desperately searching for my friends, I realized how quickly a night of celebration could turn into a nightmare. I never imagined that accepting help from a stranger would lead me to the darkest corner of the festival and possibly to my end. It was supposed to be the highlight of our summer. 3 days of music, freedom, and memories at Sunset Sound, one of California's biggest festivals. My best friends and I had been planning this trip for months, saving up and coordinating our outfits with an enthusiasm that bordered on obsessive. The first day was everything we dreamed it would be. We danced until our feet hurt, sang the lyrics to our favorite songs, and reveled in the atmosphere that only exists when you're surrounded by thousands of like-minded music lovers. As the sun set on the first day, painting the sky with bright oranges and pinks, I remember thinking that life couldn't get any better than this. Day 2 began just as promisingly. We arrived early, eager to catch some of the smaller shows on the side stages. The crowd was bigger than the day before, and we had to hold hands to stay together as we navigated through the masses of people. It was during one of these migrations between stages that it happened. One moment, I was holding Megan's hand tightly as we passed through a particularly dense crowd. The next, a wave of people separated us, and I found myself alone in a sea of strangers. I called out their names. Megan, Aisha, Tyler. But my voice was swallowed by the music and the crowd's chatter. Panic began to set in when I realized I couldn't see any of them. I made my way to the edge of the crowd in hopes of spotting them from higher ground. I stood on my tiptoes, craning my neck to search for a familiar face, but all I saw was an endless ocean of festival goers, each lost in their own world of music and joy. I grabbed my phone and remembered that the battery had died hours ago. We had all agreed to meet at the main stage if we got separated, but that was on the other side of the festival. With no way to contact them and no idea where they could have gone, I felt completely lost. That's when he appeared, tall, with kind eyes and an easy smile. He seemed to have materialized out of thin air. "A little lost?" he said, his voice cutting through my growing panic. "Are you okay?" I hesitated for a moment. Years of warnings about the dangers of strangers flashed through my mind, but something about his demeanor reassured me. Maybe it was the festival wristband on his arm that marked him as one of us, or maybe it was just my desperation for any kind of help. "I got separated from my friends," I explained, hating how small and scared my voice sounded. "We were supposed to meet at the main stage if that happened, but I'm not sure how to get there from here." His smile widened. "No problem. I know a shortcut. It can get pretty confusing here if you're not familiar with the layout. I'm Jake, by the way." "Emma," I replied, relieved. Thank you so much. You're a lifesaver. Jake began to guide me through the crowd, navigating the maze of tents and stages with the confidence of someone who knew the place like the back of his hand. We kept up a casual conversation as we walked, asking about the bands I had seen and sharing his own experiences at the festival. It wasn't until we had been walking for about 10 minutes that I started to feel uncomfortable. The crowds were thinning out, and the music was getting fainter. We seemed to be heading toward the outskirts of the festival grounds, far from the main stages. "Are you sure this is the right way?" I asked, trying to keep the nervousness out of my voice. His smile never wavered. "Trust me, it's much faster this way, avoiding the crowds." I wanted to believe him, but an irritating voice in the back of my mind screamed that something was wrong. We were in an area I didn't recognize, surrounded by storage containers and parked vehicles. The noise from the festival had completely disappeared, replaced by an eerie silence, broken only by the distant sound of a bass guitar. "I think maybe we should turn back," I said, stopping in my tracks. "This doesn't feel right." Jake's demeanor changed in an instant. The gentle smile disappeared and was replaced by a hard stare that sent shivers down my spine. "We're almost there," he said in a low, threatening voice. He reached out and grabbed my arm, squeezing it painfully. That's when the reality of my situation dawned on me. This wasn't a helpful stranger. He was a predator, and I had fallen into his trap. My mind raced for a way out. I could scream, but would anyone hear me over the music? I could try to run, but where would I go? I no longer knew where I was. Jake started pulling me toward one of the storage containers. My feet moved mechanically, my body on autopilot, while my mind screamed in panic. This couldn't be happening, not here, not now, not to me. Just then, a shout cut through the silence, followed by running footsteps. "Hey, get away from her!" Jake's head snapped up, his eyes wide with surprise and anger. Two festival security guards, their yellow jackets like beacons of hope in the darkness, were running towards us. I took advantage of the opportunity, wrenched my arm free, and ran toward them. My legs were shaking so badly that I thought I might pass out. The next few minutes were a blur. The security guards surrounded Jake, who was now trying to pass it off as a misunderstanding. I stammered my story to a kind-faced woman in a security jacket, my words tumbling out in my rush to explain. I later learned that he was part of a group that targeted lone festival goers. The security team escorted me back to the main festival area, where I was reunited with my friends, who had been frantically searching for me. The relief on their faces when they saw me was palpable. We hugged and cried, the fear and tension of the last hour finally dissipating as we sat in the medical tent, drinking water and trying to process what had happened. I couldn't shake the feeling of violation, not just of my personal safety, but of the entire festival experience. What should have been a weekend of joy and music had been marred by this encounter with danger. But when I looked at my friends and saw the concern and love in their eyes, I felt a different kind of strength growing inside me. Together, we would get through this. The festival wasn't over yet, and I refused to let one evil person ruin it for me. The next day, our last day at Sunset Sound, we stuck together like glue. We danced, we sang, we laughed, but there was a new awareness in our fun. We looked out for each other and those around us with a vigilance born of experience. As the last notes of the closing show faded into the night, I stood arm in arm with my friends, tears in my eyes. But they weren't tears of fear or sadness. They were tears of gratitude for the music, for the safety I now felt, and for the unbreakable bond between us, which had only grown stronger through adversity. I learned many lessons that weekend about trust, about instincts, about the importance of true friendship. But perhaps the most important lesson was that even in our darkest moments, there is light to be found, sometimes in the form of a security guard's yellow jacket, sometimes in the unwavering support of friends. and sometimes in our own resilience, in our ability to face our fears and come out stronger on the other side. The festival may be over, but its impact on me will last a lifetime. Every time I hear the songs we danced to that weekend, I remember not the fear I felt, but the strength I discovered. And I think that's the real music that will play in my heart forever. Next story. The smell of copper hit me before I even opened the door. At that moment, standing on the porch of the old farmhouse, I knew that my routine home visit as a social worker had just become anything but routine. What I discovered inside would haunt me for years to come and turn a simple visit into a desperate fight for survival. I had been a social worker for about 5 years, specializing in child welfare cases in rural areas. The work could be grueling, but I found it rewarding most days. This particular case had been on my radar for some time. The Collins family lived on an isolated farm about an hour outside of town. There had been several reports of neglect, but nothing concrete enough for immediate action. Just concerns from teachers about the children coming to school hungry, or neighbors mentioning loud arguments late at night. It was a cool fall afternoon when I arrived at the farmhouse. The place looked run down, with peeling paint and hanging blinds, but that wasn't unusual in the area, as times were tough for many families. I knocked on the door and tried to keep my smile reassuring, but no one answered. I knocked again, louder this time. Nothing. I had called to let them know I was on my way, and they should have been expecting me. Mr. Collins, Mrs. Collins, this is Sarah from Child Services. I'm here for our scheduled visit. Silence, then a moan so faint I almost missed it. It seemed to come from inside the house. My heart began to race. Something was wrong. Very wrong. I tried the doorknob, surprised to find it unlocked. When I opened the door, the smell of copper intensified, the smell of blood. "Hello?" I called again, my voice a little shaky. "Is anyone hurt? Do you need help?" I stepped inside, and my eyes adjusted to the dim light. The living room was a mess. Furniture was overturned, pictures had been knocked off the walls, and on the worn carpet was a dark stain that could only be blood. All my instincts screamed for me to run, get out, and call the police. But that moan I had heard, if someone was hurt, if a child was in danger, I couldn't just leave. I ventured deeper into the house, my heart pounding so loudly that I was sure anyone hiding could hear it. The kitchen was in a similar state of disarray. Drawers pulled out, broken dishes scattered across the floor. Then I heard that soft, frightened sob again, coming from upstairs. "It's okay," I called out, trying to keep my voice calm. "I'm here to help. You're safe." Now I climbed the stairs slowly, aware of every creak and groan of the old wood. At the top I saw 5 doors. 4 were open, revealing bedrooms and a bathroom, all showing signs of a violent struggle. The 5th door was closed. The sob came again, definitely from behind that door. I approached cautiously, every nerve in my body on high alert. "You're safe," I said softly as I slowly turned the doorknob and opened the door. Inside was a room that clearly belonged to a child. Crayon drawings covered the walls, and a small bookcase was filled with well-worn picture books. And there, huddled in the corner, was a little girl. She couldn't have been more than 6 or 7 years old. "Hello," I said, kneeling down to her level. "My name is Sarah. I'm here to help. Can you tell me your name?" She looked at me with wide, frightened eyes. "Emily," she whispered. "Hi, Emily. Can you tell me what happened? Where are your parents?" "Bad men. They hurt Mommy and Daddy. They said they'd hurt me too if I made a sound." My blood ran cold. "Emily, are they still here?" She shook her head. "They left, but they said they'd be back. I needed to get us out of there now." "Okay, Emily, we need to go. Can you come with me? I promise I'll keep you safe." She nodded hesitantly and held out her hand. I took it, amazed at how small and fragile she felt in mine. We ran down the stairs, Emily clinging tightly to me. At the bottom of the stairs, I heard a sound that made my heart stop. A car engine getting louder as it approached the house. Emily's grip on my hand tightened painfully, and she whispered, "They're back." The terror was evident in her voice. I looked around frantically, searching for a way out. The front door was out of the question. They would see us immediately. The back door was our best bet, but we would have to cross the kitchen to get there, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't come in that way. Making a split-second decision, I grabbed Emily and ran to the basement door. It was our only chance to hide until I could think of a plan. We descended the creaky steps into the darkness below, the smell of damp earth filling our nostrils. I set Emily down gently and searched for my cell phone, using its dim light to scan the room. The basement was filled with old furniture and boxes that offered plenty of hiding places. "I need you to be very brave," I whispered. "Let's play a silent game, okay? We need to be very, very quiet, no matter what we hear." She nodded, her eyes wide from the glow of the phone. I found a large old wardrobe and helped her inside, then squeezed in beside her. We heard the front door open above us. Heavy footsteps moved across the floor. Muffled voices descended, angry and impatient. Emily moved closer to me, trembling. I wrapped my arm around her silently, praying they wouldn't think to check the basement. "Where the hell is she?" a harsh voice shouted. "You said she'd be here." A second voice replied, "The brat couldn't have gone far on her own. Search the place again." My mind raced. They were looking for Emily, but why? What could they possibly want with a little girl? Whatever the reason, I knew I had to get her out of here and to safety. Footsteps moved upstairs, and I seized my opportunity. I opened the wardrobe door. "Emily," I whispered, "let's run now, as fast as we can. Don't look back, okay? Just run." She nodded, her face determined despite the fear in her eyes. I took her hand, and we left our hiding place. We had just reached the bottom of the basement stairs when a floorboard creaked above us. They were coming back down. There was no time to hide again. I grabbed Emily and ran to the small basement window. It was our only chance. I stood her on a box and tried to open the window. My hands were shaking, but it was stuck. Years of paint had sealed it shut. In desperation, I grabbed a rusty hammer from a nearby tool shelf and broke the window. The glass shattered, and I quickly removed the shards. I helped her through the narrow opening. As she crawled out, I felt a hand grab my ankle. I kicked back hard, hearing a satisfying grunt of pain. With all my strength, I squeezed through the window, feeling the glass cut my palms. We ran across the overgrown yard, the men's shouts behind us spurring us on. The trees of the forest ahead loomed large, offering the promise of cover. Suddenly, I heard the telltale sound of a gunshot. A bullet whizzed past and shattered the bark of a nearby tree. I scooped up Emily, ignoring the burning in my muscles, and dove deeper into the forest. The branches whipped my face as I ran, but I didn't slow down. I don't know how long we ran. It felt like hours, but it was probably only minutes. Finally, when my legs felt like they were about to give out, I spotted a thicket that would have to do. I set Emily down and quickly carried her into the bushes, following close behind as the men's voices grew closer. "Where did they go? They can't be far." "The girl is just a child," and the woman was bleeding. I realized for the first time that my shirt was stained with blood from my cut hands. The minutes passed like hours as we waited, frozen in fear. Gradually, the voices faded, but I didn't move. I couldn't risk it. It was already getting dark when I finally felt it was safe to leave our hiding place. Emily had fallen into an exhausted sleep, and I gently woke her. "We need to go now," I whispered. "It's safe." We made our way slowly through the forest, every crackling branch making me shudder. Finally, after what seemed like an eternity, we reached a road. A passing driver who saw our battered state stopped to help. An hour later, we were safe at the police station. Emily clung to me, as I recounted our harrowing escape. The full story came out in the days that followed. Emily's parents had witnessed a crime, a murder committed by a local gang. They were killed to ensure their silence, and Emily was supposed to be taken away to ensure that no one would talk. People called me a hero, but I didn't feel like one. I just felt lucky. Lucky that I followed my instincts. Lucky that we got away. Lucky to be alive. I still work as a social worker, but now, every time I approach a new home, I remember that day. I remember the smell of blood, the sound of gunshots, the feel of Emily's small hand in mine as we ran for our lives. I remember that in my line of work, routine can turn into danger in the blink of an eye, but I also remember the lives we can save, the children we can protect, and that makes it all worthwhile. Next story. The moment his thumb came out of the shadows, I knew I had made a mistake, but it was too late. He was already getting into my truck, and with him came a terror that would turn my simple act of kindness into a fight for survival. It had been a long day on the road. I had been driving since dawn, hauling a load of electronics from Reno to Salt Lake City. The monotony of the desert landscape began to blur, with each mile of road indistinguishable from the last. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the side of the road with his thumb out. I don't usually pick up hitchhikers. Years on the road have taught me to be cautious, but something about this guy made me stop. Maybe it was the late hour or the desolate stretch of highway. Whatever it was, I ended up easing off the gas and pulling over to the shoulder. When my truck came to a stop, I got my first good look at him. He was younger than I expected, probably in his 20s, with a scruffy beard and worn clothes. A worn backpack hung from one shoulder. "Where are you headed?" I asked, rolling down the passenger window. "A little further down the road," he replied with a grateful smile. "Thanks for stopping, man. It's been a long day." As he got into the cab, I smelled cigarette smoke and something else I couldn't quite place. "My name's Mike," I said, extending my hand. "What brings you out to the middle of nowhere?" He shook my hand more firmly than I expected. "Jake. Just trying to get home. My car broke down a few miles back and I walked back to the highway." I started the engine and we got back on the road. The familiar sound of the engine filled the silence. Jake seemed content to stare out the window, and I didn't push the conversation. The miles passed, and the darkness outside was broken only by the occasional passing car. It was Jake who finally broke the silence. "So, Mike, you've been driving for a long time?" "About 15 years, I replied, glancing at him. "It's a good life, if you don't mind the loneliness. You must see a lot of interesting things out here." "Sometimes," I laughed, "although most of the time it's just road and more road." Jake shifted in his seat, and that's when I saw it. Just a flash when his jacket rode up, but there was no mistaking it. The glint of metal strapped to his waistband. My heart raced, but I forced myself to keep my eyes on the road. Maybe I was seeing things. Maybe it wasn't what I thought it was, but deep down I knew I had just picked up an armed stranger in my truck. "Jake," I said, trying to keep my voice steady, "where exactly is your house?" He turned to look at me, and the easy smile disappeared. His eyes were hard now, calculating. "Pull over," he said, his voice cold. I felt a chill run down my spine. "Look, man, I don't want any trouble. If you want me to let you out, I can." Suddenly the gun was in his hand, pointed directly at me. This couldn't be happening, not to me, not out here in the middle of nowhere. Okay, I said, raising one hand in a gesture of surrender, while the other remained on the steering wheel. Jake's laugh was harsh and humorless. "I want you to shut up and drive. We're taking a little detour." I got back on the road as we left the highway. I needed to find a way out of this, and fast. "Where are we going?" I asked, trying to keep my voice calm. "You'll know when we get there," Jake replied. "Just keep driving and keep your mouth shut." We drove in intense silence, the only sound being the roar of the engine and the occasional crackle of my CB radio. I thought about trying to call for help, but Jake's eyes never left me. One wrong move and I knew he wouldn't hesitate to use that gun. Finally, he directed me to turn onto a narrow dirt road that wound through the desert, far from the highway and any hope of rescue. A building with what looked like old cattle chutes appeared. It looked like a long-abandoned gas station, left to rot in the relentless desert sun. Jake ordered us to stop there. I pulled the truck over, my hands shaking slightly on the steering wheel. Jake got out and kept his gun pointed at me. "Get out!" he barked, yanking my door open. When I stepped out of the cab, my foot slipped on the running board. I stumbled and almost fell. It was the distraction I needed. In that split second, I lunged at Jake, catching him off guard. The cold metal of his gun burned my fist as we wrestled for it. Jake was stronger than he looked, but desperation gave me strength. The gun fired, a deafening sound in the silent desert night. For a moment, neither of us moved. Jake fell to the ground, a dark stain spreading across his shirt. With the heavy gun in my hand, I couldn't believe what had just happened. Part of me wanted to run back to my truck and drive as far and as fast as I could, but I knew I couldn't leave him there. With trembling hands, I checked his pulse. It was there, weak but steady. The bullet had grazed his side, which was painful but not fatal. I grabbed a rope from my truck and tied Jake up as best I could, then grabbed my CB radio and called for help, praying that someone would hear me out here in the middle of nowhere. Hours later, I saw the flashing lights of vehicles approaching. Police cars and an ambulance appeared on the horizon, kicking up dust. The next few hours were a blur of questions and statements. I learned that Jake was wanted in connection with a series of armed robberies in 3 states. He would approach unsuspecting truckers like me, forcing them to drive to isolated locations where his accomplices would be waiting to unload the cargo. As the sun began to rise, a detective approached me. He looked tired but satisfied. "Mr. Thompson," he said, extending his hand, "I want to thank you for your courage. You've helped us solve a case we've been working on for months." I shook his hand numbly, still trying to process everything that had happened. "I was just trying to survive," I muttered. "That's often where true bravery manifests itself. You'll need to go to the station to give a formal statement, but after that, you're free to go. Your truck is safe, and your company has been notified." I caught a glimpse of myself in the rearview mirror. Somehow, I looked older, the wrinkles on my face deeper than I remembered. The events of the night had left their mark, not just physically, but deep inside me. The familiar noise brought some comfort as I returned to the highway toward Salt Lake City to finally deliver my cargo. I couldn't help but reflect on how quickly life can change. One moment, you're just another truck driver on a long haul, and the next, you're fighting for your life against an armed criminal. As the miles passed and the sun rose higher in the sky, I felt something else besides lingering fear and shock. Perhaps a sense of pride or resilience. I had faced the unthinkable and come out the other side. I had survived. From that day on, every time I saw a hitchhiker on the side of the road, I felt a twinge of that old fear. But I also remembered the strength I found within myself that night in the desert, and I kept driving with my eyes on the road ahead, ready for whatever it might bring. Next story. The creaking of the floorboards outside our bedroom shouldn't have been sinister. It was an old house, after all. But when I heard the muffled whispers that followed, I knew that our quaint bed and breakfast had just become something more dangerous. My wife and I had unwittingly stumbled into a den of secrets, and our hosts had plans that didn't include a complimentary breakfast. Sarah and I had been looking forward to this weekend for months. We were buried in work and barely saw each other, even though we lived in the same house. This little getaway to a charming B&B in the country was supposed to be our chance to reconnect and remember why we fell in love in the first place. We arrived late Friday afternoon, the gravel road crunching under our tires as we pulled up to the Victorian-style house, which was perfect with its wraparound porch and gingerbread trim. An older couple, who introduced themselves as Martha and George, greeted us warmly at the door. "Welcome to Willow Creek Bed and Breakfast," Martha said with a wide, inviting smile. "We're so happy you could join us." George took our bags, insisting, despite my protests, that it was no trouble at all. As we followed them inside, I couldn't help but feel a sense of peace. The interior was just as charming as the exterior, with antique furniture and the smell of freshly baked cookies in the air. Our room was on the second floor, a spacious suite with a four-poster bed and a view of the large gardens behind the house. Sarah squeezed my hand and her eyes sparkled with excitement. For the first time in months, I saw the stress melt away from her face. We spent that evening exploring the grounds, walking hand in hand through the manicured gardens. We talked about everything and nothing, rediscovering the easy conversation that had been lost in the chaos of our daily lives. The sun set, casting a golden glow over the landscape, and I felt truly happy. Dinner was a quiet affair, just us and another couple in the cozy dining room. Martha served us herself, each dish more delicious than the last. The wine flowed freely, and when we retired to our bedroom, we were both feeling warm and content. It was the middle of the night when I first heard a floorboard creak, followed by muffled voices. In my half-asleep state, I recognized Martha's voice. "We have to act now." George's reply was too low for me to make out, but the urgency of Martha's next words sent a chill down my spine. "I don't care if you think it's too risky. If we don't act now, we'll lose everything." I lay there, wide awake, straining to hear more, but the voices faded away, followed by the sound of footsteps descending the stairs. I turned to Sarah, relieved to see that she was still asleep. My mind was filled with possibilities. What were they talking about? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe they were having financial problems. Maybe they were planning to sell the B&B, but something in Martha's tone, the edge hidden beneath her previous warmth, suggested that it was something much more sinister. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Every creak, every distant sound kept me alert. When Sarah woke up, I wondered if I should tell her what I had heard, but when I saw her relaxed smile, I couldn't bring myself to break the spell of our getaway. Not yet. Not without more information. During breakfast, I watched Martha and George closely, who seemed their usual cheerful selves, as they served us homemade waffles and fresh fruit. But now that I was looking for it, I could see the tension in Martha's eyes and the tightness in George's smile. "Did you sleep well?" Martha asked as she filled my coffee cup. I nodded, forcing a smile. "Like a log. It's so quiet out here." Was it my imagination, or was her hand shaking? After breakfast, Sarah wanted to go for a walk on one of the nearby trails. I agreed, happy for the chance to get out of the house and clear my head. But as we were getting ready to leave, I made an excuse to run back to our room. Once there, I did a quick but thorough search of the space. I wasn't sure what I was looking for. A hidden camera, a listening device, anything that would confirm my growing paranoia. I found nothing, but that didn't ease my anxiety. The walk was beautiful, the spring air fresh and invigorating. Sarah talked enthusiastically about the birds we saw and the wildflowers blooming along the trail. I tried to engage, to lose myself in the moment, but my mind kept returning to the conversation I had overheard. We returned to the B&B in the late afternoon. As we approached, I saw George hurriedly closing the doors to a shed behind the house. When he saw us, he waved enthusiastically. "Good walk?" "It was lovely," Sarah replied. "This whole place is just magical." If only she knew the dark current I had sensed. That evening, Martha announced that she and George needed to go into town to buy groceries and would be gone for a few hours, but that we were welcome to help ourselves to anything in the kitchen if we got hungry. As soon as their car disappeared down the driveway, I turned to Sarah. "We need to talk," I said. I told her everything about the midnight conversation, my suspicions, the strange behavior I'd noticed. To her credit, she listened without interrupting, her expression growing more concerned with every word. "What do you think they're planning?" she asked finally. I shook my head. "I don't know, but whatever it is, it's going to happen tonight, and I don't think we should be here when it does." Sarah bit her lip, clearly torn. "But what if we're overreacting? What if it's nothing? What if it is something?" I replied. "I'd rather feel foolish for leaving than risk whatever they have planned." After a moment's hesitation, she nodded. We packed quickly, throwing our belongings into our bags. I listened for the sound of a car returning, my heart racing with every passing minute. We were about to go downstairs when we heard the sound of gravel under tires. They had returned much earlier than expected. "Quick," I whispered to Sarah. "Let's go back to the room and act natural." We had just stuffed our bags under the bed when a knock on the door startled us. I opened it and found Martha, whose smile didn't reach her eyes. "I hope we didn't disturb you," she said. "We forgot a few things and had to come back early." "No, not at all," I replied, trying to make my voice sound firmer than I felt. "Wonderful. Oh, and I was wondering if you could help George with something in the shed. Just a little heavy work." My blood ran cold. The shed where I had seen George acting suspiciously earlier. "Of course," I heard myself say. "I'd be happy to help." As I followed Martha down the stairs, I caught Sarah's eye. The fear I saw there mirrored my own. George was waiting near the shed with a shovel in his hand. My heart was beating so hard that I was sure they could hear it. "This way," George said, opening the shed door. I stepped inside, and as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw it, a hole in the dirt floor the size of a grave. I turned to run, but George was blocking the entrance. What happened next was a blur. I remember shouting and the sound of wood splintering as I fought past George. I remember grabbing Sarah's hand as we ran to the car, the tires screeching as we pulled out of the driveway. We drove for hours, not stopping until we were several states away. In the harsh fluorescent light of a highway rest stop, the reality of what we had escaped, how close we had come to God knows what fate, finally hit us like a physical blow. We went to the police, of course, and told them everything, but by the time they investigated, Martha and George had long since disappeared. There was no evidence of a crime, except for that sinister hole in the floor of the shed. To this day, I don't know what their plan was. Maybe we interrupted some long-standing criminal enterprise. Maybe we were meant to be their next victims. Whatever the case, our idyllic getaway turned into an encounter with unimaginable danger. Sarah and I are closer now, bonded by our shared ordeal, but we've never stayed in another B&B, no matter how quaint it seems. Some wounds take longer to heal than others, and some quaint small towns hide darker secrets than we could ever imagine. Next story. The gentle rocking of the ferry lulled most of the passengers to sleep, but for me it was the calm before the storm. As I stood on the dimly lit deck, watching a group of men huddled together in silent conversation, I realized that this routine nighttime crossing was about to become a fight for survival on the open sea. My day trip to the island was supposed to end with the 7 p.m. crossing, but a missed bus and a series of unfortunate delays left me rushing to catch the last ferry of the night, breathless and grateful to be heading home. The ferry was larger than I had expected for a night crossing, a big steel boat cutting through the dark waters. There weren't many passengers, just a few truck drivers sleeping in their cabins, a handful of locals, and a group of men who seemed out of place in their business suits. I found a quiet corner in the passenger lounge and settled in for the 3-hour trip. The gentle rocking of the ferry and the rhythmic lapping of the waves against the hull were soothing, and I felt my eyelids grow heavy. It must have been about an hour into the trip when I woke up, my bladder protesting against the large coffee I had drunk earlier. Groggy and disoriented, I made my way to the restrooms near the rear of the ship. As I returned to my seat, a snippet of conversation caught my attention. 2 men in suits were standing near the stairs, their voices low but intense. "They can't wait any longer, it has to be tonight," one of them said. "Are you sure everyone is in position?" "Positive. When we're halfway there, we'll make our move." A chill ran down my spine, which had nothing to do with the cold night air. I quickened my pace, trying to look indifferent as I passed them. Their conversation stopped abruptly, and I could feel their eyes on me as I walked away and returned to my seat. It seemed like they were planning something that would happen on that ferry, but I tried to convince myself that I was overreacting. I tried to convince myself that I had misheard or misunderstood, but the emptiness in my stomach told me otherwise. I had always prided myself on my intuition, and now every instinct was screaming that something was very, very wrong. I decided to take a casual stroll around the ferry. As I walked, I counted the men in suits. There were 6 in total, scattered around the ship, but always within sight of each other. They seemed to be watching the few passengers, their gazes calculating and cold. Near the lifeboats, I heard another snippet of conversation. "I disabled the communications first. I can't risk them calling for help." My heart began to pound. This was real. These men were planning to take control of the ferry. I needed to alert someone, but who? I hadn't seen any security personnel on board, and I was afraid to approach the captain directly in case one of the men saw me. Finally, I noticed a small door marked Purser's Office. I tried to appear calm. The purser, a middle-aged woman with kind eyes, looked up at me when I entered. I approached her, keeping my voice low. "I think something's wrong. I heard some men talking about disabling the communications and taking control of the ship." Her eyes widened, but to her credit, she kept her composure. "I know it sounds crazy, but I'm sure there are 6 of them, all in suits, spread out across the ship." She reached for the phone on her desk, but before she could dial, the lights flickered and went out. The emergency lighting came on a moment later, casting an ominous red glow throughout the ship. "It's starting," I whispered fearfully, my throat tight. The purser's face turned pale. "We need to get to the bridge now." We left the office as quickly as we could, but we were only halfway down the hallway when 2 of the men in suits appeared, blocking our path. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" one of them asked in a threatening voice. The purser stepped forward, her voice firm despite the fear I could see in her eyes. "I need to check the electrical systems, if you'll excuse us." "I don't think so," the other man said, drawing a gun. My heart was beating so hard, I thought it would explode out of my chest. They took us to the cargo hold, where we found the rest of the passengers and crew already gathered. One of the men, clearly the leader, stepped forward. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the inconvenience. We have taken control of this vessel for our own purposes. Please cooperate so that no one gets hurt." A murmur of panic spread through the group. I scanned the faces, counting quickly, and with a sinking feeling, I realized that the captain and several crew members were missing. What had happened to them? "We will be taking a short detour. Once we reach our destination and conclude our business, you will be free to go. Until then, I suggest you make yourselves comfortable." As he spoke, I noticed that one of the other men was fiddling with what appeared to be a signal blocker, which explained why no one had been able to call for help. I could feel the ferry changing course, heading deeper into open water. I tried to follow our captors' movements, looking for any weakness in their plan, any opportunity to act. It was almost dawn when I saw my chance. 2 of the men were arguing in low voices, distracted. The guard at the cargo hold door looked sleepy. His eyes were half closed. I approached the purser. "I think I can reach the lifeboat release lever," I whispered, nodding toward the mechanism near the door. "If I can set it off, it might create enough of a distraction for someone to get to the bridge and call for help." She looked at me with fear and determination in her eyes. "We can't just sit here and wait," I insisted. "Who knows what they're planning?" She nodded. "All right, I'll try to create a distraction. When I do, make your move." I watched, my nerves on edge, as she made her way toward the guard and stumbled, falling against him with a cry of distress. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I think I twisted my ankle." When the guard bent down to help her, I saw my chance and ran toward the lifeboat, pulling the lever with all my strength. The horn blared frighteningly loud in the confined space. Shouts of confusion filled the air as the lifeboat launched, splashing into the sea. In the ensuing confusion, I managed to hide behind some crates. I saw the purser slip out the door. Shots rang out, but in the confusion, their aim was off. I stayed hidden, my heart pounding, wondering if she had made it to the bridge, if help would arrive in time. The next few minutes were the longest of my life. The hijackers shouted orders, trying to regain control of the situation. I could hear them searching and getting closer to my hiding place. Then, miraculously, new voices joined the chaos. "This is the Coast Guard. Drop your weapons and surrender." Relief flooded me so intensely that it made me dizzy as the sound of boots approached. I finally allowed myself to believe that we had been saved. After that, it was a blur of statements and medical exams. I learned that the kidnappers were part of an international smuggling ring that used passenger ferries to transport illegal goods. The purser managed to reach the bridge and send an SOS, directing the Coast Guard to our location. When I finally got off the ferry, hours later than planned and completely exhausted, a Coast Guard officer approached me. "Your quick thinking saved many lives today," he said, shaking my hand. I managed a tired smile. "I'm glad it's over." But as I watched the ferry, now filled with police officers, I knew it wasn't really over. The memory of that night would stay with me forever. The fear, the uncertainty, but also the knowledge that ordinary people can find extraordinary courage when it matters. Since then, I've taken many ferry rides. Every time I hear the engines rumble and the shore begin to recede, I remember that terrible night, but also the strength I found within myself, the bonds forged with strangers in the face of danger, and I know that whatever rough waters lie ahead, I have the ability to weather the storm. Next story. The sound of breaking glass shattered the quiet night, and in that moment, I knew the children were not safe. What should have been a quiet night of babysitting suddenly turned into a desperate struggle to protect two innocent lives from a danger I never saw coming. I had been babysitting for the Brooks family for about 6 months. They were a nice couple, David, a successful lawyer, and his wife Maria, a pediatrician. Their children, Emma, 8, and Jake, 6, were sweet and well-behaved. It was an easy job and the pay was good, perfect for a college student like me who was trying to make ends meet. That Friday night seemed like any other night. The Brooks were going to a charity ball in town, dressed to the nines. Maria gave the usual instructions: emergency numbers on the fridge, bedtimes, no sugar after 8 p.m. I'd heard it all before, but then David pulled me aside, looking unusually serious. "Sarah," he said quietly, "if anything seems strange tonight, anything at all, I want you to call the police immediately. Don't hesitate." I forced a smile. "I'm sure everything will be fine, Mr. Brooks." Before I could press further, Maria called him, and they walked out the door with a flurry of goodbye kisses for the kids. I stood there for a moment, unsettled by David's warning, wondering what he could be worried about. We had dinner, played a few board games, and then settled in to watch a movie. Emma fell asleep easily, but Jake was restless. "Can I have a glass of water before bed?" he asked, his big brown eyes pleading. "Sure, buddy," I said, ruffling his hair. He hesitated and then whispered, "I saw a scary man outside my window last night." A chill ran down my spine as I remembered David's warning. "What do you mean, Jake? What did he look like?" "The man had a beard," Jake said, pulling the covers up to his chin. "And a hat. He was just standing there watching." I tried to keep my voice calm. "It was probably just a shadow, Jake, but I'll check all the doors and windows again." He nodded, seeming reassured, and I tucked him back into bed. As I descended the stairs, my heart was pounding. Was this what David had been worried about? I did a thorough check of the house, making sure all the doors and windows were locked. His large house, set back from the street and surrounded by well-kept gardens, should have been safe, but now every shadow seemed menacing. As I settled down on the sofa with a book, trying to calm my nerves, I heard a noise outside, a soft scraping sound, as if someone was trying to be quiet but couldn't. I froze, strained my ears, and there it was again, coming from the back of the house. My mouth went dry. I got up slowly, my mind confused. What should I do? What if it was nothing? I would feel like an idiot if the police showed up because of a raccoon in the trash cans. I went to the kitchen window, staring into the darkness. At first, I didn't see anything, then a movement caught my eye. A figure dressed in dark clothes was crouching near the back door, fiddling with the lock. My heart leaped into my throat. This was really happening. Someone was trying to break in. My hand was shaking as I picked up my phone. As I was about to dial 911, I heard the sound of breaking glass followed by muffled cursing. They were inside. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I forced it down because I had to protect the children. I started running up the stairs, taking 2 steps at a time, and entered Jake's room, placing my hand over his mouth when he woke up startled. I whispered that we needed to be very quiet and that we were going to play a game of hide and seek. His eyes were wide with fear, but he nodded. I picked him up and ran to Emma's room, where she was already sitting on her bed, alerted by the noise. "Sarah, what's going on?" she asked, her voice trembling. "We need to hide," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Remember the secret place your dad showed you in the attic?" Emma nodded, suddenly looking very young and scared. I led them to the hidden panel in the hallway that led to a small attic. It was meant to be a fun hiding place for the children, but now it could save their lives. I heard heavy footsteps downstairs, my heart pounding so hard I was sure they could hear it. "Stay here," I whispered to the children. "Don't make a sound. No matter what you hear, I'll go get help." I saw tears in their eyes. I swallowed hard. "I have to do this, but I promise I'll be back. You need to be brave now, okay? Emma, take care of your brother." With one last look at their frightened faces, I closed the panel that blended perfectly with the wall. Unless you knew it was there, you would never find it. The intruders were ransacking the house and speaking in low voices, but I couldn't make out the words. I had to get to a phone to call for help. Slowly and carefully, I made my way down the stairs. The phone was still on the coffee table in the living room. If I could just reach it. I reached the bottom of the stairs when a floorboard creaked under my foot. The voices stopped abruptly. "Upstairs," a hoarse voice commanded. Footsteps came toward me. I hid behind the heavy oak desk, my breath coming in small gasps as I heard someone enter the room. "Wherever you are," a voice crooned, "we know you're here, Nanny. Tell us where the children are and no one will get hurt." A chill ran through me. They were here for the children. But why? I stood perfectly still, barely daring to breathe. The intruder moved around the room, checking behind the curtains, in the closets. Just when I thought he was leaving, I felt a hand grab my hair and pull me up. "I found you," he sneered, and I screamed. I screamed more out of anger than fear and rammed my elbow into his stomach. I ran. My only thought was to get them away from the children. I made it to the kitchen before 2 men cornered me. 2 men, both wearing ski masks, one of them holding a gun. "Where are the children?" one of them asked. I stood up straight, meeting his gaze defiantly. "The children are at their grandparents' house tonight." He laughed, a harsh sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Nice try. We know they're here. Now you're going to tell us where they are, or things are going to get very bad for you." My mind raced. I needed to stall for time. Surely someone must have heard the commotion by now. A neighbor, anyone. "Why do you want them?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "They're just children." The man with the gun moved closer. "That's none of your concern. Last chance. Where are they?" I opened my mouth, unsure of what to say, when suddenly the room was flooded with red and blue lights. The men looked at each other in panic. "We have to go," they said, and ran past me. I heard the back door slam, followed by the sound of a car engine roaring. Moments later, the house was filled with police officers. When I gave my statement, still shaking from the adrenaline, I discovered the truth. The Brooks were under witness protection. David had witnessed a high-profile crime, and the men had been sent to kidnap the children. The children were safe, thank God. The police found them still huddled in their hiding place, frightened but unharmed. As I watched Emma and Jake reunite with their frantic parents, I felt a wave of relief so strong it almost brought me to my knees. In the days that followed, as the story unfolded in the media and the Brooks prepared to move to a new safe location, I struggled to process what had happened. The fear, the anger, the overwhelming relief. It was all tangled up inside me. But mostly I felt a fierce pride. I had protected those children when it mattered. I had found a strength I never knew I had. I am no longer a babysitter. The experience left me with nightmares that took months of therapy to resolve. But it also left me with something else, a deep knowledge that, when pushed to the limit, I am capable of more than I ever imagined. And that is a lesson I will carry with me always. Next story. The click of my camera's shutter echoed through the abandoned building, but it wasn't the only sound I heard. I lowered my camera. The unmistakable sound of muffled voices and shuffling feet reached my ears. I realized that my urban exploration had led me straight into the middle of something far more dangerous than decaying architecture. I've always been drawn to forgotten places. There is something hauntingly beautiful about abandoned buildings, the way nature slowly reclaims what humans have left behind. As a freelance photographer, I made my name capturing these decaying urban landscapes, but nothing in my years of urban exploration could have prepared me for what I found at the old Blackwood factory. The factory had been on my radar for months. Once the economic heart of our small Midwestern town, it had stood empty for nearly 2 decades, a huge reminder of better days. There were rumors about why the factory had suddenly closed, ranging from financial difficulties to toxic contamination. Whatever the reason, it had become an irresistible target for my lens. I arrived just before dawn. The soft light was perfect for the moody photos I had in mind. The factory stood before me, its broken windows like empty eyes staring out at the overgrown parking lot. A chain-link fence surrounded the property, but I easily found a gap to slip through. The interior was a photographer's dream. Morning sunlight streamed through holes in the ceiling, illuminating the dust dancing in the air. The machines were silent, nature slowly taking them over with creeping vines and moss. I devoted myself to my work, going from room to room, documenting the haunting beauty of decay. I must have been there for hours, completely absorbed in my photographs. It was on the main production floor that I realized something was wrong. The layer of dust that covered everything else was disturbed here. Footprints crisscrossed the floor, and in the corner was a pile of empty food containers that couldn't have been there more than a day. My heart rate quickened. It wouldn't have been unusual to find people seeking shelter in these abandoned places. I was debating whether to say hello when I heard voices coming from somewhere deeper inside the building. I approached, my footsteps silent on the dusty floor, and the voices grew clearer as I neared a partially open door. "A shipment arrives tonight, and we need to be ready. Are you sure this place is safe? I thought I heard something earlier." "Probably just rats. No one else comes here." I froze, and my blood ran cold. This wasn't casual conversation. These people, whoever they were up to something illegal. I began to back away slowly, praying that the old floorboards wouldn't give me away. In my haste, I bumped into a piece of machinery, and the metallic clang seemed to echo forever in the cavernous space. The voices stopped abruptly. What was that? I looked around, frantically searching for somewhere to hide. There was an old cupboard with the door ajar. I slipped inside, pulling the door shut behind me. Through the slats, I watched as two men entered the room with guns. "I swear I heard something," one of them said, his eyes scanning the area. My heart was beating so hard that I was sure they would hear it. I tried to control my breathing, painfully aware that the slightest sound could give me away. The men moved methodically around the room, checking behind machines and in dark corners. One of them was dangerously close to my hiding place. I pressed myself further into the closet, feeling the cobwebs brush against my face. The man closest to me cursed, pulling a cell phone from his pocket. He listened for a moment, then said, "Understood. We'll be ready." He turned to his partner. "The boss said the shipments were moved up and we need to prepare the loading dock now." They took one last suspicious look around the room before both of them left. I waited several agonizing minutes before daring to come out of the closet. My legs were shaking and adrenaline was still coursing through my veins. I needed to get out of there fast, but as I headed for the exit, a thought occurred to me. Did I have any evidence of whatever criminal operation was going on here? My camera was full of photos that could help the police shut this down. Could I really just walk away? The smart thing to do would be to leave immediately and call the police from a safe distance, but something made me hesitate. If I could get a photo of these guys or the shipment they were talking about, it could make all the difference. It was a stupid and reckless decision, but I found myself walking deeper into the factory instead of heading for safety. I followed the sound of activity to a large loading and unloading area. As I glanced around a corner, I saw a group of men busy preparing the space, clearing debris, installing lights, and unloading equipment from a van. Whatever was coming was big. With shaking hands, I raised my camera. The telephoto lens would allow me to capture clear images from this distance. I started taking pictures, trying to capture clear images of the faces and the equipment they were setting up. I was so focused that I didn't notice someone approaching from behind until it was too late. A hand grabbed my shoulder and spun me around. I found myself face to face with a burly man with cold, angry eyes. Well, he growled. "Looks like we have a little spy here." Before I could react, he yanked the camera out of my hands. I instinctively reached for it. He shoved me hard, causing me to stumble backward. "Boys!" he shouted. "Look who we have here!" The men from the loading dock rushed over, and I was quickly surrounded by a sea of hostile faces staring at me. One of them, a tall man with a scar on his cheek, stepped forward. "Who are you?" I stammered. "I'm just a photographer. I was taking pictures of the building. I didn't mean to." "Shut up," he interrupted me. He turned to the man holding my camera. "What was on it?" The burly man was flipping through my photos. "Lots of artistic photos," he reported, "but also some clear photos of our operation. This guy's been busy." The scarred man's expression darkened. "You've seen too much, friend, which is unfortunate for you." My mind raced, searching for a way out of this nightmare. "Listen," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I don't know what's going on here, and I don't want to know. Just let me go, I'll delete the photos, and you'll never see me again." He laughed, a chilling, humorless sound. "I'm afraid it's not that simple. We can't risk you telling anyone what you've seen." One of the other men spoke up. "Should we just kill him now and throw his body in the river?" Terror coursed through me. I was going to die here in this abandoned factory, all because of my stupid curiosity. But then, a miracle in the distance. Sirens began to wail, and the men looked at each other in panic. "The police," one asked. "It doesn't matter," said the scarred man. "We need to move now." In the chaos that followed, the men rushed to pack up their equipment. I saw my chance and ran, faster than I had ever run in my life. I heard shouts behind me, maybe even a gunshot, but I didn't stop. I left the factory and kept running, not daring to look back. I didn't stop until I reached the main street, collapsing on the sidewalk as police cars sped past toward the factory. Later, after giving my statement to the police and identifying the men from photos, I learned the full story. The group had been using the abandoned factory as a distribution center for a large drug trafficking operation. My accidental discovery led to the largest drug bust in county history. My camera was never recovered, likely destroyed by the criminals before they fled, but the memory card I had instinctively saved when I first heard the voices provided enough evidence to secure convictions. In the weeks that followed, as I dealt with the trauma of what I had experienced, I found myself questioning everything about my urban exploration hobby. Discovering forgotten places suddenly seemed hollow compared to the very real dangers I had faced. I realized that this experience, as terrifying as it was, had shown me something important about myself. When faced with a moral choice to run away or gather evidence that could stop criminals, I chose to act despite the risk. It wasn't smart, and I wouldn't recommend anyone else make the same choice, but it showed me a courage I didn't know I had. I still take photos of abandoned places, but now I'm much more careful, and every time I enter a decaying building, I remember that day at the factory, which serves as a constant reminder that sometimes the most dangerous things lurking in forgotten places aren't the crumbling walls or rusted machines, but the secrets they hide. Next story. That first shot destroyed more than just the quiet night air. It shattered our sense of security, turning what should have been a fun weekend into a desperate fight for survival. As I huddled with my friends in the darkness, I realized that the real predators in this forest walked on 2 legs, not 4. There were 5 of us, me, my best friend Mike, his girlfriend Sarah, and our college classmates Tom and Lisa. We had been planning this trip for months, eager to escape the city and spend a few days hiking, fishing, and enjoying nature. We chose a remote campsite in the national forest, about a 4-hour drive from home. The views were breathtaking, far from the crowded campgrounds and closer to civilization. We set up our tents and gathered wood for the campfire. The air was filled with laughter and the excitement of adventure. The first 2 days were everything we had hoped for. We hiked along trails that wound through dense forests and along crystal-clear streams. We spotted deer, a family of raccoons, and even saw a black bear in the distance. At night, we sat around the campfire roasting marshmallows and sharing stories under a star-filled sky. It was on the 3rd night that everything changed. We were sitting around the campfire, passing around a bottle of whiskey, and trying to outdo each other with increasingly absurd ghost stories. Mike had just finished telling a particularly gruesome tale when we heard a branch snap in the darkness beyond our camp. "Probably a deer," Tom said, but there was a note in his voice that betrayed his unease. For a moment, all we could hear was the crackling of the fire and the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze, and then the unmistakable sound of footsteps, heavy footsteps moving with purpose. "Hello," I shouted, trying to keep my voice steady. "Is anyone there?" There was no answer, just more footsteps approaching. Now Mike stood up and grabbed a flashlight. "I'll go check it out," he said. "Are you crazy?" Sarah hissed, grabbing his arm. "What if it's a bear?" "Bears don't walk like that," Mike replied, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. Before we could argue further, a figure emerged from the darkness into the edge of the light from our campfire. It was a man with a shaggy beard and clothes that had seen better days, but what caught my attention was the rifle he was carrying, pointed directly at us. "Well, well," he smiled cruelly, twisting his lips. "Looks like we've got some city folk in for a little adventure." As if on cue, 2 more men appeared in the light, both armed. My heart was beating so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. "Listen," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "We don't want any trouble. If this is your land, we apologize. We'll pack up and leave right now." The first man left, a harsh sound that sent shivers down my spine. "You're not going anywhere. Look, we've been watching you. All that fancy camping gear, those nice cars you drive. I bet you've got all kinds of valuable stuff in those tents." I saw Mike ready to do something stupid. I shot him a warning look, silently begging him not to make any sudden moves. "Take whatever you want," Sarah said, her voice trembling. The bearded man, clearly the leader, seemed to consider this for a moment, then nodded to his companions. They began searching the tents and taking anything of value, while the leader kept his rifle pointed at us. "Empty your pockets," he ordered. "Watches, wallets, phones, everything." With trembling hands we obeyed. I felt a wave of anger wash over me as I watched them pocket our belongings, but I knew that resisting would only make things worse. After they finished ransacking our gear, the leader spoke again. "All right, here's what's going to happen. You're all going to start walking in that direction." He gestured toward a dark trail that led deeper into the forest. "Don't try to run. Don't try to be heroes. Just walk." My blood ran cold. They weren't just robbing us, they were taking us somewhere, and I had a sick feeling that we wouldn't be coming back. I frantically tried to think of a way out, but with guns at our backs and unfamiliar terrain all around us, our options were limited. We had been walking for about 10 minutes when it happened. Tom, who was at the back of the group, suddenly stumbled and fell. In the ensuing confusion, Mike saw an opportunity and attacked the nearest gunman, knocking him to the ground. "Run!" he shouted, and everything exploded into chaos. Sarah screamed and Lisa took off toward the forest. I hesitated for a split second, torn between running and helping Mike. That's when the first shot rang out. The flash from the barrel lit up the night, followed by Mike's cry of pain. That decided everything. I grabbed Sarah's hand and we ran through the undergrowth, not caring about the branches hitting our faces. Behind us, more shots echoed through the forest. We ran until our lungs burned and our legs felt like lead. Finally, we hid behind a fallen tree. As we lay there, breathing heavily, the reality of our situation began to sink in. We were lost in the woods in the middle of the night, being hunted by armed men, and we had no idea what had happened to our friends. "We need to find help," Sarah whispered, her voice hoarse. I nodded, trying to think through the panic that was clouding my mind. "We passed a forest ranger station on our way here," I said. "It can't be more than a few miles from here." "But in what direction?" Sarah asked, and I could hear the desperation in her voice. I looked up at the sky, searching for the North Star, as my father had taught me years ago. We moved as quickly and quietly as possible through the dark forest. Every crackling branch made us freeze. Every distant sound made us seek shelter. The adrenaline coursing through our veins kept us moving, but I knew we couldn't go on like this forever. After what felt like hours, we saw a faint light in the distance. Hope rose in me, giving me a second wind, but as we got closer, my heart sank. It wasn't the forest ranger station. It was a small cabin nestled in a clearing. I hesitated, knowing it could be where those men lived, but we were exhausted, lost, and out of options. "We have to try," I said. We approached cautiously. The cabin looked well maintained, with a truck parked outside. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door. For a long moment, there was no answer. Then we heard movement inside, and the door opened, revealing an older man with a weathered face and kind eyes. He looked at our disheveled appearance with a raised eyebrow. The words came out of me in a rush. "The camp, the armed men, are friends." As I spoke, the man's expression grew increasingly serious. "Come in," he said finally, opening the door wider. "I'm John, by the way. I'm a retired forest ranger." As we stepped into the warmth of the cabin, I felt the first glimmer of hope since this nightmare began. John immediately turned on his radio and called for help. "I know these woods like the back of my hand," he told us, "and I know about the men you encountered. They've been causing trouble around here for years." Over the next few hours, while we waited for help to arrive, John kept us calm with cups of strong coffee and stories from his years as a ranger. When we heard the sound of helicopters approaching, I thought I might cry with relief. Forest rangers and state police stormed the area. They found Lisa hiding in a hollow tree, frightened but unharmed. Tom had a nasty bump on his head, but he was fine. Mike had been shot in the shoulder, but the wound wasn't life-threatening. By the time we were rescued, he was already being airlifted to a nearby hospital. As for the men who attacked us, they were caught trying to flee the area. It turned out they were wanted for a series of similar attacks on campers in 3 states. In the days and weeks that followed, as we gave statements and appeared in court, I found myself dealing with the aftermath of our ordeal. The fear lingered, causing me to jump at unexpected noises and look at strangers with suspicion. But there was something else too, a newfound appreciation for life, for friendship, for the kindness of strangers like John. I still go camping, but now every time I sit around a campfire with friends, I am keenly aware of how precious those moments are, and I am grateful not only for the beauty of nature, but for the strength we found in ourselves and each other when it mattered most. Next story. The moment I saw the bruises on little Tommy's arms, I knew something was terribly wrong, that my discovery would unravel a web of corruption deeper than I could have imagined, turning my quiet night shift at Millbrook General into a dangerous game of cat and mouse. I've been a nurse for over a decade, but nothing in my training prepared me for what I found that night. It was a typical Tuesday night at our small-town hospital. The emergency room was quiet, just the usual minor injuries and routine exams. I was halfway through my shift when the ambulance brought in Tommy Miller, a 7-year-old boy with a broken arm. At first glance, it seemed simple enough. Kids break bones all the time. But as I helped the doctor examine Tommy, I noticed the telltale signs of abuse, bruises in various stages of healing, a slightly older fracture that had never been properly treated, and the way Tommy cringed at even the gentlest touch. "What happened, Tommy?" I asked as I prepared to set up the IV. "I fell off my bike," he muttered, not meeting my eyes. His father, a tall man with a well-trimmed beard and an expensive watch, quickly interjected, "He's always been clumsy, takes after his mother. May God rest her soul." Something about Mr. Miller's tone made me nervous. It was too smooth and rehearsed. I had heard similar explanations from abusers before, but there was something more here. Something that didn't sit right with what I was seeing. As I continued to care for Tommy, I noticed more inconsistencies. The location and pattern of his injuries did not match a bicycle accident. Miller kept glancing at his cell phone, as if he were waiting for an important message. Tommy was settled in, and Mr. Miller left to make a call. I approached Dr. Reyes, the attending physician. "I think we need to report this," I whispered, explaining my suspicions and glancing at the door Mr. Miller had left through. "Are you sure, Sarah?" "That's a serious accusation, and the Millers are, well, they're important people in this town," he said. I was surprised by his hesitation. Dr. Reyes had always been a strong advocate for his patients, especially children. "Since when does that matter?" I asked. "If a child is being abused—" "I'll look into it," he interrupted me with a firm tone of voice. "For now, just finish Tommy's treatment and discharge him. I'll take care of the rest." This made me uneasy. It wasn't just reluctance I saw, but fear, as if he knew something he wasn't sharing. I returned to Tommy's bedside, my mind racing as I adjusted his IV. I noticed a small tattoo on the inside of his wrist, partially covered by his hospital bracelet, that looked like a series of numbers and letters. "That's a cool tattoo, Tommy," I said casually. "Did you do that yourself?" Tommy's eyes widened in panic, and he quickly covered his wrist with his other hand. "It's nothing," he said, his voice little more than a whisper. "Please don't tell my dad you saw that." Mr. Miller returned and looked agitated, checking his watch several times. "How much longer is this going to take?" he demanded. "We're almost done," I assured him, trying to keep my voice neutral. "I just need to go over some aftercare instructions with you." As I explained how to care for Tommy's cast, I couldn't shake the feeling that something much bigger than child abuse was going on here. The tattoo, Mr. Miller's behavior, and Dr. Reyes's reluctance to report anything pointed to something sinister. I finished my shift at dawn, my mind racing with possibilities as I walked to my car in the dimly lit parking lot. A figure emerged from behind a van. My heart leaped into my throat until I recognized Dr. Reyes. "Sarah," he said, his voice low and urgent, "we need to talk, and not here. Riverside Park in an hour." Before I could respond, he was gone, retreating into the shadows. I sat in my car, wondering what to do. Every instinct told me to go home and forget what I had seen and heard, but the image of Tommy's frightened eyes prevented me from turning the key in the ignition. An hour later, I found myself sitting on a bench in the deserted park, jumping at every rustle of the leaves, tense and nervous. "I'm sorry about what happened earlier," he began when he arrived. "I couldn't talk freely at the hospital. The walls have ears." "What's going on?" I asked. Dr. Reyes sighed heavily. "It's not just Tommy. There are other children who are disappearing from the system and showing up months later with unexplained injuries and those tattoos." My blood ran cold. "Are you talking about human trafficking?" "Yes, but it's deeper than that. Judges, local police, and even some hospital staff are involved. They use the hospital to fix the children and send them back out." "How long have you known about this?" "I started noticing patterns a few months ago. I've been gathering evidence, trying to find someone I can trust to take it to the feds, but they're watching me. I think they suspect I know something." "We have to do something," I insisted. "We can't let this continue." Dr. Reyes nodded. "And that's why I needed to talk to you. I have a contact at the FBI, but I can't risk contacting them directly. I need you to take what I've gathered to him. Everything I've found is here. Names, dates, locations. Be careful, Sarah. These people are dangerous. They won't hesitate to silence anyone who threatens their operation." It was only then that the reality of what I was agreeing to hit me. This wasn't just about reporting child abuse, but about entering a world of organized crime and corruption. The next few days were a blur of anxiety and paranoia. At work, I noticed that some members of the team were watching me more closely. Was I imagining things, or had Dr. Reyes's warning made me overly suspicious? I managed to get in touch with the FBI agent and arranged to meet him at a cafe in the next town. But when I pulled into the parking lot, I noticed a familiar car. Mr. Miller's sleek black sedan was parked across the street. My heart raced and I drove past without stopping. Somehow they knew. The meeting was compromised. I spent the next hour driving aimlessly, trying to shake off any possible pursuers. When I was sure I wasn't being followed, I went to the only place I thought might be safe, my grandmother's old cabin in the woods. As I sat in the dusty living room and felt the USB drive burning a hole in my pocket, I realized the true gravity of my situation. I couldn't go home. I couldn't go back to work. I was in way over my head with information that could bring down a criminal empire. I thought of Tommy, of all the other children who might be suffering. I couldn't let fear paralyze me. I had to find a way to get this information to the authorities, no matter the risk. Using a prepaid phone I had bought for emergencies, I called the FBI agent. "The original plan is out the window," I said as soon as he answered, "but I have the information. I'll send it to you piece by piece from different locations. They can't monitor every post office and internet cafe in the state. Be careful," he warned. "When they realize what you're doing, they'll come after you with everything they've got." I hung up, my resolve strengthened. I may have been just a nurse in a small town, but now I was the key to uncovering a criminal conspiracy that had terrorized countless children. As I prepared to leave on my dangerous mission, I thought again of Tommy's frightened eyes, the tattoo hidden on his wrist, and all the other children like him, trapped in a nightmare from which they could not escape. I knew that the road ahead would be fraught with danger, and that my life as I knew it was over. But as I stepped out into the cool night air, a strange sense of calm washed over me. For the first time in my life, I knew with absolute certainty that I was doing the right thing, no matter the cost. The person who had started this journey seemed like a lifetime ago, and now I was embarking on a new path that would test every ounce of courage and resilience I possessed. But I was ready. For Tommy, for all the children, I would see this through to the end. Next story. The day I found Mr. Johnson's dentures in my mailbox was the day I realized that uncovering the truth about my neighbor's disappearance could cost me my life. What started as innocent curiosity in our quiet town of Millbrook quickly turned into a dangerous game of cat and mouse, with me as the unwitting mouse. I had moved to Millbrook 6 months ago, looking for a quieter life after years in the big city. Quaint houses lined up on tree-lined streets, friendly faces at the local diner, and a sense of community I had longed for. My next-door neighbor, Mr. Johnson, was a kind elderly gentleman who always had a kind word to say, so his sudden disappearance 3 weeks ago seemed strange to me. One day he was tending to his award-winning roses, and the next day he was gone. No note, no forwarding address. Nothing. When I asked around, I got vague answers about him moving closer to family, but something wasn't right. Maybe it was the investigative journalist in me, the part I thought I'd left behind in the city, or maybe it was the way Mrs. Peterson across the street averted her eyes when I mentioned Mr. Johnson's name. I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something very wrong in Millbrook. I started asking questions casually, at first just as a curious newcomer interested in the town's history and gossip. But the more I investigated, the more I noticed a pattern. People clammed up, changed the subject, or suddenly remembered urgent errands when I mentioned Mr. Johnson or any of the other few residents who had moved away in recent years. It was my encounter with Officer Daniels that made me feel for the first time like I was stirring up a hornet's nest. I had gone to the police station ostensibly to report a lost cat. I didn't even own a cat, but in reality to see if I could get any information about Mr. Johnson. "Miss Walker," Officer Daniels said, his tone friendly but his eyes hard. "People come and go. It's best not to meddle in other people's business." I smiled and nodded, playing the role of the chastised newcomer, but as I left the station, I saw Officer Daniels making a phone call, his expression grim. That night, I found my first warning, if you can call it that. A dead rat on the front porch, its belly ripped open. I told myself it was probably just a cat, but the knot in my stomach told me otherwise. I should have stopped then, heeded the warning and gone back to my quiet life, but I couldn't. The mystery of Mr. Johnson and the others stared back at me, demanding answers. Using the skills I had honed as a journalist, I combed through public records, looking for patterns in property sales, unusual financial transactions, anything that might shed light on what was happening in Millbrook. That's how I discovered the company called Millbrook Enterprises, which seemed to be buying properties all over town, always right after the occupants had moved out. The company was traced to a maze of shell corporations, but I was determined to unravel it. I was so absorbed in my investigation that I almost didn't notice the signs that I was being watched. The same car parked across the street day after day, the way conversations stopped when I entered the local coffee shop, the phone calls that were cut off in the middle of the night. But it was the dentures that really made me realize I would recognize Mr. Johnson's distinctive gold tooth anywhere. When I found them in my mailbox, still stained with what looked horribly like blood, I panicked and ran inside, locking the door behind me, my heart racing. This was no longer a game. It was a very clear warning. I spent that night huddled in my living room, jumping at every sound. In the morning, I made a decision. I couldn't stop now, not when I was so close to uncovering the truth, but I needed help. I contacted a former colleague from my days as a reporter, someone I trusted implicitly. I documented everything I had found and sent it to her with instructions to publish everything if she didn't hear from me within 48 hours. Then I did the last thing anyone in Millbrook would expect. I went to the annual town festival as if nothing was wrong. I smiled, I talked, I ate overpriced cotton candy, and I watched the whole time, waiting for someone to make a move. It was Mayor Griffith who finally approached me with his politician's smile. "Sarah, my dear," he said, putting a hand on my arm that felt more like a vice grip. "Why don't you join me for a chat in my office? There are some concerns we'd like to address." I knew this was the moment of truth. I followed him to City Hall, my phone in my pocket, secretly recording everything. Officer Daniels was there, along with several prominent businessmen I recognized. The air was thick with tension. "Sarah," Mayor Griffith began, his tone no longer friendly. "Lately you've been a restless figure, asking questions that are none of your business and digging into matters that are best left alone." "Where is Mr. Johnson?" I asked, deciding to get straight to the point. "Mr. Johnson has decided to leave town, as have several others who found Millbrook unsuitable for their lifestyles," he replied coldly. "And Millbrook Enterprises, the company that seems to acquire properties every time someone conveniently decides to leave town?" A flash of surprise crossed the mayor's face, quickly replaced by anger. "You really don't know when to stop. Do you have any idea what you're messing with?" "Why don't you tell me?" I challenged, my heart racing but my voice steady. What followed was a confession that chilled me to the bone. Millbrook wasn't just a picturesque little town. It was the center of a vast operation laundering millions in drug money through real estate deals and local businesses. Those who discovered the truth or refused to toe the line, like Mr. Johnson, were either given the option to leave town and keep quiet or face the consequences. "Sarah," the mayor concluded, "you have a decision to make." The threat hung in the air, unspoken but clear. I took a deep breath, weighing my options, and smiled, putting my hand in my pocket. Instead of a weapon, I took out my phone. "I have a third option," I said in a surprisingly calm voice. "This entire conversation has been recorded and transferred to a secure server. If anything happens to me, it will be made public, along with all the evidence I've gathered over the past few weeks." The room erupted into chaos. Accusations flew, voices rose in anger and panic. Amid the turmoil, I left with shaky legs but with unwavering determination. I wish I could say that this was the happy ending to the story, that the bad guys were arrested, that justice was served, and that Millbrook returned to being the idyllic town I believed it to be when I moved there. But real life is rarely that simple. The truth eventually came out. The recording, combined with the evidence I had gathered, was enough to launch a federal investigation. But small towns have long memories, and not everyone believed the truth, even in the face of undeniable evidence. Many people blamed me for destroying their way of life by exposing long-buried secrets. I moved back to the city I thought I had left behind forever. But I carry Millbrook with me in many ways. The lessons I learned there about corruption, about the masks people wear, about the courage it takes to stand up for the truth, will stay with me forever. Sometimes late at night, I still think about Mr. Johnson and the others. I hope that one day they get justice, and I hope that my actions, however tumultuous their consequences, played a small part in making that possible. Millbrook promised me a refuge, a fresh start, a piece of the American dream. None of that turned out to be true, but in uncovering their dark secrets, I found a part of myself I thought I had lost, the part that refuses to look away from injustice, no matter the personal cost, and in the end, that is worth more than any piece of fool's gold could ever be. Next story. The moment I saw the wild, desperate eyes of the man I had just pulled from the churning sea, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. My act of kindness in rescuing a shipwrecked sailor had invited a viper into my sanctuary, and as the storm raged outside, I realized that the real danger was now locked inside the lighthouse with me. I had been the keeper of Crescent Point Lighthouse for nearly a decade, and had grown to love the solitude and purpose it provided. Perched on a rocky outcrop off the coast of Maine, the lighthouse was my home, my responsibility, and my refuge from a world that often seemed chaotic and cruel. It began, like many others, with a fierce storm that whipped the sea into a frenzy of white waves and torrential rain. I had secured everything outside, checked the generator, and settled in for a long night to ensure that the light remained on, a beacon of hope and warning to any ships caught in the storm. It was almost midnight when I saw it, a bright red flare against the dark sky no more than half a mile away. My heart raced as I grabbed my binoculars and looked into the darkness, briefly illuminated by lightning. I saw a small boat being mercilessly tossed about by the waves, and clinging to it was a lone figure. I didn't hesitate. I was trained for this and knew the protocol. I called the Coast Guard immediately, but I knew it would take them at least an hour to reach us in this weather. With my foul weather gear on, I ran to the boathouse and launched the rescue boat. The moment I left the sheltered cove, the full force of the storm hit me. Waves crashed against the bow, the wind howled in my ears, and the icy rain stung my face, but I pressed on. As I approached the stranded boat, I could make out the man more clearly. He was younger than I had expected, probably in his early 30s, with dark, wild hair plastered to his face from the rain. His eyes were wide with fear and desperation. "Hold on," I shouted over the roar of the storm. "I'll throw you a line." It took 3 attempts before he managed to grab the rope with desperate strength. He pulled himself into my boat and I helped him climb aboard. He collapsed in the bottom of the boat, coughing and gasping, thanking me between difficult breaths. "I thought it was over for me," he murmured. The trip back to the lighthouse was arduous, but the sense of relief at having saved a life buoyed me. When we were safely ashore, I helped the man into the kitchen, wrapping him in blankets and placing a mug of hot coffee in his trembling hands. "I'm Jack," I said, finally introducing myself. "What's your name? What happened out there?" He looked at me, and for a moment I saw a flash in his eyes, something that made my blood run cold, but it disappeared so quickly that I convinced myself I had imagined it. "Tom," he said. "My name is Tom, and you wouldn't believe me if I told you." I should have pressed him harder, noticed how his eyes scanned the room, assessing the exits, looking for anything that could be used as a weapon, but I was tired from the rescue, and my guard was down in the safety of my lighthouse. "Well, Tom," I said, "the Coast Guard was on its way, and should be here within the hour to pick you up and take you to a hospital to be examined." That's when everything changed. Tom's demeanor changed instantly, the gratitude in his eyes replaced by a cold, hard stare. "I'm afraid that won't be possible, Jack," he said, his voice suddenly firm and threatening. "I can't let the Coast Guard find me, or anyone else." Before I could react, he was on his feet, the blanket falling away to reveal a gun tucked into his waistband. "So," he continued, all pretense of being a grateful survivor gone, "you're going to call the Coast Guard and tell them it was a false alarm, and you're going to help me figure out how to get off this godforsaken rock without being detected." My mind struggled to keep up as I went from rescuer to hostage in a matter of minutes. "Who are you?" I asked fearfully. "What do you want?" Tom laughed, a harsh sound that sent shivers down my spine. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I'm a man with nothing to lose and everything to gain by disappearing, and you, my friend, are going to help me do just that." The next few hours were a blur of tension and fear. I made the call to the Coast Guard, hating myself for every lie that came out of my mouth. Tom searched the lighthouse for anything that could help him escape. Meanwhile, I racked my brain for a way out of this nightmare. "There has to be a way off this damn island," he shouted, pacing the small room like a caged animal. Trying to keep my voice calm, I said, "Not until the supply boat arrives next week, unless you want to try swimming to the mainland." He spun around to face me, his eyes burning. "You're lying. There must be another way. A radio, a hidden boat, something." I shook my head. "This is a lighthouse, not a marina. The rescue boat you arrived on is the only one here, and it wasn't designed for long voyages." He raised the gun, pressing it against my forehead. Then maybe I don't need you anymore. Maybe I should take my chances alone. I closed my eyes, certain that this was the end, but then a sound cut through the tension. The deep, resonant horn of a ship. Through the window, despite the storm, we could see the outline of a large cargo ship passing dangerously close to the rocks. "That's it," Tom said, a maniacal grin spreading across his face. "That's my ticket out of here. You're going to signal that ship and tell them you have a wounded man who needs immediate evacuation." "I can't do that," I protested. "It's too dangerous for them to attempt a rescue in these conditions." "You'll do it or I'll kill you," was Tom's response. With a heavy heart, I made my way to the radio, but as I reached the transmitter, an idea occurred to me, a desperate and dangerous idea. I began to send the signal, but not the one Tom had demanded. Instead, I used an old emergency code that any experienced sailor would recognize as a warning of imminent danger. "What did you tell them?" Tom demanded, his voice sounding panicked. "Exactly what you asked for," I lied, praying he wouldn't notice my deception. The ship's horn sounded again, this time in a specific pattern. They had received my message and understood. They were alerting the authorities. Tom must have realized something was wrong and lunged for the radio, but I was ready. I dodged his hand and ran for the stairs, taking them two at a time as I raced to the top of the lighthouse. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps echoing on the narrow staircase. I burst into the gallery surrounding the large lens, the wind almost knocking me over. Tom emerged seconds later, his gun pointed at me, his face contorted with rage. "It's over," he growled. "You have nowhere else to go." But he was wrong. With the wind whipping around us, I saw another light on the horizon. The Coast Guard had arrived. In that moment of distraction, I made my move and lunged at Tom, struggling to grab the gun. We fought, balancing precariously near the railing, and the gun fired with a deafening sound in the confined space. I felt a searing pain in my shoulder, but the adrenaline kept me fighting. With one last burst of strength, I managed to wrest the gun from Tom's hands, and it flew over the railing, disappearing into the churning sea below. Minutes later, Coast Guard officers stormed the lighthouse. Tom was taken into custody, and I was rushed to the mainland for medical treatment. In the days that followed, I learned the whole story. Tom was a fugitive, wanted for a series of violent robberies in 3 states. He had stolen the boat in a desperate attempt to flee the country. As I recovered in the hospital, my thoughts returned to that night, to the moment I saw the flare and made the decision to launch a rescue. I had acted out of compassion, out of a deep belief in the value of all human life. Did I regret it? In my darkest moments, when the pain in my shoulder flared up, or nightmares woke me from sleep, I wondered. But then I remembered why I had become a lighthouse keeper in the first place. To be a beacon of hope, a guide in treacherous waters. I returned to my lighthouse as soon as I could. On my first night back, as I watched the beam cut through the darkness, I felt a renewed sense of purpose. Yes, trust could be betrayed, but I couldn't let that change who I was. The lighthouse stood strong as it had for generations, and I would stand with it, ready to light the way for those who needed it, no matter the storm. Next story. The moment I saw the tattoo on his wrist, I knew I had picked up more than just another lonely hitchhiker. In faded blue ink was the unmistakable mark of the Southside Serpents, a notorious gang I thought I had left behind in my rearview mirror years ago. But now here I was, going 70 miles per hour on a dark highway with a potential killer in my truck. I've been driving trucks for almost 2 decades and have seen my share of strange things on the road. Long nights, endless stretches of highway, and the occasional odd passenger tend to blend together after a while. But this night was different from the start. It was a Thursday, shortly after midnight. I was hauling a load of electronics from Chicago to Kansas City, fighting to keep my eyes open as the white lines of I-55 stretched endlessly before me. That's when I saw him, standing alone on the side of the road with his thumb out, looking more desperate than dangerous. I'm not usually one to pick up hitchhikers, as there are too many horror stories and too many risks in this line of work. But something about this guy made me stop. Maybe it was the defeated slump of his shoulders, or the way he seemed to shiver in the cold night air. Whatever it was, I found myself easing off the gas and pulling over to the shoulder. When my vehicle came to a stop, I got my first good look at him, probably in his early 20s, with a scruffy beard and clothes that had seen better days. "Where are you headed?" I asked, rolling down the passenger window. "West, as far as you're going," he replied with a grateful smile. "Thanks for stopping, man. It's been a long night." I nodded, motioning for him to get in. As he climbed into the cab, I smelled cigarette smoke and something else I couldn't quite place. "Jake," he said, extending his hand. "Mike," I replied, shaking his hand more firmly than I intended. "What brings you out here in the middle of nowhere at this hour?" Just trying to start over, leaving some things behind," he replied. I got back on the highway, and the familiar sound of the engine filled the silence. Jake seemed content to stare out the window, and I didn't push the conversation. The miles passed, and the darkness outside was broken only by the occasional headlights of cars passing in the opposite direction. It was when Jake raised his hand to adjust the air vent that I saw his sleeve rise enough to reveal the tattoo, a coiled snake with a forked tongue protruding menacingly. I knew that symbol very well. Years ago, in another life, I had had problems with the Southside Serpents. They were bad news. They dealt drugs, they extorted, they murdered. Whatever it was, they were involved. And now I had one of them sitting next to me in my truck. I tried to keep my voice casual. "Does that mean anything special?" I asked, pointing to his wrist. Jake's hand immediately went to his wrist, pulling his sleeve down. His easygoing demeanor disappeared and was replaced by a wary, almost predatory look. "A mistake from a long time ago," he said coldly. "But I knew you didn't get that tattoo by mistake, and you didn't just walk away from the serpents. Whatever Jake was running from, it was serious." Suddenly, the cabin seemed very small, the air very thick, and I found myself gripping the steering wheel tighter, hyper-aware of Jake's every movement. My mind raced, trying to figure out how to handle this situation. Should I confront him? Try to drop him off in the next town? Or just keep driving and pray that he really was looking for a fresh start? Jake must have sensed my unease. He shifted in his seat and reached into his jacket pocket. "Something wrong, Mike? You seem a little tense." I forced a smile and kept my eyes on the road. "No, just tired from the long drive. You know how it is." He nodded, but I could feel his eyes on me. The tension in the cab was palpable now, like a rubber band stretched to the breaking point. We drove in silence for what seemed like hours, though my watch told me it was only minutes. I was starting to think I might have overreacted when Jake spoke. "Mike, I couldn't help but notice how you reacted to my tattoo," he said in a low, dangerous voice. "Maybe you know more about it than you're letting on." My mouth went dry. "Look, man, I don't want any trouble. Whatever you're involved in, it's none of my business. I'm just trying to get my cargo to Kansas City." Jake laughed, a harsh sound that sent shivers down my spine. "But now it is your business, Mike. I'm not just leaving things behind. I'm running away, and now you're my ticket to freedom." In one fluid motion, he pulled a gun from his jacket pocket, pointing it directly at me. "Keep driving," he ordered, "and don't try anything stupid." My heart was beating so hard I thought it might explode out of my chest. This was every truck driver's nightmare come to life, trapped in my own vehicle with a gun pointed at my head, miles from any help. "What do you want?" I managed to ask, keeping my voice steady. "Just keep driving west," Jake said. "I'll let you know when to stop." As the miles passed, my mind raced, trying to find a way out of this nightmare. I thought about my family, my children, if I would ever see them again. The weight of my wedding ring on my finger suddenly felt heavy, a reminder of everything I could lose. We passed a sign indicating a rest stop 8 miles ahead, and an idea began to form in my head. It was risky, maybe even suicidal, but it was the only chance I had. "Jake," I said, keeping my voice as calm as possible, "I need to stop at that rest area coming up. The truck is low on fuel, and I need to log my hours. It's the law." "No stops," he replied. "We're keeping moving. If we don't stop, we'll run out of gas in the middle of nowhere. And if I don't clock out, we'll have the highway patrol on our tail. Is that what you want?" I insisted. He considered it for a moment and then nodded reluctantly. "All right, but be quick and don't try anything funny." I saw my chance. The place was pretty busy, even at this late hour. Lots of truckers on night runs, all potential witnesses or help. "I need to pull over to get gas," I said, my heart racing. "You want to keep that gun pointed at me in front of all these people?" Jake hesitated, glancing around at the other travelers. I could see the conflict in his eyes. Finally, he lowered the gun, but his voice was steely. "I'll be watching. Try to signal someone and I'll start shooting." I nodded, getting out of the cab with shaky legs. I started filling up while my mind worked overtime. I needed to alert someone. But how? Jake's eyes were always on me. That's when I saw her, a highway patrol officer returning to her car with a coffee in her hand. My heart leaped. This was my chance. When I finished filling up, I deliberately fumbled with my wallet, letting it fall near the officer's car. "Excuse me, officer," I called, walking toward her. I felt Jake's eyes burning into my back as I approached the officer, and as I bent down to pick up my wallet, I whispered urgently, "There's a man with a gun in my truck. He's forcing me to drive west. Please help." The officer's eyes widened, but to her credit, she didn't react outwardly. She nodded almost imperceptibly and said in a normal voice, "Here you go, sir. Drive safely." I got back into the truck with my heart in my throat, and Jake's face was a mask of suspicion. "What was that?" he demanded as I got back behind the wheel. "Nothing," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I just dropped my wallet. Didn't want to leave without it." He studied me intently, his eyes scanning my face, searching for any sign of deception. After what seemed like an eternity, he nodded. As we pulled away from the rest stop, I saw the highway patrol car pull out behind us, keeping a discreet distance. A mixture of relief and terror washed over me. Help was on the way, but what would Jake do when he realized he was trapped? The next few minutes were the longest of my life. I tried to drive normally, acutely aware of the gun still pointed at me and the patrol car following behind. "That cop has been following us since the rest stop," Jake suddenly shouted. "What did you do?" Before I could answer, the patrol car's lights flashed on and the siren blared. Jake's face contorted with rage. "You shouldn't have," he began, but I didn't let him finish. In that moment of distraction, I slammed on the brakes and swerved hard to the right. Jake, caught off guard, lost his balance, and the gun fell to the floor. What followed was a blur of shouted commands, flashing lights, and the cold bite of the asphalt as I was pulled out of the truck with my hands up. Over my shoulder I saw Jake being pulled from the passenger side, his hands cuffed behind his back. Later, through statements and testimony in court, I learned the full story. Jake was wanted for double murder and was on the run from the law and his former gang. My truck had been his last desperate attempt to escape. The experience left me shaken for weeks. I jumped at every sound and looked at every stranger with suspicion. But little by little I found my way back. The open road called to me, as it always has. Now when I pass a hitchhiker on the side of the road, I don't stop, but I say a little prayer for them and for myself, because I know firsthand how a simple act of kindness can quickly turn into a fight for survival. And here on the road, with nothing but darkness and white lines stretching endlessly ahead of you, sometimes all you have is your wits, your courage, and the hope of getting home safely once again. Next story. The moment his hand brushed mine as he shifted gears, I knew I had made a terrible mistake. An act of kindness in picking up a stranded driver on a lonely stretch of highway had turned into a nightmare trapped inside my own car. As the miles passed, I realized that my act of good Samaritanism had become a death trap. It was supposed to be a simple 4-hour drive from my small hometown to the city where I was starting my first real job after college. I had made this trip dozens of times, usually without incident, except for the occasional sighting of a deer or a slow tractor, but this time was different. By the time I saw the car pulled over on the side of the road, it was getting dark, that deep twilight when everything takes on a bluish hue. The car was an older model, maybe from the 90s, with its hazard lights flashing dimly. A man was hunched over the open hood, his frustration evident even from a distance. I should have kept driving. That's what my mother always told me. Never stop for strangers, Sarah. Call for help from a safe distance. But something made me slow down. Maybe it was the desolate stretch of road, with no other cars in sight, or maybe it was the memory of my own accident a year ago and the kind elderly couple who stopped to help. Whatever the reason, I found myself pulling onto the gravel, which crunched under my tires as I stopped a few feet behind the stationary vehicle. I rolled down the window, but kept the engine running and the doors locked. The man straightened up, wiping his hands on his jeans. He looked to be in his early 30s, with the kind of rugged good looks you see in a cowboy movie. "Car trouble?" I asked. "Yes," he said, flashing a grateful smile. "Do you happen to have jumper cables?" "No, but I can give you a ride to the next town if you'd like. There's a mechanic there who might be able to help." He hesitated for a moment, looking at his car. "That's very kind of you, miss. If it's not too much trouble, I'd appreciate it." Against my better judgment, I unlocked the doors. As he settled into the passenger seat, I smelled cigarette smoke and something else, something vaguely chemical that I couldn't quite place. "I'm Sarah," I said, extending my hand. He shook it firmly. "Tom, thanks again for stopping. Not many people do that these days." I got back on the highway, and the darkness deepened around us. For a while, we drove in silence, the radio playing softly in the background. Every now and then, when I thought he wasn't looking, I would glance at him, studying his profile and the way his fingers tapped restlessly on his knee. "So, what brings you out here?" I asked, trying to break the tension. He shrugged. "Just passing through. Had some business in the area." "What kind of business?" I asked, trying to keep the conversation going. He turned to look at me, and something in his eyes made me wish I hadn't asked. "The kind of thing that's better left unsaid," he said in a low voice, and a chill ran down my spine. I focused on the road ahead, my knuckles turning white on the steering wheel. The next town was still 20 miles away. 20 long, lonely miles. "Do you mind if I smoke?" Tom asked, already pulling out a pack of cigarettes. "Actually, I'd rather you didn't," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He grunted and shoved the pack back into his pocket. As he did, his jacket rode up a little, and I saw something tucked into the waistband of his pants. My breath caught in my throat. Was that a gun? Tom must have noticed my reaction. "Problem?" he asked in a casual tone, but with a hint of menace. No, I said quickly. "I was just thinking I might have taken the wrong turn." He laughed, a harsh sound that made me shiver. "I don't think so, Sarah. I think you're exactly where you're supposed to be." A cold fear settled in my stomach. I thought about his broken-down car, wondering if it had really broken down or if it had all been a trap. "Look," I said, trying to keep my voice from shaking. "I don't want any trouble. Why don't I just leave you here and keep driving?" "That's not going to happen," Tom interrupted, without any pretense of cordiality. "Actually, take the next right. We're going to make a little detour." It was then that I saw the detour he was referring to, a dirt road that led into a dense forest. "Please," I said, hating the tremor in my voice. "I have family waiting for me. They'll know something's wrong if I don't show up." Tom's hand went to his waist, confirming my worst fears. "I won't ask again." With trembling hands, I steered the car onto the dirt road. Branches scraped against the sides of the car as we moved forward over the uneven surface. The headlights illuminated only a short stretch of road ahead, the darkness of the forest pressing in on all sides. "Stop here," Tom ordered. After what felt like hours, but was probably only a few minutes, I stopped the car. My mind raced through possible escape scenarios. I could run, but where would I go in this forest? And even if I managed to get away from him, he had a gun. "Give me your phone," Tom demanded. I handed it over, watching helplessly as he rolled down the window and tossed it into the underbrush. "Now here's what's going to happen," he said, turning to face me fully. "You're going to take me wherever I tell you to go. Try to run or do anything I don't like, and things are going to get very unpleasant." I nodded, not trusting myself to speak properly. "Let's get back on the main road. We've got a long drive ahead of us." How had a simple act of kindness turned into a nightmare? I thought of my family, who were probably starting to worry by now. The hours dragged on, and every mile seemed like an eternity. Tom directed me onto smaller roads and then back onto highways, a seemingly random pattern designed to confuse me and avoid major cities. He allowed only brief stops to refuel, always keeping me in his sight. When dawn broke, painting the sky pale pink and gold, I felt a glimmer of hope. Surely someone would notice that something was wrong soon, maybe a gas station attendant or a patrol car. But Tom was careful and kept his gun hidden but always within reach, a constant unspoken threat. At gas stations, he would come up behind me and put his hand on my back, in a gesture that might have seemed affectionate to an outsider, but was actually a warning. It was at one of these stops, as I was filling up with trembling hands, that I saw my chance. A police car pulled into the station, and the officer got out to grab a coffee. Time seemed to slow down. I knew I only had a few seconds to act. Tom had walked away to use the restroom, confident in his threats to keep me in line. "Excuse me," I said to the officer, my voice little more than a whisper. "I need help. The man I'm with." But before I could finish, I felt a hand on my shoulder. "There you are, honey." Tom's voice came from behind me, sickeningly sweet. "I was worried you got lost." The officer looked between us, a flash of suspicion in his eyes. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. Tom's grip on my shoulder tightened painfully. "Everything okay, officer?" Tom said. "My wife gets a little confused sometimes. You know how it is." The officer's suspicion vanished and was replaced by sympathy. "Sure, sir. I hope you have a good trip." As the cop walked away, I felt my hope slip away. Tom led me back to the car, his fingers digging into my arm. "Sarah, that was really stupid," he growled as we pulled back onto the road. "I warned you what would happen if you tried anything." Tears burned in my eyes, but I refused to let them fall. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of seeing me cry. As the sun rose higher in the sky, I tried to take stock of my situation. We had been driving for almost 12 hours, and my family would surely know something was wrong. They would have called the police by now, but how could anyone find me? That's when I saw a sign for an upcoming rest area. An idea began to form in my mind. It was risky, maybe even suicidal, but it was the only chance I had. "I need to use the restroom," I said, my voice hoarse with fear. Tom looked at me suspiciously. "You can wait." "No, I can't," I insisted, injecting a note of panic into my voice. "I think I'm going to be sick." He studied me for a moment, then nodded reluctantly. "All right, but remember I'll be right outside. Don't do anything stupid." I entered the rest area with my heart racing, and as soon as I entered the restroom, I grabbed the pen I had pocketed at the last gas station. On a piece of toilet paper, I hastily wrote, "Help, kidnapped, blue sedan, license plate JKL 4567. I flushed the toilet and left the bathroom with the note in my sweaty palm. As I washed my hands, I saw my chance. A young woman about my age was checking her makeup in the mirror. "Excuse me," I said, making eye contact with her in the mirror. "Could you give me a paper towel?" When she turned toward the dispenser, I slipped the note into her hand, giving her a desperate look. Her eyes widened in understanding, and she gave me an almost imperceptible nod. My heart pounding, I left the restroom. Tom was waiting, his eyes scanning the parking lot suspiciously. "Let's go," he said sharply, leading me back to the car. As we left the rest area, I wondered, would the woman understand the urgency of the note? Would she call for help in time? The next hour was the longest of my life. Every police car we passed made my heart race. I was beginning to think my message hadn't gotten through when I finally saw them. A roadblock ahead, a line of police cars with flashing lights. Tom saw it too, and cursed, his hand flying to his waist. "Run her over," he ordered, his voice thick with panic. But I had been waiting for this moment. Instead of accelerating, I slammed on the brakes and jerked the steering wheel hard to the right. Tom was thrown against the door and the gun flew out of his hand. Before he could recover, I opened my door and ran toward the police with my hands in the air. "Help me!" I shouted. "He has a gun!" What followed was a flurry of shouted commands, hands pulling me to safety, and the sound of a struggle as Tom was subdued and arrested. Hours later, as I sat huddled in a blanket at a police station, the full weight of what I had been through hit me. I collapsed into sobs as a kind-faced detective patted me on the shoulder. "You're safe now," she assured me, "and thanks to your quick thinking, we were able to catch a man who was wanted in 3 states. In the days and weeks that followed, as I gave statements and testified in court, I struggled with the impact of those events. I had nightmares, jumped at every unexpected sound, and looked at every stranger with suspicion. But slowly, with the help of therapy and the unwavering support of my family, I began to heal. I learned that my ordeal had led to the rescue of 2 other women Tom had kidnapped, and the closure of several cold cases. I still drive down that stretch of highway sometimes, usually with a friend or family member by my side. And every time I pass the spot where I first saw Tom's car, I say a little prayer of thanks for my survival, for the kindness of strangers, like the woman at the rest stop, and for the strength I found in myself when it mattered most. I don't pick up hitchhikers anymore, but I haven't lost my belief in the goodness of people. I've just learned to balance that with caution, to trust my instincts, and to always have an escape plan, because sometimes the real monster isn't hiding under your bed or in your closet. Sometimes he's sitting right next to you, asking for a ride. Next story. The moment I saw the glint of metal in his hand, I knew this wasn't just another routine patrol. A quiet night shift in Oakwood Estates had suddenly become a desperate race to prevent a crime I didn't even understand yet. Little did I know that my decision to investigate that shadowy figure would embroil me in a conspiracy that reached the highest levels of our picturesque suburban community. I've been working security at Oakwood Estates for about 6 months. It was a quiet job, mostly driving a golf cart, checking gates, and occasionally asking teenagers to keep the noise down. It was the kind of place where people valued their peace and quiet above all else. At 10 p.m., I did my usual perimeter check and settled in, waiting for another uneventful shift. The night was cool, smelling of fallen leaves and wood smoke from distant fireplaces. I was making my rounds when a movement caught my eye. A figure was running between the shadows of 2 large oak trees. At first, I thought it was a deer. They showed up there from time to time, but the movement was too deliberate, too human. I stopped the cart and stared into the darkness. There it was again, definitely a person trying very hard not to be seen. My heart raced, which was unusual. Oakwood residents didn't usually run around the neighborhood in the middle of the night. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? That I saw a shadow? I needed more information. Against my better judgment, I decided to investigate. I got out of the cart and quietly made my way to where I had last seen the figure. Even though I was trying to be stealthy, I shuddered at every twig that cracked under my feet. I soon recognized the house. It belonged to the Andersons. Tom Anderson was a lawyer or a banker. I never knew for sure what these rich people did. That's when I saw the metallic glint that made my blood run cold. The figure was crouched in front of a ground floor window, and in his hand was undoubtedly a crowbar. This wasn't just trespassing, it was a burglary in progress. I grabbed the radio, ready to call for backup, when a noise made me freeze. The creak of a door opening, followed by muffled voices. More than one person was involved. "Hurry up," hissed a low voice. "We need to get in and out before anyone notices." "I'm going as fast as I can," replied another, clearly tense. "You try opening a lock like that with sweaty hands." My heart was pounding. This was way above my pay grade. I should have let the professionals handle the situation, but something stopped me. An uneasy feeling that there was more going on here than a simple break-in. The sound of breaking glass made me jump. They had given up on subtlety and opted for brute force. I looked around the corner just in time to see two figures entering through the broken window. Something had to be done. The Andersons could be in danger, but I was unarmed and untrained for this kind of situation. My hand hovered over the radio, ready to call for backup, when I heard a frightened cry coming from inside the house. I couldn't wait for the police any longer. I had to act. Adrenaline rushed through my veins. I went to the broken window. The glass crunched under my feet as I stepped inside carefully. The interior of the house was dark, but I could hear footsteps and muffled voices coming from upstairs. I moved as quietly as I could. Years of late-night snacks paid off as I managed to navigate the house without bumping into anything. At the top of the stairs, the voices became clearer. They came from a room at the end of the hallway, a child's bedroom, judging by the decorations visible in the dim light. "Please," a woman's voice pleaded tearfully. "Don't do this. She's just a child." "You knew this could happen," a male voice growled, "when your husband decided to grow a conscience." I approached the half-open door, my heart in my throat. Through the crack I saw Mrs. Anderson kneeling, protecting a child in pajamas with her arms. Two masked men stood before them. "Where are the files?" one of them demanded. "I don't know what you're talking about," insisted Mrs. Anderson. The man raised his hand, and with it came the glint of a gun. Wrong answer. I didn't think. I just acted. I rushed through the door, tackling the armed man with all my strength, and we both fell in a tangle of limbs on the floor. Chaos ensued. Mrs. Anderson screamed. The child cried. The second intruder tried to grab the gun, but Mrs. Anderson was faster. She grabbed it and pointed it at the two men with trembling hands. "Don't move," she said. Her voice was firmer than I expected. I managed to immobilize the man I had tackled, using the zip ties from my belt to secure his hands. The other raised his hands in surrender, clearly not wanting to risk being shot. It was only a few minutes before the sound of sirens filled the air. Someone must have heard the commotion and called the police. Patrol cars filled the street, and officers stormed the house. As I gave my statement to a detective, the adrenaline began to wear off, leaving me shaky and exhausted. "You took a big risk," the detective said, shaking his head. "But you probably saved their lives. Good work, kid." However, as the night wore on and more details came to light, I realized that this was far from over. The break-in wasn't a simple burglary. It was connected to something much bigger. Tom Anderson was actually a prosecutor. He was building a case against a ring of corrupt local officials. The men who broke into his house had been sent to retrieve evidence implicating powerful people in bribery, embezzlement, and even worse. Over the next few days, as I gave more statements and watched the story unfold on the local news, I found myself reflecting on the implications of what had happened. The affluent community I patrolled wasn't as perfect as it seemed. Beneath the manicured lawns and immaculate facades, secrets and corruption lurked. My role in preventing the break-in turned me into a local hero. Residents who had barely noticed me before now stopped to shake my hand or thank me. But I also became a target. Anonymous threats began to appear. Notes were left on my car. Suspicious vehicles followed me home. The police offered protection, but I knew they couldn't watch me 24 hours a day. I thought about quitting, leaving, starting over somewhere else. But something kept me in Oakwood Estates. Maybe it was a sense of duty, or just plain stubbornness. I had gotten myself into this mess, and now I felt like I had to see it through to the end. I continued working my night shifts, but with a different mindset. Now I watched more closely. I paid attention to the gossip, to the conversations that stopped when I approached. I began to piece together a bigger picture. The corruption was systemic, deeply rooted in the fabric of the community. And I realized that my accidental heroism had put me in a unique position to take action. I started gathering my own evidence, documenting suspicious activities and conversations. It was dangerous. There were nights when every shadow made me jump, and every sound made me wish I was armed. But I persevered, because that night I learned something important. One person, even someone as seemingly insignificant as a night guard, can make a difference. They can save lives. They can uncover truths that many want to hide. The investigation is still ongoing. Tom Anderson's case has become public, leading to arrests and resignations in the highest echelons of local government. And I'm still here, still patrolling the quiet streets of Oakwood Estates. But now, when I look at those big houses and their perfectly manicured lawns, I see them differently. I know that behind every immaculate facade, there may be dark secrets. And I'm ready to bring them to light, whatever the cost, because that's how I went from being just a security guard to becoming the guardian of truth in a place where lies had lived comfortably for too long. And for better or worse, that person is me. The cottage looked perfect in the sunlight, its weathered stone walls and thatched roof promising the picturesque country life we dreamed of. But when I turned the old brass key, a chill ran down my spine. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something was watching us from behind the leaded glass windows. My daughter, Sarah, tugged at my sleeve, her excitement momentarily dispelling my unease. I forced a smile and finally managed to unlock the heavy wooden door. The smell of mold from age and disuse hit us as we entered. My wife Lisa wrinkled her nose but kept her voice cheerful. Nothing a good airing won't fix. I nodded, trying to match her optimism. We had saved for years to escape the chaos of city life and give Sarah a chance to grow up in a peaceful place. This was supposed to be our fresh start. As we explored the cottage that first night, the creaks and groans of the old structure set my nerves on edge. I told myself it was just the house settling, that all the strange noises were perfectly normal in such an old building. But when a door slammed shut upstairs while we were all in the kitchen, I couldn't explain it so easily. "I'll go check it out," I said, trying to keep the tremor out of my voice. Lisa didn't say anything as I climbed the narrow staircase. The upper floor was shrouded in shadows. Light barely penetrated the small windows. I moved cautiously down the hallway, my hand running along the plaster wall. The door to what we planned to be Sarah's bedroom was slightly ajar, and I began to open it slowly. The room was empty, exactly as we had left it before, but when I turned to leave, something caught my eye. In the dust on the windowsill was a single perfect handprint, too small to belong to any of us. I didn't mention what I had seen to Lisa or Sarah. There had to be a logical explanation, and I didn't want to scare them on our first night in our new home. Lying in our creaky bed, with the sounds of the countryside keeping us awake, Lisa whispered, "Do you think we made the right decision moving here?" I pulled her close to me, breathing in the familiar scent of her hair. "Of course we did. It'll just take some time to get used to it." But as the words left my mouth, a long, low moan echoed through the house, and we both sat up straight, straining our ears in the darkness. What was that? Probably just the wind, I said, not believing myself. Old houses make all kinds of noises. We eventually fell asleep, but our rest was far from peaceful. I dreamed of dark shapes moving out of sight and whispered voices speaking in a language I couldn't understand. The next morning, exhausted and nervous, we tried to settle into our new home. Sarah was oblivious to the tension, happily exploring every nook and cranny of the cottage. It was while unpacking boxes in the living room that I first noticed the scratching sounds coming from inside the walls. It wasn't unexpected in an old country house, but as the day went on, the scratching grew louder and more insistent, seeming to follow us from room to room. Lisa noticed it too, her eyes widening when a particularly loud scratch came from behind the fireplace. "Maybe we should call an exterminator," she suggested. I nodded, grateful to pretend everything was normal. "I'll look for one right now." But when I tried to use my phone, I discovered there was no signal. The landline gave nothing but static. When I picked up the receiver, the line was dead. That night, things got worse. We were awakened by Sarah's scream. We rushed to her room and found her sitting on her bed, her eyes wide with terror. "There was a lady," she sobbed as Lisa took her into her arms. "A lady in old-fashioned clothes. She was standing there watching me." I searched the room with my heart racing but found nothing. No sign of an intruder. No explanation for what Sarah had seen. As I turned to comfort my daughter, my foot caught on something. I saw a small antique doll lying on the floor. A doll I was sure wasn't there when we put Sarah to bed. The next day, we were all nervous, and the strange events seemed to multiply by the hour. The temperature plummeted in certain rooms. Our breath fogged the air even when the sun was shining, and there was always the feeling that we were being watched. Lisa and I tried to rationalize and find logical explanations, but when we found Sarah talking to an empty corner of the kitchen, describing in detail a boy none of us could see, we knew we could no longer deny that we needed help. "This isn't normal," Lisa said, her voice trembling. But with our phones still not working and our car mysteriously refusing to start, we felt trapped. The idea of walking through the deserted streets of the countryside with night approaching filled me with fear. As darkness fell, the activity in the house reached a fever pitch. Objects flew through the rooms as if of their own accord. Disembodied voices whispered from empty corners, and the sound of scratching on the walls grew so loud that it was as if something was trying to get out. We huddled in the living room, jumping at every noise, every shadow. Sarah had already cried herself to sleep, curled up on the sofa between us. "What are we going to do?" Lisa's voice was hoarse, her eyes red from crying. I opened my mouth to respond, to offer some words of comfort or reassurance, but at that moment, all the lights in the house went out at once, and we were plunged into total darkness. The silence that followed was deafening. Even the constant scratching had stopped. For a moment, I thought it was all over. Then, from upstairs came the sound of slow, heavy footsteps. Thump, 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 moving from room to room, getting closer. Lisa grabbed my arm so hard it left marks. I could hear her irregular breathing, feel the tremors running through her body. I wanted to grab Sarah and run out into the night, but I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move. When the footsteps reached the top of the stairs, thump, thump, thump. They were coming down, now slowly, deliberately, the old wood creaking under an invisible weight. Finally, I found my voice. "Who's there?" I shouted, hating how weak and scared I sounded. The footsteps stopped for a long moment. There was nothing but silence. Then a voice spoke from the darkness, old, cracked, and full of malice. "You are not welcome here." The words were followed by a chorus of whispers, dozens of voices around us repeating, "You are not welcome, not welcome, not welcome." Sarah woke up with a start, her scream joining the cacophony of ghostly voices. The furniture began to shake, pictures flew off the walls, and a wind that came from nowhere enveloped us, cold and smelling of decay. In that moment of pure terror, I found the strength to move. I picked Sarah up in my arms, grabbed Lisa's hand, and ran for the door. We ran out into the cold night air, not stopping until we reached the road. When we stopped, breathing heavily, I turned to look back at the cottage, which was silent and dark, looking like a normal country house. But in one of the upstairs windows, I saw the silhouette of a woman in old-fashioned clothes, her face twisted into a malevolent smile. As I watched, she raised her hand and waved a mocking goodbye, then left, and the window was empty once again. We didn't go back to get our things. We walked through the night, following the road until we reached the nearest town. We never told anyone about what had happened, trying to make sense of the nightmare we had experienced. But in the end, we never returned to the cottage. We left the cottage and all the horrors it contained behind us, but sometimes, in the dead of night, I still hear those whispers. I still feel those invisible eyes watching me from the shadows, and I wonder if we ever really escaped, or if a part of us will always be trapped in that house forever, unwanted guests in someone else's home. Next story. The security camera flashed, and for a split second, I saw something that shouldn't have been there. A shadow where there should have been light, movement, where everything should have been still. At that moment, I knew that this night shift would be different from any other. My name is Mike, and I've been working as a security guard at the City Museum for over 5 years. It's a pretty quiet job, just me, the cameras, and millions of dollars worth of artifacts to keep an eye on, but tonight was different. I leaned in close to the monitor bank and forgot about my coffee as I scanned each screen. Everything seemed normal at first glance, empty, dimly lit rooms displaying the occasional reflection of a glass case. But then I saw it again, a flicker in the Egyptian wing, as if someone had stepped in front of the camera and disappeared. "What the hell?" I muttered, grabbing the controls to rewind the footage, but before I could, another camera failed, this time in the medieval Europe section. My heart began to race. One faulty camera I could explain, but two in different parts of the museum was no coincidence. I grabbed my flashlight and radio, hesitating for a moment before leaving the security office. The hallway stretched out before me, shadows dancing in the beam of my light. Instinct told me to go back and call for backup, but I knew that by the time anyone arrived, whatever was happening might already be over. The sound of my footsteps echoed on the marble floors as I made my way to the Egyptian wing. The air felt heavy, charged with an electricity I couldn't explain. I turned the corner, and the beam of my flashlight caught the golden glow of Tutankhamun's death mask. I swept the light around the room, hoping to see a figure lurking behind a sarcophagus, but there was nothing, just ancient artifacts that remained silent, as they had for centuries. But something caught my eye. A smudge on the glass case that housed a collection of canopic jars. I approached, and my breath fogged the glass as I leaned in to inspect it. It was the mark of a hand. "Mike speaking," I said into my radio. "I have signs of a possible intruder in the Egyptian wing, requesting backup." Static was my only response. I tried again, but the radio remained stubbornly silent. Great. Either it was broken or something was interfering with the signal. Either way, I was alone. I decided to return to the security office, my senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to move. Every creak of the building sounded like a footstep. By the time I reached the relative safety of my desk, I was drenched in sweat. The cameras continued to malfunction and move inexplicably. I tried calling the landline, but it wasn't working either. There was no cell phone signal either. It was as if the entire museum had been cut off from the outside world. That's when I noticed that the date and timestamp on the camera footage was all wrong, showing times from hours ago. With trembling hands, I accessed the archived footage, and what I saw made my blood run cold. The footage showed a group of people entering the museum after closing time, moving with purpose. clearly knowing where they were going. I watched in horror as they systematically went through the exhibits, somehow disabling the alarms and bypassing the security measures. But it was what they were doing that really caught my attention. They weren't just stealing artifacts, they were replacing them with perfect replicas. From what I could tell, if I hadn't been watching it happen, I would never have noticed the difference. I fast-forwarded through the footage, and my heart raced when I saw that they were still working in the museum. The timestamp on the last part of the footage was only a few minutes ago. They were still here. I jumped out of my chair, knocking over my cold coffee in the process. I had to do something. I had to stop them. But what could a security guard do against a team of professional thieves? I grabbed my flashlight again and the pepper spray I kept in my desk. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. As I stepped into the hallway, I heard soft voices, but they were getting closer. I hid behind a column, trying to slow my breathing as I listened. That was the last one, I heard a man's voice say. Let's get out of here before sunrise. What about the guard? That voice was female, low and hoarse. He took care of that, a third voice replied. He'll be unconscious for hours. By the time anyone realizes what happened, we'll be long gone. I frowned, but I was right here, wide awake. Then I realized they must have taken Jim, who normally patrolled the West Wing while I monitored the cameras. I hadn't seen him all night, hadn't even thought to check on him. Guilt and anger washed over me. I should have realized something was wrong when Jim didn't sign in. Now he could be hurt or worse, and these thieves were about to get away with the crime of the century. I couldn't let that happen. I took a deep breath and stepped out of my hiding place. "Freeze! Museum security!" I shouted, pointing my flashlight at the group. They froze for a moment. There appeared to be 5 of them, all dressed in black, carrying large canvas bags that I assumed were filled with priceless artifacts. Then the one in front, a tall man with cold eyes, smiled. "Well, well," he said. "Look who we have here." He turned to his companions. "Take care of him." 2 of them started toward me. I backed away, searching for my pepper spray. "I called for backup," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "The police are on their way," the woman laughed. "No, you didn't," she said. "All communications are blocked. You're on your own, Rent-A-Cop." She was right, and we both knew it, but I couldn't give up. I thought about the history of this museum, the thousands of people who came here every day to learn and marvel. I couldn't let these thieves take that away. In a moment of distraction, one of them approached me, but I managed to dodge him and spray the pepper spray. Someone cursed, and I heard coughing, but then a fist hit my jaw, sending me sprawling to the floor. I hit the ground hard, my flashlight slid across the floor, and through my blurry eyes, I saw the leader bend down to pick it up. "You should have stayed in your office," he said in his almost gentle voice. "Now we're going to have to do this the hard way." I tasted blood in my mouth and felt panic rising as I realized how badly outnumbered I was. But miraculously, I heard sirens getting louder by the second. The thieves heard them too, and their heads turned, looking at the windows where blue and red lights were now visible. "The alarms never went off," the woman hissed. I managed to smile even though it hurt. "The silent alarm," I lied. "It was triggered as soon as you entered the building. I guess your technology isn't as good as you thought." The leader raised his boot, pointing the flashlight at me, and I braced myself for the blow, but it didn't come. Instead, the sound of breaking glass filled the air, followed by shouts of, "Police! Freeze!" What happened next was a blur. The boot on my chest disappeared as the thieves scattered. I heard more screams, the sound of running feet, a gunshot that echoed through the cavernous halls of the museum, and then suddenly it was over. I found myself being helped to my feet by a concerned-looking policewoman. "Are you okay?" she asked. I nodded, shaking with the movement. "Yes, I think so." She smiled. "Did you get them?" "We got all 5 of them, plus the artifacts they were trying to steal. You did well to hold them like that. The adrenaline finally wore off as the police officer led me outside. I watched the thieves being put into police cars, and the leader caught my eye as he was being placed in the back of a patrol car. His eyes met mine, cold and promising. "This isn't over," he muttered. I should have been scared, but instead I felt a surge of pride. I had protected the museum and everything in it. As the paramedics examined me, I watched the sun begin to rise over the city. In a few hours, the museum would open as usual, and visitors would come to marvel at artifacts thousands of years old, unaware of how close they had come to losing them forever. And I would be back tomorrow night watching over everything, because that's what I do. That's who I am. I'm the night guard, the invisible protector of history itself, and no matter what happens, I'll be ready. Next story. The scratching sound in my locker grew louder and more insistent. I froze, the textbook forgotten on my lap, as the noise changed from a soft scratch to a frantic scraping. Whatever was in there, it wanted out, and I was terrified to find out what it could be. My name is Jess, and until tonight, my biggest concern was passing my Psychology 101 exam. Funny how priorities can change so quickly when you're faced with the possibility of having a monster in your closet. It all started innocently enough. Just another late-night study session in my dorm room, fueled by copious amounts of coffee and the dread of impending exams. My roommate, Sarah, was out for the night, probably at another party. I envied her ability to balance her academic and social life, while I was stuck here, drowning in a sea of highlighters and sticky notes. The first scratch was so faint I barely noticed it. I looked up from my textbook, tilting my head to listen. Nothing, just the usual ambient sounds of dorm life. Distant music, muffled voices, and the hum of my old mini fridge. I shrugged and went back to my studies, but then I heard it again, a soft, deliberate scraping sound like fingernails on wood, coming from my closet. I put my book aside, my eyes fixed on the closed closet door. "Is anyone there?" I asked, feeling immediately foolish for doing so. Who did I expect to answer? A mouse? A raccoon? I let out a shaky laugh, running my hand through my messy hair. I picked up my book again, determined to concentrate, but the words passed before my eyes without meaning. My concentration waned every few seconds, my gaze returning to the closet, half expecting to see the door slowly opening. That's when the scratching really started. It was unmistakable now. A frantic scratching that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at the closet, and my mind raced through possibilities. A mouse? A raccoon? How could an animal have gotten in there? I stood up slowly, my legs shaking. Part of me wanted to run out of the room and not look back, but a larger part, the part that had always been too curious for its own good, pushed me forward. My hand trembled as I reached for the doorknob. The scratching intensified, as if whatever was inside knew I was close. I took a deep breath, bracing myself, and pulled the door open. For a moment, all I saw were my clothes hanging neatly in a row. Then, as my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I saw it. A figure crouched in the corner of my closet, partially hidden behind a curtain of dresses. The scream caught in my throat, but before I could make a sound, the figure moved. Fast, inhumanly fast. 1 second it was in the closet, and the next it was right in front of me, a hand over my mouth, muffling my belated scream. I found myself staring into a pair of wild, desperate eyes. "Please," the figure whispered, and I realized with a start that it was a young girl, probably no older than me. "Please, you have to help me. They're coming." She slowly removed her hand from my mouth, backing away until she hit the desk. "Who are you? How did you get into my closet?" She glanced nervously at the window and then back at me. "There's no time to explain. They'll be here any minute. You have to hide me." "Hide you from whom? What's going on?" The questions poured out of me, my mind struggling to process the situation. The girl opened her mouth to respond, but before she could, a sound cut through the night. a long, mournful howl, but with a predatory edge to it, something hungry. The color drained from the girl's face. "They're here," she whispered. I went to the window and peered into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing. Then a movement caught my eye, shadows moving across the courtyard with unnatural speed. They were heading straight for my dorm. "What are those things?" I asked, my voice almost inaudible, and the girl joined me at the window, her body tense. "Hunters," she said. "They're after me, and they won't stop until they find me." I turned to look at her, really looked at her for the first time. She was pale, almost translucent in the dim light of my desk lamp. Her clothes were tattered and dirty, as if she had been running for a long time. But it was her eyes that caught my attention. They were old, tired eyes that didn't seem to match her young face. "Why are they after you?" I asked, even as another part of my brain screamed at me to stop asking questions and start running. At that moment, I saw something glint behind her eyes, something inhuman. "Because of what I am," she said softly. "Because of what I can do." As if to prove it, she held out her hand, and before my incredulous eyes, a small flame appeared in her palm, dancing and flickering with a life of its own. I staggered backward, my mind reeling. This couldn't be real. Things like this didn't happen in real life. They happened in books, in movies, not in a college dorm on a Tuesday night. She closed her hand, extinguishing the flame. Her eyes were pleading. "Please," she said, "I know this is crazy. I know you have no reason to trust me. But if they find me, they'll kill me and anyone who gets in their way." I looked back out the window. The shadows were at the entrance to my dorm. In a matter of minutes, they would be here. I made a decision that would change the course of my life forever. "I'll help you," I said, surprised by the firmness of my voice. "What are we going to do?" Relief flooded her face. "Thank you," she breathed. And then it all began. "We need to get out of here. Is there an exit at the back of the building?" I nodded. "Fire escape, but we're on the 3rd floor." "That's okay. I can get us down safely. Do you trust me?" I hesitated for a moment and took her hand. It was warm, almost hot to the touch. "I must be crazy," I murmured. She gave me a grim smile. "Probably, but crazy is better than dead." I rushed across the room, grabbing my backpack and stuffing a few essential items inside. As we were about to leave, I hesitated when I glanced at my desk, where my textbook lay open. It seemed so surreal, this remnant of my normal life, juxtaposed with the madness of the current situation. "Let's go," the girl insisted, tugging at my hand. I nodded, averting my eyes from the desk. We slipped into the hallway, our footsteps muffled by the threadbare carpet. I heard heavy footsteps on the stairs. The hunters were inside. We ran down the hallway, and at the end a red exit sign glowed like a beacon of hope. As we reached it, a door behind us swung open. I looked back and immediately wished I hadn't. The figure in the doorway was vaguely human, but its body rippled and shifted as if it couldn't decide on a single form. "Run," it shouted, pushing me through the fire exit. The cold night air hit me like a slap in the face as we reached the fire escape. Without hesitation, the girl jumped over the railing and pulled me with her. I wanted to scream, but the sound caught in my throat as we fell, and impossibly, our descent was as if we were floating gently, carried by an invisible force. We touched the grass below us softly. Above, I could hear growls and the sound of metal tearing as the hunters destroyed the fire escape. "Let's go," the girl said, already running. "We need to get to the woods. I can lose them there." I followed her, my legs moving almost of their own accord as we ran across the open area of the quad. I heard a thud behind us as the hunters jumped down, completely avoiding the fire escape. We reached the tree line just as another howl pierced the night. The hunters were catching up to us, their shapes shifting and changing as they ran. The girl led me deeper into the forest, weaving between the trees with an agility that denoted long practice. I stumbled behind her, branches slapping my face, and roots threatening to trip me at every step. "There's a place," she gasped between breaths. "A safe place if we can get there." I wanted to ask more questions, but I needed all my breath to run. The sounds of pursuit grew fainter as we went deeper into the forest, but I knew I shouldn't think we'd lost them. Finally, after what seemed like hours, but was probably only minutes, we came to a small clearing. In the center was a ring of stones that glowed faintly. The girl pulled me toward the circle of stones, quickly telling me to get inside. I hesitated at the edge of the circle, suddenly unsure. This was crazy. Magic, monsters, mysterious glowing stones. None of this could be real. A nearby growl made the decision for me. I stepped into the circle and the effect was immediate. A warmth spread through me, and the sounds of the forest, the rustling of leaves, the distant howls, all disappeared. It was as if we were in a bubble, separate from the rest of the world. The girl let out a sigh of relief and knelt down. "We're safe," she said. "For now." I looked at her, this strange girl who had turned my world upside down in an hour. "Who are you?" She held my gaze with a small, sad smile on her face. "My name is Lily," she said, "and I'm about to tell you a story that will change everything you thought you knew about the world." I settled in to listen, knowing that my life would never be the same again. What had once seemed trivial was now a relic of a simpler time. In this new reality, I was sure of one thing: nothing would ever be normal again. And strangely, I was okay with that. Next story. The forest had seemed so inviting in the daylight. Now that darkness was falling and the trees stood like silent sentinels, I realized how foolish I had been. Alone, the eerie sounds echoing through the forest told me I wasn't the only thing awake in this wilderness. My name is Alex, and I've always considered myself an experienced hiker. I had tackled challenging trails before and prided myself on my navigation skills, but as I stood there surrounded by an impenetrable wall of trees, I felt like a complete novice. The day had started with a perfectly clear sky, a gentle breeze, and a new trail. I was eager to explore. I carried very little, just water, energy bars, and my trusty compass. I had told myself I would be back before sunset, no problem. But somewhere along the way, things went wrong. Maybe it was when I decided to leave the trail to check out that interesting rock formation, or when I stopped to watch a deer and her fawn, losing track of time. Whatever the reason, by the time I realized I was off course, the sun was already setting below the horizon. I grabbed my compass and stared at it, but in my panic, the directions seemed to blur together. North, south, everything looked the same in this green maze. "Come on, try to stay calm," I told myself. "You've been in tough situations before, just think it through." I took a deep breath, forcing myself to concentrate. I knew I was heading east when I started, so if I turned around and headed west, I should eventually find the trail again. With renewed determination, I set off in what I hoped was the right direction, but as I walked, the forest seemed to close in around me. The trees grew denser and their branches more menacing. Shadows danced in the corners of my vision, making me jump at every rustle of leaves. The light was almost gone, and now the forest floor was plunged into a sinister twilight. I searched for my flashlight in my backpack, cursing under my breath when I couldn't find it. A branch snapped somewhere to my left and I turned, my heart pounding. "Is anyone there?" I shouted, immediately regretting it the next second. If there was something out there, I had just announced my presence. Silence answered me, but it was a heavy silence, full of potential energy. I could feel eyes on me, watching from the darkness. I just needed to get out of there and find some sign of civilization. But the faster I walked, the more I came across trees that I could have sworn I had passed before. Was I walking in circles? Then I heard the howl. It wasn't the sound of any animal I recognized. Too deep, too wrong. I held my breath, straining my ears. For a moment, there was nothing. Then I heard it again, closer this time. Panic seized me and I ran. Branches slapped my face, roots seemed to stretch out to trip me, but I didn't slow down. I could hear something hitting the bushes behind me, gaining ground with every passing second. Suddenly, I came out into a clearing. The sudden moonlight blinded me momentarily. As my eyes adjusted, I saw a figure standing across the clearing. Relief flooded me. "Hello!" I shouted, waving my arms. "I'm lost, can you help me?" The figure didn't move. As I got closer, I realized something was wrong. It was very tall, very quiet, and its proportions were wrong. I stopped suddenly, and my relief turned to ice in my veins. That wasn't a person. I didn't know what it was, but every instinct I had was screaming at me to run. The thing's head moved toward me, and in the moonlight, I could see eyes glowing an unnatural green and a mouth full of too many teeth. I turned and ran back toward the trees. I didn't care which direction I was going or if there was even a way out. My only thought was to get away from that thing in the clearing. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs felt like jelly. When I couldn't run anymore, I collapsed against a tree, breathing heavily. The forest was silent again, but it was a tense silence, full of expectation. As I sat there trying to catch my breath and calm my racing heart, I noticed a soft glow coming from my right. At first, I thought it was my eyes playing tricks on me, but as I focused on it, the glow grew stronger. I started moving toward the light, and as I got closer, I realized it was coming from a small cave, half hidden by dense vegetation. Every horror movie I had ever seen screamed at me not to go in, but the alternative was to stay out here in the dark, with whatever that thing in the clearing was. I took a deep breath and entered the cave. The source of the glow became apparent immediately. Strange luminescent fungi covered the walls, casting a soft blue-green light throughout the small space. But it wasn't the fungi that caught my attention. In the center of the cave was a stone pedestal, and on top of it was an ancient book. I approached cautiously, expecting something to jump out at me, but nothing happened. The book was open, its leather cover worn and weathered by age. Against my better judgment, I reached out and opened it. The pages were filled with strange symbols and diagrams, none of which made sense to me. But as I leafed through, a loose page fell out and I picked it up. Looking at the faded handwriting, I noticed that it was in English, unlike the rest of the book. It was a warning, a description of the creatures that lived in these woods, ancient beings that had been here long before humans, beings that did not take kindly to intruders. A chill ran down my spine as I remembered the thing in the clearing. Was that what the note was talking about? The next part of the note described a ritual, a way to appease these creatures and ensure safe passage through their domain. It seemed absurd, like something out of a fantasy novel, but after what I had seen tonight, I was willing to believe anything. I memorized the ritual as best I could, then tucked the note into my pocket. A growl from outside made me freeze. It was back and had found me. I could see its silhouette at the entrance to the cave, blocking the moonlight. Its eyes glowed in the darkness, fixed on me. With trembling hands, I began the ritual. I didn't have the items the note mentioned, but I hoped the intention would be enough. I spoke the words phonetically, without understanding their meaning, but putting every ounce of desperation I had into them. When I finished the last word, the creature lunged forward. I closed my eyes, preparing for impact, but nothing happened. I opened my eyes and saw that the cave was empty. The creature had disappeared as if it had never been there. Even its silhouette at the entrance was gone. For a long moment, I stood there, barely daring to breathe. Had it worked? Or was it just the calm before the storm? Gathering my courage, I left the cave, and the forest was different. The oppressive darkness had dissipated, and I could see a faint path leading away from the cave, softly illuminated by the moonlight. I followed the path with my heart in my throat. Every shadow still seemed to hide potential dangers, but the deep terror I had felt earlier had dissipated. After hours, but it was probably only a few minutes. I heard a sound that made me want to cry with relief. Cars. I reached the road, crossed the line of trees, and saw the asphalt shining in the moonlight. I finally allowed myself to believe that I was safe. I stuck out my thumb, and the first car that passed stopped to give me a ride. With my torn clothes and wild eyes, the elderly couple in the car were skeptical at first, but something in my face must have convinced them that I was truly in danger. They asked me questions I couldn't answer. How could I explain what had happened? Who would believe me? As we drove away from the forest, I looked back for a moment and thought I saw those green eyes between the trees. But then, we turned a corner and the forest disappeared from view. I never went hiking alone again after that night, and I never returned to that forest. But sometimes, when the night is dark and the wind whispers through the trees, I remember the terror, the strange cave, the ritual, and I wonder if it was all real, or just a nightmare born of fear and exhaustion. But then, I feel the weight of that note in my pocket, the note I couldn't get rid of, and I know that the forest has secrets, and some of them are best left alone. Next story. The scream that pierced the night was the most terrifying sound I've ever heard. It wasn't just the volume or the speed that froze me to the bone, but the recognition that it was my daughter's voice, and she was no longer in her sleeping bag next to me. I'm Jack, and what started as a fun family camping trip turned into a nightmare. My wife Sarah and I took our children Emma, 8, and Liam, 6, to Whispering Pines Campground for a long weekend of outdoor adventures. We were fishing and roasting marshmallows around the campfire. Everything was perfect until the scream woke me from a deep sleep, and I reached for my flashlight. My heart was beating so hard I could feel it in my throat. The beam of light revealed Sarah already unzipping the tent, her face a mask of panic. "Emma!" I shouted, my voice hoarse from sleep and fear. "Emma, where are you?" Only the eerie silence of the forest at night answered. I rushed out of the tent after Sarah, almost tripping over Liam, who was starting to stir, awakened by the commotion. "Stay in the tent, buddy," I told him, trying to keep my voice calm. The campsite was bathed in silvery moonlight, and everything looked normal at first glance. Our campfire, our cooler, the kids' bikes leaning against a tree. But Emma's sleeping bag, which we had let her put outside the tent because she wanted to sleep under the stars, was empty. Sarah was already at the edge of the camp, shining her flashlight into the forest. I joined her, and the beam from my flashlight cut through the darkness. The trees seemed to loom over us, their branches casting strange, shifting shadows. Every crackling twig made me jump. "We need to split up," I said, trying to think logically through the fog of panic. "You go that way, and I'll go this way." Sarah nodded, her face pale in the moonlight, and headed off in one direction. I plunged into the woods in the other direction, calling Emma's name every few steps. The forest seemed to swallow my voice, the darkness closing in around me. I stumbled over roots and rocks, the beam of my flashlight bouncing wildly as I ran. My mind raced with possibilities. Had she wandered into the woods in her sleep? Had an animal dragged her away, or something worse? I don't know how long I searched, but time seemed to stretch and warp. It felt like hours. My throat was sore from screaming. My legs ached from running over the uneven ground, but I couldn't stop. My little girl was out there somewhere, alone and scared. Suddenly I heard Sarah's voice in the distance. "Jack, Jack, come quick!" I ran toward her voice. I entered a small clearing and found Sarah kneeling on the ground, holding something in her hands. As I got closer, I realized it was Emma's favorite stuffed animal, a worn rabbit she had had since she was a baby. She wouldn't go anywhere without it. "Jack, what's going on?" I knelt down beside her and picked up the stuffed rabbit. It was dirty and slightly damp, as if it had been lying on the forest floor for some time. I realized what this meant. Emma hadn't just wandered off into the woods. Something had taken her. As if in response to that thought, A branch snapped somewhere in the darkness beyond the clearing. Sarah and I spun around, our flashlights scanning the line of trees. "Who's there?" I called, trying to sound braver than I felt. For a moment, there was nothing. Then I saw a pair of eyes reflecting the light from our flashlight, too high off the ground to be a normal forest animal. As I watched in horror, more pairs of eyes appeared. They were surrounding us. Sarah's grip on my arm tightened, and she whispered, "What are those things?" Before I could answer, one of the creatures stepped into the clearing. In the dim light, I could make out a vaguely humanoid shape, but there was nothing human about its movements. My instincts screamed for me to run, but I stood my ground. These things had my daughter, I was sure of it, and I wasn't leaving without her. "Where is my daughter?" I demanded, surprised by the firmness of my voice. The creature tilted its head, an eerily human gesture, and then spoke. Its voice was like rustling leaves and creaking branches, barely recognizable as speech. "The young one," it said, "is safe. For now." Sarah let out a muffled sob beside me. I squeezed her hand, trying to draw strength from her presence. "What do you want?" I asked. The creature approached, its companions remaining at the edge of the clearing. I could see it more clearly now. Its skin was like tree bark. Its limbs were very long and articulated in the wrong places. Its face was a nightmare of knots and swirls, with those reflective eyes in hollow sockets. "We are the guardians of this forest," the creature said. "For centuries we have protected these forests from those who would harm them. Your kind has forgotten the old ways, the respect due to wild places." I swallowed hard, trying to process what I was hearing. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as a hallucination, a dream caused by panic and exhaustion, but the weight of Emma's stuffed rabbit in my hand was all too real. "We didn't mean to disrespect you," I said carefully. "We're just a family at a campsite. Please, we just want our daughter back." I swallowed hard, trying to process what I was hearing. Part of me wanted to dismiss it as a hallucination, a dream caused by panic and exhaustion, but the weight of Emma's stuffed rabbit in my hand was all too real. "We didn't mean to disrespect you," I said carefully. "We're just a family at a campsite. Please, we just want our daughter back." The creature made a sound that could have been a laugh. "Intentions don't matter. The forest demands balance. One life for the lives your kind has taken." My blood ran cold as I realized what she was saying. They wanted to keep Emma and sacrifice her. The thought was too horrible to contemplate. "No," I said, surprised by the ferocity in my voice. "Let her go. Take me instead." Sarah gasped beside me, but I insisted. "I'm her father. I'm responsible for bringing her here. If someone has to pay the price, it should be me." The creature looked at me silently for a long moment, and to my surprise nodded. "I accept your offer," it said. "The young woman will be returned, but you must come with us." Relief flooded through me, followed quickly by fear. I turned to Sarah, seeing the terror and anguish in her eyes. "I have to do this," I said softly. "Get Emma and Liam out of here and don't come back." Sarah shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "Jack, no. There has to be another way." But we both knew there wasn't. I pulled her close to me, kissing her hard, and said, "I love you." I whispered, "Tell the children I love them too." And before I lost my nerve, I turned back to the creature and said, "I'm ready." As if in a trance, Emma staggered out of the forest, across the clearing, and Sarah ran to her, catching her in her arms. Emma looked dazed, but unharmed. I allowed myself one last look at my family. Sarah met my eyes over Emma's head, her gaze full of love and sadness. Then the creatures approached me, their bodies like tree bark surrounding me. My family's voices faded behind me. I heard Sarah's voice explaining to a confused Emma that Daddy had to be away for a while. My heart ached, but I knew I had made the right choice. We went deeper into the forest, the darkness deepening with every step. I didn't know what awaited me, the price I would have to pay, but as long as my family was safe, I was ready to face whatever came next. As we walked, the creature that had spoken to me approached. "Few would make such a sacrifice," she said, her voice like the wind through dry leaves. "Perhaps there is hope for your kind." But I did not reply. What could I say? That I was terrified, that I already missed my family with a pain that felt physical, that I was angry at the injustice of it all. Instead, I walked on in silence, leaving behind the world I knew and entering a realm of ancient magic and forgotten bargains. The forest had demanded a price, and I had paid it. Whatever came next, I would face it knowing that my children were safe. And as the last echoes of the human world faded behind me, I realized that this was more than just a father's sacrifice. It was the beginning of something new, a bridge between two worlds that had long been separated. Maybe, just maybe, there was a greater purpose to it all. And with that thought to sustain me, I walked toward the heart of Whispering Pines. Next story, the silver picture frame on my nightstand was facing down. I was sure I had left it there the night before, smiling at the family photo inside. A chill ran down my spine as I realized that this wasn't the first time I'd noticed things out of place lately. I'm Lauren, a 34-year-old marketing executive who recently moved into a spacious house in the suburbs after years of living in a cramped apartment in the city. I was excited to have more space, but with a demanding job and a house too big for one person to manage, I decided to hire a housekeeper and came across Mrs. Phillips, a stern-looking woman in her 60s with impeccable references. She seemed perfect, efficient, meticulous, and available to work the hours I needed. At first, she was worth her weight in gold. The first few weeks were great. I would come home to a spotless house with the laundry done and sometimes even a meal prepared and waiting in the fridge. Mrs. Phillips was a godsend, allowing me to focus on my work without drowning in household chores. But then little things started to seem odd. It started with small inconsistencies, a book on the coffee table that I didn't remember leaving there, the order of my shoes in the closet slightly rearranged, my favorite mug in a different cabinet. At first, I thought maybe I was more forgetful than I realized, that the stress of my job was getting to me. But as the occurrences became more frequent and noticeable, an uneasy feeling of discomfort began to grow. One night, I came home and found my laptop open on the kitchen counter. I always kept it in my office and certainly hadn't left it on. I checked the browser history and found searches for my name, family members, and my company. My heart raced. When I confronted Mrs. Phillips the next day, her reaction was strangely calm, almost rehearsed. She apologized profusely, claiming she had only used the laptop to research a cleaning technique and must have accidentally clicked on some pop-ups. Her explanation seemed plausible, but something in her eyes made me uneasy. I decided to be more vigilant and started taking pictures of the rooms before leaving for work, comparing them to how I found them when I returned. The changes were subtle but undeniable. A pillow slightly out of place, a drawer not fully closed, my clothes arranged in a different order than I had left them. The last straw was when I noticed that my personal documents had been rummaged through. The folder I kept in my desk drawer was slightly out of place. When I opened it, I realized that someone had been looking at my financial statements and insurance policies. That night, I couldn't sleep. Every corner of the house, every shadow seemed threatening. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone, that someone was invading my privacy. In the morning, with blurry eyes and at my wit's end, I made a decision. I needed to find out what was really going on when I wasn't home. I took the day off work and set up a small camera in the living room, hidden among my books, and pretended to go out for the day, driving around the block and parking where I could see my house. My heart pounded as I watched Mrs. Phillips arrive and go inside. The hours dragged on as I sat in the car, alternating between watching the house and checking the camera on my phone. At first, everything seemed normal. Mrs. Phillips cleaned the house, did the laundry, and went about her usual chores. But around noon, Her behavior changed. She began moving around the house with determination, opening drawers and cabinets, clearly looking for something. I watched in horror as she entered my bedroom and went straight to my closet, pulling out a small box I kept hidden in the back, a box that contained old family heirlooms and personal items. My breath caught in my throat as she opened it, carefully examining each item inside. I couldn't take it anymore. I got out of the car and ran to the house, fumbling with my keys in my haste to get inside. "Mrs. Phillips," I called out as I entered, trying to keep my voice steady. I forgot some papers I need for a meeting and came to grab them quickly. There was a moment of silence, then the sound of hurried footsteps. At the top of the stairs, her normally impassive face showed a flash of surprise before calming down. She said, her voice overly cheerful, "I didn't expect you back so soon. I was just finishing tidying your room." I forced a smile, my mind racing. "I'll just grab what I need and get out of your way." Mrs. Phillips, watching me closely, my skin prickled, but I kept my composure. When I entered my room, the box was back in the closet but slightly out of place. My hands trembled as I pretended to look for papers on my desk. "Mrs. Phillips," I said, trying to keep my voice casual, "have you seen a blue folder anywhere? I could have sworn I left it on my desk." "No, I'm afraid not," she replied, hovering in the doorway, "but I'd be happy to help you look for it." "That's okay," I said quickly. "I probably left it in the office. Anyway, I have to get going." Very aware of Mrs. Phillips' eyes on me as I drove, my mind was in turmoil. What was she looking for? Why was she so interested in my personal belongings? I watched the camera footage, seeing Mrs. Phillips methodically search my home. She seemed to be looking for something specific, but what? The next morning, I called Mrs. Phillips and told her I wouldn't need her services that day, then began my own search of the house, looking for anything out of place, any clue as to what she might be looking for. In my office, I found a small piece of paper tucked into a book with a series of numbers written on it, a phone number I didn't recognize. With trembling hands, I dialed the number, and a gruff male voice answered. "Yes, who is this?" My voice was barely a whisper. There was a pause, and then, "Who's asking?" My heart was racing, thinking about what I had stumbled upon. Over the next few days, I became a detective in my own home. I discovered more hidden notes, heard Mrs. Phillips talking quietly on the phone when she thought I wasn't around, and once I could have sworn I saw her taking pictures of my mail. I was living on edge, jumping at every sound, checking every lock. I knew I should go to the police, but what would I tell them? That my housekeeper was very meticulous, and that I had a hunch she was up to something nefarious. At night, when I woke up to the sound of my office door creaking, I lay in bed, listening to soft footsteps downstairs. Mrs. Phillips had a key for emergencies, but this was not an emergency. Silently, I got out of bed and crept down the stairs with my phone in my hand, 911 already dialed and ready to go. As I approached the office, I could see a sliver of light under the door. I took a deep breath and opened the door. Mrs. Phillips was there, holding a flashlight in one hand and a stack of papers in the other. She looked up, her eyes wide with shock. "Mrs. Phillips," I said, my voice surprisingly steady, "I think it's time you told me what's really going on here." She looked like she was about to deny everything, then her shoulders slumped, and she sank into the chair at my desk. "I suppose there's no point in hiding it anymore," she said. "I'm not really a housekeeper, miss. I'm a private investigator." "But why? Who hired you, Mrs. Phillips, if that was your real name?" "Your father hired me. He's been trying to find you for years." I felt as if the floor had fallen out from under me. "But my father is dead. He died when I was a child." She shook her head. "That's what your mother told you, but he's very much alive and has been looking for you ever since your mother took you and disappeared." As I processed this information, memories I had suppressed for a long time came flooding back. Fights between my parents, muffled phone calls, the sudden move in the middle of the night when I was 10. "Why?" I managed to ask. "Why didn't he find us sooner?" "Your mother was very thorough in covering her tracks," Mrs. Phillips explained. "It took years of investigation to finally find her. Your father just wants a chance to explain and make things right." I sank to the floor, my legs unable to support me. My entire life, everything I thought I knew about my family, had been a lie. As the sun began to rise, casting a warm glow through the office windows, I made a decision. I looked at Mrs. Phillips, the woman who had invaded my privacy, but who, in a twisted way, had also brought the truth to light. "I want to meet him," I said, my voice little more than a whisper. There was a genuine smile on her face. "He'll be so happy to hear that. He never stopped loving you, you know." As she picked up her phone to make the call, I sat on the floor of my office, watching the dawn of a new day and the dawn of a new chapter in my life. The truth had been hidden in my home all along, disguised as a maid with a feather duster. I didn't know what the future held for me, what explanations or revelations awaited me, but I knew one thing for sure. Nothing in my life would ever be the same again. Next story. The moment I saw her thumb emerge from the shadows, I knew I should have kept driving, but loneliness and fatigue are a dangerous combination, especially on a road that seems to stretch endlessly into the night. I slowed down, my headlights illuminating a figure that would haunt my nightmares for many years to come. My name is Jake, and I'm a long-haul truck driver, 18 years on the road. I thought I'd seen it all, but nothing could have prepared me for that night on Route 66. I had been driving for hours trying to meet a deadline. The radio had long since turned to static, and my thermos of coffee was empty. The monotony of the highway was starting to play tricks on my eyes, making the yellow lines dance and sway. That's when I saw him, a lone figure on the shoulder of the road. In the split second it took me to pass him, our eyes met in the side mirror. There was something in that look that made my skin crawl, but exhaustion overcame my common sense. I stepped on the brakes and the truck groaned to a halt. I watched in the mirror as the hitchhiker approached. He moved strangely, like a puppet with tangled strings. When he got closer, I could see more details. Tall and thin, wearing a wool jacket despite the warm night, his face in shadows. "Where are you going?" I asked when he reached the passenger door. His voice, when he answered, was like gravel being crushed. "Wherever you're going." Every instinct I had screamed at me to put the truck in gear and get out of there, but a sense of decency made me reach out and unlock the door. He got in, his movement still jerky and uncoordinated. Up close, he smelled of damp earth and something metallic I couldn't identify. I tried not to breathe too deeply as I turned back onto the highway. "My name is Jake," I said, more to break the uncomfortable silence than out of any real desire to talk. He replied after what seemed like an eternity, "John Smith." Right, and I'm Santa Claus, I thought, but didn't pursue it. Rule number 1 for hitchhiking: don't ask too many questions. We drove in silence for a while, the only sound the noise of the tires on the asphalt and the occasional ping of insects hitting the windshield. I kept glancing at my passenger. Something about him seemed strange. His quietness wasn't natural, as if he wasn't very comfortable in his own skin. "So, where are you from, John?" I asked, unable to stand the silence any longer. He didn't answer right away. When he did, his voice had a dreamy, distant quality to it. "A place where the sun never sets and the streets are paved with bones." I laughed nervously, trying to make it sound like a joke. "Vegas?" John didn't laugh, just stared at me with those hollow eyes. "You have no idea," he muttered. The truck cab suddenly felt very small and very cold. I turned up the heat, but it didn't seem to make a difference. John looked back out the window, watching the darkness pass by as the miles rolled by. My uneasiness grew. John's presence seemed to suck all the warmth and light out of the world. The familiar road seemed strange and threatening. shadows deepening at the edges of my headlights. I was about to suggest we stop at the next rest area when John spoke again. "Do you believe in monsters, Jake?" The question sent a chill down my spine. "I can't say I do," I replied, trying to keep my voice steady. John looked back at me with those dead eyes. "Look at the road, not the steering wheel, buddy. I don't know what your problem is, but don't..." I didn't get to finish my sentence because, at that moment, John began to change, starting with his skin, which seemed to ripple and shift as if something were moving beneath it. Then his face began to elongate, transforming into something inhuman. I watched in horror as his fingers lengthened and turned into claws that tore through the worn fabric of his gloves. I slammed on the brakes and the truck swerved to a stop in the middle of the highway. I tried to grab the door handle, desperate to escape whatever was happening next to me, but John, or whatever had been John, was faster. A clawed hand reached out, grabbing my arm with inhuman strength. I screamed in pain and fear, struggling to break free. "Jake!" the creature growled, its voice a hellish distortion of John's coarse tones. "The fun is just beginning." I lunged blindly, and my fist connected with something that felt like cold flesh. The thing that was John howled, a sound that made my blood run cold. Its grip loosened enough for me to free my arm, and I threw myself out of the truck. I hit the asphalt hard, felt pain in my shoulder, but the adrenaline kept me moving. I got up and ran, not daring to look back. The sound of tearing metal filled the air, followed by an inhuman roar. Against my better judgment, I looked over my shoulder, and what I saw almost stopped my heart. The creature had torn the roof of the cab like tissue paper, and was towering over the truck like a nightmarish amalgamation of man and beast. Its skin was a patchwork of scales and fur, its face a twisted mask of fangs and glowing eyes. I ran faster than I had ever run in my life, my lungs burning as I sprinted down the highway, but I could hear it behind me, its heavy footsteps pounding the ground. She was toying with me, I realized. She could have caught me at any moment. Just when I thought my legs would give out, I saw lights in the distance. A gas station, a beacon of hope in the darkness. I pushed harder, praying I could reach it before the creature caught up with me. I risked another glance behind me, and saw the creature retreating, shrinking into a more human form as it disappeared into the shadows beside the road. I stumbled into the gas station parking lot, gasping for breath. The attendant looked up from his magazine, his eyes widening at my disheveled appearance. "Are you okay, man?" he asked, already reaching for the phone. I shook my head, collapsing onto the cracked linoleum floor as the attendant called the police. I lay there, waiting to see those glowing eyes watching me from the darkness. The police arrived quickly. They found my truck abandoned on the highway, the cab open like a sardine can. There was no sign of John or the creature he had become. They didn't believe my story, of course. Who would? They attributed it to exhaustion and possible dehydration, maybe even a hallucination caused by spoiled truck stop food. But they couldn't explain the claw marks on my arm or the gray prints they found around my truck. I quit my job as a truck driver after that night and couldn't get back behind the wheel to face those long, dark stretches of highway. Some nights I still wake up in a cold sweat from the memory. I don't know what John was or where he came from, but I know there are things out there in the darkness, things that defy explanation and sometimes hitch a ride. So if you're driving down a lonely stretch of highway and you see a lone figure with their thumb out, keep driving. You never know who or what you might be letting into your life. As for me, I'll stick to daylight from now on and never hitch a ride again as long as I live. Some rides just aren't worth the risk. Next story. The moment I saw him in the rearview mirror, I knew it wasn't going to be a normal night bus ride. His gaze, hidden under a dark hood, seemed to pierce right through me, igniting a primal fear I couldn't shake. It was the beginning of a journey that would push me to the edge of sanity. My name is Mia, and I'm a graduate student at the local university. That night, I was returning to campus after visiting my parents for the weekend. It was a 4-hour trip, and I had opted for a cheaper night bus to save money. Big mistake. The bus was almost empty when I boarded, with only a few passengers scattered about. I chose a seat near the middle and settled in for what I hoped would be a quiet ride. As we pulled out of the station, I noticed him for the first time, a figure in a dark hoodie sitting at the very back of the bus. At first I didn't think much of it, just another passenger, right? But as the miles passed and the other passengers gradually got off at various stops, I realized that it was just me, the driver, and the hooded figure on the bus. That's when I got that tingling sensation on the back of my neck that told me I was being watched. I tried to convince myself that I was just being paranoid, but every time I looked in the rearview mirror above the driver's seat, I saw those eyes staring at me. I couldn't see his face clearly in the dim light of the bus, but there was something unsettling about the intensity of his gaze, which never wavered, never blinked, just 2 points of light in the darkness fixed on me. I tried to distract myself by looking out the window, but all I could see was my own reflection in the endless darkness. Aside from the soft hum of the engine and the occasional bump in the road, the only sounds breaking the eerie silence were my own breathing and the beating of my racing heart. After what seemed like an eternity, I decided to change seats in the hope of breaking the line of sight between me and my unwanted observer. I gathered my things and moved to a seat closer to the front, avoiding looking at the back of the bus. For a few happy moments, I felt relieved, but then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw a movement. The hooded figure had also changed seats, keeping the same distance between us. My heart began to race. It couldn't be a coincidence. I thought about asking the driver to stop and let me out early, but we were in the middle of nowhere, and the idea of being stuck on a dark, deserted road seemed even worse than staying on the bus. I tried to call someone, but of course there was no signal. We were passing through a dead zone, isolated from the rest of the world. The next hour was the longest of my life. I sat rigid in my seat, every muscle tense, straining to hear any sound of movement behind me. A few times I thought I heard soft footsteps, but when I turned my head to look, the hooded figure was always in the same place, eyes fixed on me. As we approached the outskirts of the city, I began to relax a little. We were almost there, just a little further, and I would be safe. That's when it happened. The bus lurched forward, the engine sputtering and dying. We came to a stop on the side of the road, and the interior lights flickered ominously before going out. "Sorry, folks," the driver shouted in an unusually loud voice in the sudden silence. "Looks like we've got some kind of engine trouble. I'll take a quick look." I wanted to yell at him not to leave and tell him about the scary passenger in the back, but my voice seemed to be stuck in my throat. I watched helplessly as he got off the bus, leaving me alone with him in the darkness. I couldn't see the hooded figure in the mirror anymore, but I could feel its oppressive and threatening presence. The silence stretched on, broken only by my irregular breathing. Then I heard it. Soft footsteps slowly climbing the aisle of the bus. Panic seized me. I had to get out of there. Without thinking, I bolted from my seat, stumbling toward the front of the bus. My hand shook as I struggled with the door and finally managed to open it. I fell onto the road, the cold night air hitting me like a slap in the face. There was no sign of the driver. I had no idea how long it had been since he left, minutes or hours. Time seemed to have lost all meaning. I started running, my feet pounding the asphalt. I didn't know where I was going, only that I had to get out. Behind me, I heard the bus door open again. He was coming after me. My lungs burned as I ran, pushing myself harder than ever. But no matter how fast I went, I could hear him behind me, his footsteps steady and relentless. Just when I thought I couldn't go on, I saw lights ahead. A gas station, a beacon of hope in the darkness. With a final burst of energy, I ran toward it and entered through the door, startling the sleepy-looking attendant behind the counter. "I'm out of breath. You have to help me. Someone is after me." His eyes widened at my disheveled appearance. and he grabbed the phone, already dialing, as he asked, "Who's behind you?" But when I turned to point out the window and show him my pursuer, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. There was no one there. The road was empty and stretched into the darkness in both directions. The police arrived shortly after, and their questions only increased my confusion and fear. They found no sign of the hooded figure, no evidence of anyone following me. The bus was where we had left it, with the driver working on the engine, completely unaware of what had happened. As the adrenaline wore off, doubt began to creep in. Had I imagined it all? Could the stress of college and lack of sleep have caused me to hallucinate? Even as I tried to rationalize what had happened, I couldn't shake the memory of those eyes, that unflinching stare that had followed me all night. Real or not, the fear was genuine. The police officer offered to drive me back to campus, an offer I gratefully accepted. As we pulled away from the gas station, I couldn't help but look back one last time, and for a moment, I thought I saw a hooded figure standing in the light, watching me leave. I never took the night bus again after that. The incident left me nervous and paranoid for weeks, jumping at shadows and avoiding being alone in public spaces. My friends and family were concerned, suggesting therapy or medication to help with what they saw as an anxiety disorder. But I knew what I had experienced, even if I couldn't explain it. There are things out there in the darkness, things that defy rational explanation, and sometimes they ride the night bus waiting for unsuspecting passengers. To this day, I can't see a hooded figure without my heart rate increasing. I avoid traveling alone at night whenever possible. And every now and then, when I'm in a crowded place, I get that familiar tingling sensation at the back of my neck. I look around, but there's never anyone there. But I know that deep down, somewhere out there, those eyes are still watching, waiting for our paths to cross again. So if you ever find yourself on a nearly empty bus late at night and feel like you're being watched, trust your instincts, because sometimes the monsters we fear aren't just in our imagination. Sometimes they're sitting right behind us, hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. As for me, I'll stick to traveling in broad daylight from now on. Some trips just aren't worth the risk, because you never know who or what might be sharing your ride. Next story. The moment I saw the gleam in the lake guardian's eyes, I knew we had made a terrible mistake. Our romantic getaway had suddenly turned into a fight for survival, and the quaint inn we had stumbled upon was anything but the cozy retreat it appeared to be. I'm Emily, and my boyfriend Tom and I had been planning this trip for months. We were both swamped with work, me with my law firm and Tom with his startup, and we desperately needed some time away from the city when Tom found this charming B&B online, tucked away in the countryside. That seemed perfect. Picturesque, secluded, and run by a sweet elderly couple. At least that's what we thought. The drive there was beautiful, with winding country roads and rolling hills. As the GPS signal grew fainter, I felt the stress of the city melt away. Tom leaned over and squeezed my hand, a smile on his face I hadn't seen in weeks. "Almost there," he said, as we turned onto a narrow dirt road. "Can you believe this place? It looks like something out of a fairy tale." I had to agree that the old Victorian house in sight was stunning, with its wraparound porch and gingerbread trim. The flower beds overflowed with colorful blooms, and a well-manicured gravel path led to the front door. It was almost too perfect. As we pulled up, the front door swung open, and there stood our hosts, Mr. and Mrs. Wilkins. The Wilkins were the picture of small-town charm, he in a cardigan and bow tie, she in a floral dress and apron. They waved enthusiastically as we got out of the car. "Welcome, welcome," Mrs. Wilkins called, her voice sweet as syrup. "We're so glad you got here safely. Come in, you must be exhausted from your trip." Mr. Wilkins insisted on carrying our bags, despite Tom's protests, as we followed them inside. I couldn't shake the uncomfortable feeling that something wasn't right. Their smiles were a little too wide, their hospitality a little too eager. The interior of the B&B was as charming as the exterior, filled with antique furniture and quirky knickknacks. But there was something about it that seemed staged, like a movie set rather than a real home. "Your room is just up these stairs," Mrs. Wilkins said, leading the way. "It's our best room, perfect for a young couple like you." The room was beautiful, with a 4-poster bed and a view of the surrounding countryside, but as Mrs. Wilkins fiddled with the curtains and Mr. Wilkins put our bags on the floor, I noticed that they exchanged a quick glance, just a flash. But in that moment, I saw something cold and calculating in his eyes. "Dinner will be served at 7, announced Mrs. Wilkins. "I hope you'll join us. I've prepared something special." As soon as they left, Tom lay down on the bed with a sigh of satisfaction. "This place is amazing, Em. You were worried for nothing." I tried to smile, but it seemed forced. "Yes, it's great. I'm just tired, I think. Let's freshen up and go down to dinner." The dining room was cozy, with a crackling fireplace and a table set for 4. The Wilkinses were already seated, smiling at us as we entered. sit down," said Mr. Wilkins. "Martha has outdone herself in the kitchen tonight." The food was delicious, I have to admit, but as we ate, I couldn't help but notice how the Wilkins watched us intently, asking questions about our lives, our jobs, our families. There was an intensity to their curiosity that made me more nervous. "More wine, dear?" Mrs. Wilkins asked, already filling my glass before I could answer. I took a sip to be polite, but my head was already spinning. Tom, on the other hand, was on his 3rd glass and getting more and more excited. "This is amazing. You guys are just the best, aren't you?" I nodded, trying to get his attention to somehow communicate that we needed to be cautious, but he was oblivious, caught up in the Wilkins charm offensive. As the night wore on, my unease grew. The Wilkins' smiles never changed, but their eyes seemed to grow colder and more predatory. Practically dragging Tom away from the table and back to our room, I tried to talk to Tom about my concerns, but he dismissed them. "You're being paranoid," he said, his words slightly slurred. "They're just nice people. Relax, okay? That's why we're here." I wanted to argue, but exhaustion was getting the better of me. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just the stress of the city making me nervous. I fell into a restless sleep, plagued by strange dreams of being watched. A noise woke me in the middle of the night. At first, I thought it was part of my dream, but then I heard it again, a soft creaking, as if someone were walking on old floorboards. I whispered to Tom, shaking him, but he was unconscious, snoring softly. Moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting sinister shadows across the room. When my eyes adjusted, I could swear I saw the doorknob slowly turning. I held my breath, wanting it to be my imagination, but then the door began to open, agonizingly inch by inch, and a figure stood silhouetted against the darkness of the hallway. I wanted to scream to wake Tom and do something, but I was paralyzed with fear. The figure took a step into the room, and at that moment, I recognized the outline of Mrs. Wilkins in a floral dress. She approached the bed with an unnatural grace, something glinting in her hand. A knife. My mind raced, trying to understand what was happening. This couldn't be real. It had to be a nightmare. When she reached the foot of the bed, I found my voice. "What are you doing?" She slowly turned her head toward me. In the dim light, I could see her face. Her gentle expression was gone, replaced by something inhuman, something hungry. "Oh my God," she said, her voice no longer sweet but harsh and cold. "You shouldn't have woken up." I screamed, and finally Tom woke up, sitting up confused and groggy, while Mrs. Wilkins advanced toward us. What followed was a blur of movement and terror. Tom, still half asleep, fought Mrs. Wilkins while I searched for my phone, but there was no signal, no way to call for help. "Push Mrs. Wilkins back, get out of here," Tom yelled. I hesitated for a split second, torn between helping Tom and getting help, but then Mr. Wilkins appeared in the doorway. His gentle demeanor was replaced by the same predatory look as his wife. I ran past Mr. Wilkins and down the stairs, my bare feet pounding the cold wooden floor. I could hear Tom screaming and the sounds of a struggle, but I didn't look back. I ran out the front door and into the cold night air, panting and sobbing. The gravel path cut into my feet as I ran toward our car, searching my pajama pocket for the keys. As I unlocked the car, I heard the front door of the B&B open. Mr. Wilkins was standing on the porch, his face contorted into something almost inhuman. "You can't leave," he shouted, his voice a guttural growl. "No one ever leaves." With trembling hands, I managed to unlock the car and threw myself inside, locking the doors. When Mr. Wilkins reached the car, he pounded on the window, his face pressed against the glass, his eyes wild and hungry. I turned the key, praying the engine would start, but for a moment it just sputtered. Mercifully, it roared to life, nearly running over Mr. Wilkins as I backed out of the driveway and sped down the dirt road. In the rearview mirror, I could see the Wilkins standing in the middle of the road, watching me drive away. And in the upstairs window, I caught a glimpse of Tom's face, pale and terrified. With tears streaming down my face, the image of Tom in the window was etched in my mind. I should have made him come with me. I should have done anything to save him. When I finally reached a town and found a police station, they didn't believe me. They said I must be hysterical, that I must have had a nightmare or a bad reaction to something I ate. When we returned to the site, there was no Victorian house, no Wilkins, no Tom, just an empty field where I swore the house had been. It's been 2 years since that night, and I haven't stopped searching for answers. I've searched the internet, hired private investigators, and even tried to return to where the B&B was supposed to be. But it's as if it never existed. Every night, I still hear Mrs. Wilkins' voice, coldly saying, "You shouldn't have woken up." And I wonder if I really escaped, or if I'm still trapped in that nightmarish B&B, living out a twisted fantasy of escape. All I know is that if you're driving down a lonely country road and come across a charming inn that seems too good to be true, keep driving. Because some places aren't meant to be found, and some hosts aren't what they seem, and if you're not careful, you may check in, but you'll never check out. Next story. The ancient symbols carved into the tree bark seem to pulsate with an otherworldly energy that draws me deeper into the forest. As a park ranger, I had walked these trails thousands of times, but I had never seen anything like this before. Little did I know that my discovery would plunge me into a world of ancient rituals and unspeakable horrors lurking in the heart of the wilderness. My name is Sarah, and I have been a park ranger at Whispering Pines National Park for over a decade. I thought I knew these forests intimately, every twist and turn of the trails, every secret they held, but that day proved me terribly wrong. It all started as a routine patrol. The autumn air was crisp and the leaves crunched under my boots as I made my way along the less traveled trails. I love this time of year, the vibrant colors, the smell of decaying leaves, the silence that settled over the forest as it prepared for winter. I had been walking for about 2 hours when I first noticed something strange. A tree near the trail with odd marks on its trunk. At first, I thought it might be vandalism. We had had problems with that before. But as I got closer, I realized that this was not the work of bored teenagers or overly zealous hikers. The symbols were intricate, clearly carved with precision and care. They looked ancient and resembled Norse runes or Celtic knots. But they were unlike anything I had ever seen in my archaeological studies. And there was something else. A faint glow emanating from the grooves, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. I reached out to touch the carvings, my fingers trembling slightly. The moment my skin made contact, a shock of energy coursed through me, causing me to stumble backward. Suddenly, the world around me seemed more vivid. Colors became brighter, sounds more intense, and for a moment I could have sworn I heard whispers in the wind speaking in a language I couldn't understand. Trying to ignore that strange feeling, I grabbed my camera to document the find. But when I tried to take a picture, the screen went haywire, refusing to focus on the symbols. It was as if they didn't want to be captured. I intended to inform the park archaeologist, but when I turned to continue my patrol, I noticed more symbols on a nearby tree, and on another beyond that, forming a trail that led deeper into the forest, away from the marked paths. Every instinct told me to go back and call for backup before continuing my investigation, but my curiosity was too strong. I had to know where those symbols led, what they meant. As I followed the trail of marked trees, the forest around me began to change. The trees grew denser, their branches intertwined high above to block out the sky. The air became heavy and thick, filled with an earthy, almost metallic smell. And all the while, the whispers continued. I lost track of how long I had been walking when I stumbled into a clearing. What I saw there made me stop in my tracks, and my breath catch in my throat. In the center of the clearing was a circle of standing stones, each at least 10 feet tall, covered with the same symbols I had seen on the trees. But here they glowed more intensely, their light pulsing in unison. The ground inside the circle was bare. The grass and undergrowth had been removed to reveal dark, rich soil. But it was what stood in the center of the stone circle that truly froze me to the bone. A stone altar, its surface stained dark with what I hoped wasn't blood, and surrounding it, a collection of objects that seemed to belong in a nightmare. Bones, feathers, strange crystals, and things I couldn't even identify. I stood at the edge of the clearing, my mind reeling as I tried to make sense of what I was seeing. I knew about ancient cultures and ruins, but things like this didn't exist, not in the real world, not in my forest. As I struggled with my disbelief, a branch snapped behind me. My heart raced, and I found myself face to face with an old man who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. His face aged and serious as he stared at me. "You shouldn't be here," he said in his hoarse, low voice, "for this place is not for the uninitiated." I opened my mouth to respond and demand answers, but before I could speak, more figures emerged from the trees. They wore dark clothes, and their faces were hidden in deep hoods. They moved with an unnatural grace, forming a loose circle around me. "What is this place? Who are you?" I managed to ask. The old man's expression softened a little. "We are the Guardians," he said. "We protect the ancient ways, the ancient magic that still remains in places like this." "Magic?" I repeated, incredulous. "That's impossible." A humorless smile crossed the old man's face. "Many things are possible in this world, Ranger, more than you can imagine." As if to prove his point, he raised his hand, and the symbols on the standing stones came to life, their glow intensifying until it was almost blinding. The whispers I had been hearing grew louder, and I felt the ground beneath my feet begin to shake. Panic seized me. I had to get out of there. I had to report what I had found. But when I turned to run, I found my path blocked by the robed figures, who remained silent and motionless, an impenetrable wall between me and escape. "You have a choice to make," said the old man, his voice cutting through the cacophony of whispers. "You can learn our ways and become part of something greater than yourself, or—" He stepped back, but the threat was clear in his eyes. I looked around for a way out, but I was surrounded, trapped in this impossible situation. "Why me?" I asked, pausing to think of a plan. "Why show me all this?" One of the robed figures spoke, their voice ethereal and androgynous. "The forest led you here. It sees something in you." I shook my head, still in shock, trying to accept what was happening. "This is crazy. I'm a forest ranger, not a chosen one." The old man moved closer, his eyes fixed on mine. "The forest makes no mistakes in matters such as this. You were brought here for a reason. The only question is whether you will accept your destiny." As he spoke, the energy in the clearing seemed to intensify. The glowing symbols pulsed faster, the whispers grew louder, and I could feel a strange pressure building in the air around us, as if the forest itself were holding its breath, waiting for my answer. I looked at the old man watching me expectantly. Part of me was terrified and wanted nothing more than to wake up from this nightmare and return to my normal life. But another part, a part I barely recognized, was intrigued and curious about the secrets these people held. If I said yes, I said slowly, what would happen next? The old man's face broke into a genuine smile. Then your true journey would begin. You will learn things you never dreamed possible and see wonders beyond imagination. But be warned that this path is not easy. There will be trials and sacrifices to be made. I took a deep breath, weighing my options. On the one hand, I could try to run away and report what I had found, but deep down, I knew I would never succeed. And even if I did, who would believe me? On the other hand, saying yes meant entering a world I didn't understand, leaving behind everything I knew. It was terrifying, but also exciting. At that moment, standing in that impossible clearing, surrounded by ancient magic, I made my choice. I want to learn. The elder nodded solemnly and let the initiation begin. What happened next is difficult to describe. The robed figures began to chant, their voices mingling with the whispers that filled the air. The symbols on the stones glowed with intense light, and I felt a wave of energy pass through me. It was painful and ecstatic at the same time, as if I were being undone and remade in the blink of an eye. I fell to my knees, gasping for breath, and the world around me seemed different, clearer and more vibrant. I could feel the pulse of life in every tree, every blade of grass, and the whispers. I could understand them now. The old man helped me to my feet, a look of pride on his face. "Welcome, sister," he said. "Your new life begins now." As the robed figures gathered around me, welcoming me into their flock, I took one last look at the trail that had brought me here. My old life, my identity as a forest ranger, seemed like a distant memory. I didn't know what challenges awaited me, what secrets I would discover, or what powers I would wield, but I knew one thing for sure: my life would never be the same again. The forest had chosen me, and I had accepted whatever came next. I was ready to face it as we ventured deeper into the heart of the forest, leaving behind the world I knew. I couldn't help but wonder how many other hidden wonders were out there waiting to be discovered, and how many other unsuspecting travelers might come across them, forever changing the course of their lives. Forests had always been guardians of far more secrets than I could ever imagine, and now I was one of them. Next story. The first time I saw the headlights of the other truck in my rearview mirror, I didn't think anything of it. The third time, I knew I was being hunted. The icy highway stretched endlessly before me, a strip of black in a sea of white, and somewhere out there in the darkness, a predator was stalking its prey. My name is Mike, and I've been driving big rigs for almost 2 decades. I've seen a lot of strange things on the road, but nothing could have prepared me for that night on Highway 16. It started out like any other long-haul trip. I was hauling a load of electronics from Seattle to Anchorage, a route I'd driven dozens of times before. The weather forecast warned of an approaching storm, but I figured I could outrun it if I kept going through the night. The temperature dropped quickly, and snow began to fall softly at first, then harder. I turned on my windshield wipers, staring through the windshield at the road ahead. The highway was empty except for my truck. Everyone else had the good sense to stay put for the night. That's when I first noticed the headlights behind me. They appeared suddenly, as if the truck had materialized out of thin air. At first I thought it was probably just another driver trying to beat the storm before it hit hard. But as the minutes passed, I realized something was wrong. The truck behind me was maintaining a constant distance, making no attempt to pass, even when the road widened. Every time I glanced in the mirror, those headlights were there, unblinking. I tried to shake off the uncomfortable feeling by telling myself I was just nervous from too many hours on the road and too much caffeine, but the nagging sense that something was wrong persisted. I decided to test my theory on the next stretch of straight road and eased off the gas, slowing my vehicle down. The truck behind me also slowed down, maintaining the same mysterious distance. "This isn't normal behavior," I muttered to myself. "Let's see what this guy's up to." I pressed down on the accelerator, pushing my truck faster than was strictly safe, given the worsening weather conditions. The other truck matched my speed exactly. Its headlights lit up in my mirrors. Now I was really starting to worry. Who was this person? What did they want? My mind raced through possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. A highway robbery, a sick game of cat and mouse. I grabbed my CB radio with the intention of calling for help, but all I got was static. The storm must have been interfering with the signal. I was alone. The snow was falling harder now, reducing visibility to almost nothing. I could barely see the road ahead of me, let alone any exits or places where I could pull over and lose my pursuer. All I could do was keep driving, hoping to outlast whoever was behind me. Hours seemed to have passed, although the clock on the dashboard told me that only 45 minutes had gone by since I first noticed the other truck. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel, my eyes constantly darting between the road ahead and the rearview mirror. That's when the truck behind me accelerated, pulled up alongside me, and for the first time, I got a good look at it. It was an older model, its paint once white, now a dirty gray, but what really caught my attention was the driver, or rather the lack of one. The truck's cab was empty. I blinked hard, certain that I must be hallucinating, but when I looked again, the seat was still unoccupied. The truck was driving itself, keeping perfect pace with me on the slippery road. Terror gripped me. This wasn't possible. Trucks didn't drive themselves, not here in the middle of nowhere, not in a snowstorm. I must be going crazy, I thought. Before I could process what I was seeing, the ghost truck swerved toward me. I jerked the steering wheel hard, narrowly avoiding a collision, and my trailer swayed dangerously. For a heart-stopping moment, I thought I was going to roll over, but I managed to regain control. But now the game had changed. It wasn't just a matter of following anymore. This thing, whatever it was actively trying to run me off the road. I pushed my truck to its limits, speeding down the highway much faster than was safe. The ghost truck occasionally bumped into me and tried to force me off the road, but I managed to dodge it. But I knew I couldn't keep this up forever. My mind raced, trying to figure out a way out of this nightmare. I needed a town, or a highway patrol outpost, or something, but all I could see through the swirling snow was more road stretching endlessly into the night. Then my headlights illuminated something ahead, a bridge spanning a deep ravine. Immediately a plan formed in my mind, desperate and dangerous, but it was the only plan I had. I slowed down, letting the ghost truck pull up alongside me, and as soon as we reached the bridge, I slammed on the brakes and turned the wheel to the right. My truck skidded sideways, the trailer dragging behind me. I felt a bone-chilling impact as the ghost truck hit my trailer. For a moment, we were locked together, sliding across the icy bridge. Then, with a tearing sound, the ghost truck broke free. I watched in my mirror as it left the bridge, plummeting into the darkness below. I managed to stop my own truck, the cab hanging precariously over the edge of the bridge. For a long moment, I sat there, my hands shaking, my breath coming in irregular gasps. When I finally worked up the courage to look over the edge of the bridge, there was nothing. No wreckage, no sign of impact in the snow-covered valley below. It was as if the ghost truck had never existed. I don't know how long I sat there, trying to understand what had happened. Eventually, I managed to reverse my truck back to safety and continue my journey. The storm passed as suddenly as it had begun, leaving behind a clear, starry sky. When I finally arrived in Anchorage, almost 12 hours later than planned, I tried to report what had happened, but who would believe me? A ghost truck driving itself and trying to run me off the road. They would think I was drunk or hadn't slept or was just crazy, so I kept it to myself, delivered my cargo, and tried to forget about it. But I couldn't shake the memory of those headlights in my mirror, of the empty cab of the truck that had chased me through the night. I still drive that route sometimes, and whenever I do, I find myself watching my rearview mirrors a little more closely, especially when the snow starts to fall, because out there, on the lonely roads of the north, where the night seems endless and storms can appear out of nowhere, anything is possible. And sometimes, I swear I see a pair of headlights in the distance, following a little too close for comfort. When that happens, I push my truck a little faster, grip the steering wheel tighter, and pray that I make it through the night. Because now I know the truth. The roads we travel aren't always as empty as they seem, and not all dangers can be explained by the laws of nature or man. So, if you're ever driving down a lonely highway late at night, and you see a truck in your rearview mirror that seems to be following a little too closely, don't assume it's just another driver. It could be something completely different, something that hunts in the darkness on roads where the living fear to tread. And if you see it, do what I did. Drive fast, drive smart, and don't look inside the cab. Because some things, once seen, can never be unseen, and the ghost truck is always out there, waiting for its next victim on the endless roads of the night. Next story. The first time I saw the townspeople gather in the square at midnight, I thought it was just a quaint local tradition. The third time, I realized I had stumbled upon something much more sinister. This sleepy little town was hiding a dark secret, and my curiosity was about to put me in grave danger. My name is Alex, and I moved to Millbrook just 2 months ago to take a job as the town's social worker, fresh out of graduate school, and eager to make a difference. I thought a small town would be the perfect place to start my career, but I didn't know I was walking into a nightmare. Millbrook seemed perfect at first glance. Charming Victorian houses lined the streets, flowers bloomed in every yard, and everyone greeted me with a smile. But there was something strange about those smiles, something that didn't reach the eyes. I first noticed it with Mrs. Henderson, an elderly lady I was helping sign up for meal delivery. As we talked about her grandchildren, her smile never faded, even when she mentioned her late husband. It was as if her face was frozen in a permanent mask of friendliness. On another occasion at the local restaurant, I overheard 2 men arguing in low voices. But the moment they noticed me, they started talking about the weather with the same sinister smiles plastered on their faces.